heaven. Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Mary, Queen of Carmel, Saint Teresa, Saint John of the Cross, the Son and Holy Spirit. The great difficulty for me in speaking with you over these next few weeks is to choose what not to say, because I come from a tradition which is indeed very rich, a tradition that it's a great blessing to belong to because of what's there. And as I sat down to try to think of what to speak about, what always comes to mind is, but if you speak about that, you can't talk about this, and we can't do everything. The only way that I'd feel comfortable talking to you would be to treat you as novices and speak to you every day for a whole year, and then there'd be enough time to cover everything in a way that I'd feel kind of comfortable with. But we can't do that. So as our time goes on together, if there are things which you would like me to speak about, don't hesitate to ask. Even in the middle of a presentation, I can move in a different direction. It doesn't really matter, because the wonderful thing about the Carmelite tradition, it's not made up of disparate parts, it's a whole. And we can tap into any part of the whole at any time that you like. So I might move towards something and you might say, well, that's absolutely boring me to death. Well, for goodness sake, start yawning, and then I'll notice it and I'll think, well, maybe I should do something else. So, because it's a difficult decision to make. This morning, then, what I will do is I'll give you very briefly some sense of where the tradition fits, what it's about, and then move directly into St. John of the Cross. And probably have 2 of the days on John, another day on Teresa, and then the last one will be on Therese. Maybe. We'll see how it goes, because you might have, as the days go on, you might find certain things interest you and pertain to where you are, and it would be far better doing something which strikes a chord with you than speak about something which might be rather esoteric at the time. The Carmelite tradition that I belong to, at least in the name Carmelite, goes back to about the year 1180, with the origins of the order, when at the Wadi Yasir, which is on the range of this little ridge which goes down to the Mediterranean at Haifa, there is a spring of water there in a little valley within the ridge at the Wadi Yasir, which is where pilgrims went and stayed as hermits. These pilgrims probably were crusaders of sorts and other people. They lived as hermits there, and eventually in about 1206 they were given a rule by a man called Albert of Jerusalem. Albert of Avogadro was his full name. The origins of the order then are eremitical origins. The first members of our order were men who were living as hermits at Mount Carmel about 1180, probably a wee bit before that. And the origins is lay hermit. They were not, properly speaking, when they began, they weren't thinking of themselves as religious, and they certainly weren't priests. So much like kind of the origins of something which began some years afterwards, which were the Franciscans, they were laymen. They weren't thinking of anything in particular. They were just men living a life together, which for the most part was eremitical, but they shared things in common, mainly for the sake, I would think, of security. You know, it's very hard to defend yourself as a single hermit, but if you're living close enough to each other, if something happens, you can come to each other's assistance, and many other things. And they eventually started to pray together. But at the foundation of our spirituality is a hermit spirituality, which expresses itself as it's come down through the ages, largely through people like Saint Teresa and Saint John of the Cross, who mark a very important moment in the Carmelite spirituality, which we'll mention in a moment. But if you want to characterize the spirituality of my order, it would be, I suppose, that spirituality which seeks an interior solitude, in which the one seeking that solitude constantly goes deeper within, crying out again and again to the beloved, where have you hidden? It's that spirituality which, by a simple act of faith, acknowledges that at every moment of my day I am loved by Christ, even though I cannot find him, and seeks him day after day, in joy and happiness, and in difficulty and in the cross, which lives in that simplicity of constantly striving to be in the presence of God, which means striving to be present where I am being loved by God. And from that position, to turn within in the interior life, believing that wherever I am, Christ is with me. And the difficulty is that I do not find him. And so the one who is living this spirituality is the one who is constantly searching for, as we will have in the writing, searching for the beloved. And the beloved, as we will see hopefully today, is the one who I know loves me, the one whose love I experience in different ways, and who as a consequence, my life in the eremitical sense is a solitary journey towards Christ. That very much marks what a Carmelite spirituality is. And for me, I'm speaking as a discalced Carmelite. I can't speak for the other part of the spirituality of the order, because my spirituality is marked by John and Teresa. But when we think about Carmelite spirituality, they're the people that we think of as St. John of the Cross and Teresa of Avila, and lately Therese of Lisieux and Edith Stein and Elizabeth of the Trinity. They're all within the discalced tradition. Many people like to see a spirituality in terms of what part of Christ it portrays, especially when people look at religious orders, and I belong to a religious order. Religious order stands in the church because it exemplifies a certain way of being Christ in the world. People often think of the Carmelites as, well, you must be the prayer part of the church, but that's a bad thing to say, because every religious and lay people, you have to be a religious to need to exemplify prayer. Prayer should be the bread and butter of every Christian. So in terms of our spirituality, what is exemplified in Christ, I wouldn't say prayer. That would be quite wrong, and I would be trying to take over the most important part of the church and claim it for my order, which I'd love to do, but I'd have people here who would jump up and shout at me. Yes.
If I may, Father, could I just ask for a couple of definitions? I'm not familiar with the term eremitical.
Eremitical means hermit.
Oh, okay.
Hermit,
that's simple.
yes.
Okay. And just your definition of the interior life.
That will emerge as the time goes on, because if I answer your question, it could take me a few days. So let that emerge. The interior life. What aspect of Christ would I say somehow is exemplified in this charism, in this spirituality? For me, it's the most wonderful thing that we find in the Gospels. It is the relationship that the Son has with the Father. Not what the Son is doing. It's not about preaching the kingdom. It's not about attending to the poor. It's not about any of these things, which are important aspects of the Christian life, of course. But within a contemplative tradition, the aspect which is picked up in its spirituality is very different. Within our tradition, it would be pick up from John 15 to 17, for example, the Gospel. Wonderful statement of what the contemplative life is about. What that's talking about is not something, don't read it to say what is it saying, but read it as if to say, what is happening between Christ and his Father? Okay? What does this mean about the Lord? What does this mean about the Father? Why is he saying this? What's the relationship in place? And if you tap into that, you'll tap into something of what the contemplative spirit is, something of what I believe the discalced Carmelite spirituality is about. Because what it tries to live in the world is nothing more, nothing less than simply the relationship which the Lord came to show us, which is his relationship with the Father. And in that sense, I would say it's therefore one of the most significant spiritualities within the church. Go into a bookshop and there'll be big sections on discalced Carmelite spirituality. John, Teresa, Therese, and many others. And when you go to the section, you'll find that it's that section in which there aren't many secondary texts. You don't find so many books about the spirituality as the writings of the saints. Go to the Ignatian section and they're all books about Jesuit spirituality. Go to the Carmelite section, it's a different kind of section you'll meet. It's quite striking when you go. You'll find fundamentally you just find primary texts. Go to other sections and you'll find probably more secondary texts than primary texts. Because it's not about a technique, it's a very different thing as an issue. Because when we start to look at some of the primary texts are very gospel in the sense that when you read them, the primary text doesn't tell you what to do or explain, but it takes you into a relationship. Because indeed, the great saints within this tradition, their value is that they are articulating a relationship, just as the Lord tries to do towards the end of St. John's Gospel, to articulate a relationship. Okay? So that's at the core of what we're going to be looking at, and I'll try to look at it from different perspectives, insofar as I can. The great lights that we'll be referring to, the great lights of the order, are these ones. There's no one from the beginning. We don't even know who the first hermits were on Mount Carmel. We don't know their names. In the order we have traditional names, but they were just because we had to give them a name. There was someone there. Who were they? I've got no idea. Let's give them a name. But be careful who you say that to, because some people would think that I'm being disrespectful, but it's true, we don't know their names. When the rule was given by Albert of Jerusalem, it's given to the prior of Mount Carmel, but the name is not given. We think that the person's name began with B. That's very helpful. Humphrey Bear's surname begins with B. It doesn't tell us anything. We don't know who the man was. So we don't have the names of the first hermits. And in fact, the first significant names are people who turn up on the scene quite some time after the founding of the order. So when we look at it, that in terms of named people, really, it's not until we come to the Discalced Reform in 1562 that we have named people. The order begins in 1180. So it's almost 400 years afterwards that we now have named people who you'll find on the bookshelf. It's an interesting thing to note also is our Carmelite nuns don't come into existence until 1451, which is just over 100 years before Teresa founds the Reform. So in fact, with our sisters, our sisters are put in place by Teresa, really, because they haven't been around long enough. When she joined the order, the Carmels haven't been even around for 100 years at that stage. And they came into existence by Beguinages, which is a funny form of life which was found in Flanders at the time. Women living a kind of loosely structured religious life, and they were accepted into the order. And they didn't know what it was to be a Carmelite anyway, so they were struggling to know what it was to be Carmelite. Then Teresa turns up. In terms of the friars, we don't have any great lights either. So really, when we want to identify what a Carmelite spirituality is, the identities, the people who start to paint it for us, are those who found the reform of the order. And I won't go into the history of that because you're not here for the history of the order. You want spirituality. So the first great people that we meet, first one is Teresa of Avila, 1515 to 1582, who begins the reform when in 1562, the 24th of August, she founds the Carmel of San Jose within the walls of Avila, having been a sister in the convent of the Incarnation outside the walls of Avila. And the next great saint is John of the Cross, 1542 to 1591, who in 1567, on the 28th of November, is one of the founding fathers, the four founding members of the monastery, or our priory of Duarello, the first Discalced Reformed house. Now, I don't want to go into the history of this because, as I said, this is just a very brief thing, so we can move into looking at the spirituality of these particular saints. It is quite clear what, for these two people, John and Teresa, was the foundation of the Reform. It wasn't that they thought the order needed reform. Okay? Don't think of reform that way. That's how reformers run around today, don't they? They come around and they say the church is falling to pieces. Let's try to fix it up. That was the furthest thing from their mind. They were in fact humble people. The great saints are humble people. They don't think that they're saviors. They weren't trying to fix anything up at all, really. They weren't angry people. You know, I would say to you, in terms of, if anyone comes to you and proposes a new way of following Christ, if there's any anger in them, run away. Run away. Because it probably has nothing to do with Christ. That's being taped. I should be careful what I say. But do beware. Because anger and these kind of things are not fruits of the Spirit. Far from it. These weren't angry people, John and Teresa. But the truth is, when we turn to St. Teresa, she founds this convent of San Jose, 1542. Sorry, 1562. It was about 1549, 1550 or thereabouts, when there was an extraordinary conversion happened in her life. And what moves her from this point is what I would see in the readings of her text is, and what I try to tap into, the extraordinary experience she had of Jesus Christ. This experience alone was what prompted her to move to what we now speak of as the reform of the order. What did she want to do? She wanted to live a life which was in accord with her experience of Christ. Powerful thing. Same thing with St. John of the Cross. He wanted to live a life which was in accord with his interior experience. He was ordained in 1567. I think I told you 1567 was the reform, 1568 was the reform. He was ordained in 1567. And in that year, a young man, 24, 25 he was, he looked at the order and thought, well, no, this is not where I want to live out the rest of my life, because the experience that he was having within himself of the Lord was such that he said, I'm being drawn to live another kind of life, not the life that the order is living. He felt that he should go and join the Carthusians. People knew what he was thinking, so they said, you better meet Mother Teresa, St. Teresa of Avila. So he was taken to meet her at Medina del Campo. Terrible thing. You know, the women in our order run the order. They're supposed to be obedient to the friars, but they run the order. So he goes to see her, and he falls for her. In the spiritual sense of the word, he becomes part of the reform. And in the following year, he, together with others, founds a new way of living within the order, which is for him an attempt to live the experience of Christ. Okay, so when we turn to John and Teresa and the order that I belong to, its beginnings are to be found. Yes, there's a historic context, but you know people make a lot of that these days. But if you think of it from the historic context, you will never understand what they're writing about, because these are two people who are deeply in love with Christ. Okay, we can't forget this. When you read the Gospels, don't forget that the writer, especially John, is deeply in love with Christ. If you're not in touch with that when you read John's Gospel, you'll miss the most important part of the Gospel. You do great exegesis, you come up with all sorts of things, but you won't be tapping into what John wrote the Gospel for. He wrote it so that you might meet the man that he knows. You know? That's what he says. You know, and when you read the first letter to John, I'm writing this so that our joy may be complete. You know, note what he's saying. It's the same thing with these people. They're writing as an expression of their own experience. Okay, enough for kind of the beginnings of the order and some kind of way of categorizing the spirituality that I'm going to present to you. How would you situate it for those of you who are studying spirituality? It would be in line of, it picks up very much on the Johannine and the Pauline tradition. Very much Pauline, in fact. From there, as we turn into the thinking of the early church, it's very Platonic, in the good sense of the word. From there we would move on to Gregory of Nyssa, Augustine, the Pseudo-Dionysius, And that whole tradition which is built up there, which is spoken of as the apophatic tradition, don't worry about that word, you'll see what it means next week probably, suddenly has its full blossoming in John and Teresa, really. And but not completely. There are others who add to it as we go on. We might see something about Edith Stein today, because there's something wonderful which she brings to the tradition because of picking up on Husserl and other things which come further on. So the tradition that you will see that I'm going to present to you is not a museum piece. John and Teresa don't exhaust what it's about, because what they're presenting is fundamentally an experience of Christ. And it's a certain coloration and perspective of it, which is not yet exhausted in its articulation. And I think not yet exhausted because in the way that it will be understood and spoken about, there are things which we don't yet have, so we cannot yet speak, because there are aspects of the experience of Christ which we may experience, but we do not yet have the possibility of articulating. And patience is all that's necessary. In 100 years' time, within the tradition, something more will be said, I'm sure, because it's grounded in experience of Christ. Okay, let's move. Are there any questions here? Yes.
When you said it's not yet articulated, you mean by the contemporary people or within the tradition itself?
I would say within the tradition. It's that whole sense in which, is everything that the body of Christ is articulated yet? No, not yet. I mean, there's now an ecological component which couldn't have been articulated 100 years ago. Christ is not ecology, but our understanding of Christ, our understanding of what it is to be human even, is still being articulated now. And as that is articulated, it means that the spiritual can be spoken more profoundly. Maybe next week when we go further into John of the Cross, I know some Jungian people for whom John of the Cross, as they read John, they say, this is Jung, but John is 400 years earlier. So, there's this powerful stuff here, but, we can look to see, well, we might not, we don't have much time, really. Any other questions or comments before we move on to John of the Cross? I will very briefly, because I've got an eye for the time, because I've got a great sense of trying to give you something in the short period we've got, but I'll very briefly give you a sense of the man and his life, because unless you've got this, you won't understand what he writes. Because this is especially true of the Carmelite saints, because if you understand the person, you'll understand their writings. If you don't understand the person, you miss what they write. It's true of Therese. It's true of Teresa, it's true of John, it's true of Edith Stein. I don't know Elizabeth of the Trinity very well. In fact, I don't know any of them very well, but it's the main thing is that if you can tap into the person, you'll understand what they write. John's beginnings are very interesting. His father, Gonzalo de Yepes, came from a very wealthy Converso family. Converso family means that there was Jewish blood in his origins. Someone within the family converted, and at that time they were all being virtually forced in Spain to become Christians. And what happened was, when they became Christians, those who were ambitious wanted to be more Christian than the Christians. Because if they were seen to have any Jewish antecedents, they were always suspect. And you couldn't go forward in the world. When you read St. Teresa, the whole issue about blood and pedigree is important, because she is also a converso. Both founders have at least one of their grandparents was probably Jewish or thereabouts. So in the Yepes family, it's great concern. We have to go forward in life. And the way to go forward in life, of course, is to make money. And once you make money, lower Spanish nobility, who are now impoverished, will marry you. Okay? So then you can now take on some kind of pedigree. Your children have some pedigree because you've married into the lower nobility. And the next generation, you hope they'll marry someone in the next level of nobility. And so you work your way up. I mean, this is survival in the real world, I suppose, isn't it, of the 16th century. The Yepes family were a merchant family who dealt in cloth. Another family we know of did that. It was the Bernardone family in the 13th century, thanks to the Assisi's family. And Gonzalo de Yepes' work was to go around and take things out and have things embroidered and woven. And one of the things that they imported into Spain was silk, the most sought-after fabric. And Narciso de Yepes is a guitarist. Gonzalo de Yepes used to go around and have people do the weaving, and he met one weaver whose name was Catalina. Catalina was a lovely girl. He fell in love with her, wanted to marry her. The family said, no, you can do whatever you want to do with her. You may not marry her because you must marry well. Gonzalo de Yepes was an honourable man, and he gave up his inheritance to marry Catalina. Powerful thing, a very wealthy family, gave up the inheritance. Anyway, he had contacts, so he was able to make a living. They had 3 sons and he died. Now all Catalina could do was do piecework, much like what you have around now. Immigrants come here, they could do nothing but sit at home and sew. Except they had no one to look after them in those days. It was worse than what you find now. So they were reduced to begging. The family refused to help. One, because John was such a bright person, said, okay, if you want to, we'll adopt your son. No, he's my son. I'm not going to give him up. I'm not going to give him up. So they make their way to Medina del Campo, which is I've never been to Spain, but apparently was one of the great merchant towns. And there she strives to bring them up, and one son dies, probably because she couldn't support 3 sons. And because John is so talented, he's allowed to study at the Jesuit school. Those days, it was the 2nd generation of Jesuits, the generation after Ignatius. And it was for poor, talented boys. They were taught the liberal arts, so he was trained in Latin, Greek, Spanish poetry. And to try to make some money as he got a bit older, he worked in the local hospice for people dying of syphilis, much like an AIDS hospice today, I suppose. And it's noted there. He was noted as perhaps the most extraordinary person working in there, because he used to sing to the people dying. He used to bandage their wounds, talk to them, feed them. And people used to look forward to Juan coming into the hospice to visit. He's an extraordinary person, even as a young man. Brilliant on the one level, sensitive, but this kind of a person. Later he joins the Carmelites. Why did he join the Carmelites and not go to the seminary? Because if you join a religious order, it was free of charge. If you go to the seminary, even up to, prior to the council, for example, in Ireland, why did somebody go to the religious orders? Because their family couldn't afford to send them to the seminary. You had to pay to go to the seminary. You go to religious orders, take a vow of poverty, so the order pays for it. He joins the Carmelites, and there is also quite brilliant. But as I said, on top of that, there's this extraordinary experience of Christ which begins to emerge. And when he's ordained, he very quickly decides to leave, but then remains in the order and becomes part of the reform. In 1670 or thereabouts, I'm not a historian, St. Teresa is appointed prioress of the Incarnation, the convent which he first joined, which joins our reform in the 1960s. Long time afterwards, only recently. And John goes there as confessor, because St. Teresa sees in this man, she speaks of this young man who's 20-something years her junior. This man is the father of my soul. Extraordinary thing. There he was as a man of about 26, she in her 50s, sharing together, and he understands her soul. It shows you kind of the spiritual precociousness of John of the Cross. That the great Teresa of Avila finds as her director, the one who understands her soul, a man but 28 years or 20-something years younger than she is. extraordinary thing, really. Anyway, he goes there, and what happens is the reform has a few hiccups. Largely the reform continues because of St. Teresa, not because of the friars. The friars have always been pretty inept men. We still are. The nuns are the ones who are politicians. They know how to work the system and do things. We don't. Philip II of Spain used to write to her for advice. She knew who to deal with. So, in that sense, we were protected even from the Inquisition in a way because of her connections. When she died, Philip grabbed her right arm and left it on his desk. So, we had the right connections. So, so anyway, but they wanted to stop the reform of the order. And in about 1570, John was kidnapped from the convent of the Incarnation. First attempt they failed. The second attempt they got him. That was and to understand it, I have seen old monasteries of the order. I saw the monastery of our nuns in a Carmel of Wilderwoorde, which is in Belgium, which is the continuation of the Carmel of Liège, the oldest continuous Carmel in the world. And they have a prison cell within the Carmel, which now they keep rooms in. But it was what they did with people. There was a cell where you locked someone up if they, I suppose, someone went mad. So there was always a prison cell, and they took John away and they locked him up until he would renounce the reform and leave the reform. While he was there, twice a week they brought him down for the singing of the Miserere, and they whipped him twice a week. They didn't feed him well, and in those days they didn't eat very well in a religious order, especially of the likes of ours. So, there was physical deprivation and torture in its own way. Being whipped twice a week is an awful lot. Apparently he bore those scars until the day he died. Also, there was that sense in which he was told because he would not be obedient to the order, he was excommunicated. Even more powerful in those days. I mean, even today, to be excommunicated. What pressure that would be spiritually, psychologically, but in the 16th century. Told, St. Teresa, everyone else has come back. You're the only one. And there was no one to tell him that, no, it's still going. And yet he didn't budge. Eventually, they saw in this man such gentleness that the jailer became sorry, that they one by one became sorry for him. The jailer gave him paper and pen. And eventually another jailer gave him some rope and he jumped out the window 9 months later and escaped. But the interesting thing, which is why in introducing the man to you, I refer to this tower experience is because while he was in the tower, he wrote 30 stanzas of a poem, the Spiritual Canticle, which is certainly his most wonderful poem. And it tells you what was happening in the soul of the man, because it explains to you why he didn't give up. It wasn't because he was bloody-minded and said, no, I'm not going to let these fellows beat me. It was because something else was happening. There was a more profound, a deeper reality happening within him, which was deeper and more real than the whipping, the psychological oppression, and the spiritual deprivation, at least on one level, which was there, which we would identify with. There was something else more wonderful happening. And I just want to read to you some parts of this beautiful poem he wrote, 30 stanzas. It's about the spiritual life. And just to get a sense of what was of the man, but given what was happening in him. Imagine that you were being whipped twice a week. Brainwashing, excommunication, all these things. And this is what he writes. When he uses the word beloved, he's always referring to Jesus Christ. My beloved is the mountains and lonely wooded valleys, strange islands and resounding rivers, the whistling of love-stirring breezes, the tranquil night at the time of the rising dawn, Silent music, sounding solitude, the supper that refreshes and deepens love. I'll read it again. Does this sound like a man that's suffering? Does this sound like a man that's being whipped twice a week and being half starved? Does this sound like a man who's being told that he's excommunicated? My beloved is the mountains and lonely wooded valleys, strange islands and resounding rivers, the whistling of love-stirring breezes. The tranquil night at the time of the rising dawn, silent music sounding solitude, the supper that refreshes and deepens love. As I've reflected on John and his writing, what strikes me more and more powerfully is that if I want to know John, I have to tap into his experience of Christ. The only way. Because really, the real man is to be found in his poetry. Before all else, John is a poet. We will start looking at his texts because he tries to explain things. But the real man is in his poetry. You find in the midst of all of what's happening for 9 months, the most gentle of men, the most sensitive man that you will find. Really, you won't find a more gentle, sensitive saint. And just read the poetry. And he's a beautiful man. Beautiful, beautiful man. There's also here kind of something which is very profound. I've often thought about the poetry and thought, well, what is it that makes a poem? What is it that inspires? I mean, one of the great poems that you think of is when you think of Thomas de Quincey and the Opium Eaters. You think of someone like Coleridge. Took some opium, had a dream, never finished the poem Kubla Khan. In a moment of inspiration, out comes, when Xanadu de Kubla Khan, a stately pleasure dome decree, beautiful poem. You think of someone like Franz Schubert, for whom music just poured out of his mind, sitting in his father's backyard of an afternoon, reading a poem, and suddenly just music descends upon him, and he's struggling to get it out. There's so much of it, it just overflows. Now, this is genius, isn't it? Genius is not like, well, maybe it's like you, but not like me that plods. Genius is something which is something which you marvel at, because the person who has it has no idea what it is. It just emerges. But the beautiful thing about artistic genius is that I believe it's founded in some kind of internal experience. Because, you can go and see things like, I remember seeing a retrospective of Albert Tucker. After about 5 paintings, I had to walk out. It was just full of anger, and I just thought, I can't cope with this. I had to walk out. I paid my money, but I don't care. I'm not going to do this to myself. I left. I didn't want to see anymore. When you reach these things, you know that it's coming from a profound internal experience. Now, you can hear the beautiful melancholy of Mozart, can't you? The only way I can speak of it is the joy of melancholia, because you hear both together. You wonder what was inside the man, or just simply the joy of life, the joie de vivre of Schubert. You come to John, the genius of this man, where this is overflowing in suffering, and you don't experience suffering, but you experience in it the delight of the beloved. John, and we find it in Teresa also, where they begin, and the only way that you can tap into their spirituality is by trying to tap into their experience of Christ. And in St. John of the Cross, it is in the beauty, the delight of the experience of the beloved Jesus Christ. It's why his writing is so powerful. He doesn't present to you a method. What did I do? Ross Collings was my postulate master, my novice master, and except for 6 months of my formation, he was also my student master. Never told me how to pray. He knew well too. Help a person, but never tell them how to pray, because if you do and you tell them to pray the way that they're not meant to pray, you will put an impediment in their prayer, which might be an impediment for the next 20, 30 years. terrible thing to do. No, it's not about method. It's about something to do with walking in such a way that you would experience the beloved. Because once there is the experience of the beloved, whatever you speak of as prayer just happens. Prayer is not about doing something. Prayer is about being in such a way to place yourself into the initiating love of Christ. And to be able to identify that love in your life in such a way as to live in response to that love. And then we have prayer, which is life. And that's, in fact, Carmelite method. If there is one, that's for me what spirituality is about. So what I want to do now is to maybe say one or two more things about John and then proceed to see how he will identify the beloved in his life. I will look at it briefly. I'll let you take a breath and I'll look at it briefly, one level, and then we'll take a break and come back to say more. Okay. Just to say one more thing about the wonderful man. He was our first novice master. About 1569 or thereabouts, we had our first lot of novices. And how did he teach them to pray? This speaks heaps. So he'd take them for a walk into the countryside. I've never been the same, but they say that in ways it could be like Australia, hot. He would go and sit them under a tree and talk to them, not about prayer, but about Jesus Christ. And then he would say, go away, just wander for yourself, just walk. And as the sun is going down, we'll meet back at this tree and have some bread and cheese, and then go home. And off they'd go. And they'd come back, and they would talk about Jesus. They would talk about God. Because he would talk to them, then send them out. Because he knew from his experience that sending them out here into the countryside, in time, probably the Lord would touch them. Come back, I would talk. And this was, of course, intermingled with time in the chapel. Now, this wasn't the whole thing, but this was part of it. That wonderful thing of, finding ways to tap into. But it speaks heaps about the man and how he experienced God. Okay, take a breath for about 2 minutes. Stand up, and we'll say a few more things, and then we'll have a cup of coffee, and then we'll briefly, and then after that we'll move on to something else, because as usual I had a thought of what I was going to do today, and always I get behind time. But that's life. The first stanza of the spiritual canticle, stanza 1, is about 10 pages worth, and of itself it's a classic. It's one of those texts that I will read and reread and read and read and read and read and read. And every time I read it, I find something new in it. The commentary on the first stanza of the spiritual canticle, not very long, 10 pages. And it's one of the most wonderful things on the spiritual life. First stanza is this: where have you hidden, beloved, and left me longing? You fled like the stag after wounding me. I went out calling you when you were gone. This is not on the spiritual canticle, so I need to run past what I'd like to say. But what John is doing here, amongst many things, is situating the spiritual life and the life of following Christ. In this stanza, if you read it, what John will say is, where does the spiritual life begin? What initiates the spiritual life? What is the foundational movement of the spiritual life? And he says it's very simple. It is being loved by Christ. When you hear it, it's so obvious. It's about many things, but it's first and foremost about being loved by him. He loved us first. He loved us into being. He loved each of us, and part of our spiritual journey is coming to the appreciation and knowledge of how we are loved, really, by Christ. If you want to speak about what it is to come to an authentic humanity or to an authentic spirituality, part of it has to be growing in the knowledge of how I'm loved by Christ. Because the way that I'm loved by Christ is what makes me uniquely individual. Okay, we can talk about DNA and genetics and chromosomes and archetypes and complexes and all these things. It's the way humanity understands it. But from the perspective of Christ and spirituality, what makes me the man that I am, that I'm loved this way by God? Everything that I am is the way that it is because it's loved by God this way. I've got the problems I've got because God loves those problems that way. If He loved them another way, they'd be different. Kind of spiritually for John, it's grounded in that. It can't be any other way. And for him, as he begins looking at the spiritual life, everything which you are is this because you are loved by Christ. And if He wanted it different, He would love it differently. And you would be different. That doesn't mean that I don't have some working in my life and my life can change. But I remember talking to Ross once and I said, I've changed but I haven't changed. He said, that's right. You'll never change, but you will change. Kind of that foundation, who you are doesn't change, but we choose because we receive love and we give love. And it's in that receiving and loving that what I am foundationally can be transformed. The change which we speak about within the spiritual life is what we speak of as transformation in And for John then, the spiritual life must begin with being loved by Christ. Okay? But now, as we turn to John, it's being loved by Christ in how I experience that love. Okay? Because, it's a nice thing to say, but I need to begin to identify the experience of the love of Christ. Because if I can identify it, I might have the possibility of responding. Okay? And the truism of the spiritual life is you are being loved by Christ now. It's what I do with our men in formation. For me, it's if in their formation they can experience the reality of the love of Christ, they will then know how to respond. And then they'll know whether they're meant to be Carmelites. It's not about discerning this, discerning that. You can discern incorrectly, and you might discern that this, but you'll go nowhere. Now, our orders are full of people who have discerned that they're meant to be here, but there's no love of Christ. You think, you poor thing, what did you go through all of that for? But to be able to discern that you are loved and identify that you are loved and you know how to respond, then you grow and you will be transformed. Got it? And in John, now we begin by starting to identify where we are loved. And in John, in the spiritual life, the place where it first of all emerges, and this is already at a moment of the overflowing of the love of God, is when there is a dynamism of movement, we could call it. In the spiritual tradition, it's the place of desire. Desire is foundational to the spiritual life. And it's when somehow a person, let's put it at the most primordial moment, when a person experiences emptiness, when a person experiences incompleteness, it's when a person experiences the need of something but don't know what it is. Already, we know what it is, it's a need of God, okay? But the person who's experiencing doesn't yet know. Or they experience it as a need to bring justice where there's injustice. A need to bring truth when there's lack of truth. Within the Christian context, we know that justice is Christ. Truth is Christ. We know that, this is Christ. But, in the human context, that experience of complementarity through the opposite of the complement, I suppose is a way of putting it. Okay? To experience Let's put it another way. To experience a bowl of noodles because you want to eat it. That's the way you experience a bowl of noodles very profoundly. Is I want a bowl of noodles and I haven't got it. Okay? I want something, and very often at the beginning of the spiritual life, I want something and I don't know what it is. All I know is I haven't got it. I walk out there and the world's full of young people being driven by that. You want to know how to get young people, tap into that. I believe it's the only way to tap into the needs, because it's always been that. It's always been the only way to tap into, to bring people truly to the spiritual life. It's what we have at the beginning of John's Gospel. What were those two disciples looking for when they followed Christ? What are you doing? What do you want? They don't know. Where do you live? Stupid answer. Where do you live? I'll come and see. Because they don't know what they want. They think they know they want something, and they see Christ, and something inside them says, this might be what I want. They don't even know what they want, so they can't answer. They stay with him until they die. That's the first experience of Christ, which is why we identify this even as identifying the place of the Spirit even before we identify Christianity. We got that in the Vatican documents. Those who are searching after the truth are not outside the possibility of salvation because they are searching for Christ. What are they doing? We're not saying that they're trying to find the answer to the world. Within the context of the spiritual life, we're saying they are experiencing what they haven't got. Powerful thing. What initiates a spiritual life is experiencing within yourself what you haven't got. What a young man experiences when he meets the person that he probably will marry. Experiences by meeting her what he hasn't got. Experiences the need. Okay, and this is what we speak of as the desire. Now, the way we can speak about this in the spiritual life is almost like love is so being poured into the cup that it now overflows. And when it overflows, we experience the contents of the cup. Okay, this is already a moment in the spiritual life which is quite advanced, we might say. I mean, in terms of spiritual writings, it's right at the beginning, but in terms of the reality of the love of God, this is already an advanced moment. Because we are so thick that until the water overflows and we become wet, we don't experience anything. So this is already the overflowing of the love of God. But when we speak about it now specifically as about Christian spirituality, the person begins to identify this as somehow Christ in their life. They'll articulate it differently. They'll go to prayer meetings, they'll go to Bible studies, they'll come to the Aquinas Academy, they'll go to groups, they'll go to bookshops looking for books, because there's a need. And they express the need by their looking, by their searching. John will say, identify this in your life, because this is already an identification of Christ. But John, in his wonderful sensitivity, says, don't simply identify the dynamism, but identify the emotion behind the dynamism. What is it that you are looking for? And the answer invariably will be that thing alone which will satisfy me. Or more profoundly, that one, that person alone who will satisfy me. Indeed, in terms of what it is to be human, this is the dynamism which defines our humanity. Because we are driven by the desire for that one who alone will satisfy me. We are driven by that desire for that one. Theologically, this is why we can speak about human life spiritually, theologically, as inherently Trinitarian, because it's mirrored in the relationship of the Father and the Son. And as I said to you before, if you want to identify that aspect of Christ, which the contemplative spirituality of Carmel is about, it is about this relationship of the Father and the Son. Because at this point, John will suddenly become Trinitarian. If we've got time to look at it, we might. But it unfolds at this point into something wonderfully Trinitarian. Because John will say, you are defined by that desire. You are defined by what you don't have. But the wonderful thing is, you experience already what you don't have in the desire for what you don't have. Why? Because when you have something, you can identify that this is not what I want. At least this way you can identify the beloved. You can identify Christ early in the piece by what is not Christ, and know that there is more. And John will say, now tap into that. What is it that you have not got that you're identifying? What is that's behind that? What is it that holds you in place? What is it that is constituting you in life? What is it that's making you who you are? And he will say to you, the one that you seek dwells within you. What you seek, the beloved, is already within your soul, holding you in place. It is because of that you know that what you've got is not yet Christ. It is because of that you know that there is something more to life. It is because of that you live beyond hope. And he says, identify here now at the beginnings of the spiritual life what is happening within you. Because that already is an experience of the beloved. And John will now say, what is it that I seek? I seek the beloved. Not that I seek the beloved as a notion, but I seek the beloved because I seek what I already know but don't yet know. And you'll hear him using this kind of enigmatic language. I have what I don't yet have. This positive and the negative, which you'll find very strongly used in a different way in chapter 13 of the first book of the Ascent of Mount Carmel. We might look at that, I don't know. I mean, if you want, as we go on, we can give the whole of my time here to you on John of the Cross, but that leaves St. Teresa out. I mean, what do you do? But that's what's happening, okay? And now we have already an experience. We already now identify the beloved in our lives as the one who loves me, not simply loves me, but the one who loves me into my very existence. And in entering into my own existence by going within myself, I meet the beloved, not yet directly, but kind of in a hidden fashion. Let's try to identify it for you, because this is hard to do. A man meets this woman, this girl. This boy meets this girl. And somehow she is different to all the others. Not because she's more beautiful or more intelligent, but that he knows himself better through knowing her. Does that give you any indication of what it might mean? It's a wonderful thing about human relationships. Meet someone who is significant and they reveal to you who you are. Not because they tell you who you are, but just by being with them, you come to know yourself. More profoundly, this is in relationship with Christ. And at the beginnings of the spiritual life, in coming to know what you're not, you come to know Christ, the one who constitutes and holds you in place. And this is the one who John says this is my beloved. And for John, the word beloved is perhaps one of the most significant words he uses. I want you to write a book and call it just the beloved. You could do it on the whole of the works of John of the Cross, really. Because the beloved for John is the one that he experiences. It points to his experience of Christ as the one that he seeks, the one alone who will satisfy, the one that he already knows, but what he knows is so dissatisfying that his experience of Christ only makes him want Christ more. The one who, the experience of whom judges every other experience of his life. The one of whom the experience defines for him who he is. Let's stop for a coffee break, and then we can come back and talk about the beloved. We'll continue from where we were, which was, we finished by speaking of the beloved as an interior experience, really. And that interior experience is what John means by the beloved. John now uses this sense of beloved very powerfully, because in many ways, if you want to skim through where the beloved is used in the spiritual canticle, from one way of looking at it, he's going through different ways of experiencing Christ. And here he's speaking about a profound experience, an experience which is not like other experiences, but it's something by which you know. Perhaps one of the most significant ways that he speaks about this is in stanzas 4, 5 and 6, but mainly in 4 and 5 of the spiritual canticle. And these stanzas are, O woods and thickets planted by the hand of my beloved, O green meadow coated bright with flowers, tell me, has he passed by you? Pouring out 1,000 graces, he passed these groves in haste, and having looked at them with his image alone, clothed them in beauty. Very beautiful part of the spiritual canticle, very early part. Without going into too much of a story of what's happening so as to simply focus on the themes, we can imagine the soul searching for God. And it goes up through the mountains, kind of like Bernard of Clairvaux, barefooted walking through the snow in France, so the stories go. His mind and heart so set on God that he doesn't notice what he's looking at. It never happened to a discalced Carmelite. They'll be, falling over ledges and looking at things, be so beautiful. Bernard of Clairvaux kind of was so intent upon God that, he could have been walking down George Street as opposed to walking through the Alps would have made little difference. So, but for John of the Cross, no, look at things. But initially, when the soul is looking for the beloved, and we find this, especially with young people, that they're so focused in their looking that they don't find Christ. You find that with people looking for God. They're so looking and focused that they can't see Him. They look past Him. We find that in people who are so zealous for the church. They're so focused on, people. I know the way I like Mass, but I know that's the way I like Mass, and that doesn't stop other people from. The thing about Mass is it's Mass, but you can be so focused on the way Mass is said that you miss the point of Mass and you've missed the Lord. And for me, it's such a horrible kind of shame. Some people come and talk to me and say, "Oh, Father, your Mass was so nice, and you know how they do it at this place?" And I say, "But it's a pity, isn't it?" I say, "Yes, it is." No, I say, "It's a pity because you go there and you miss Christ. Because He's still there. Okay, you might have liked the way the Mass is said. Fine, but the Lord is still there. The shame of it is that you miss Him." They look at me and they walk away wondering because they can't deny what I'm saying to them. Because in faith they have to accept that the Lord is there. Shame of it is that you've missed the Lord. That's the way some people can be, so focused in the wrong way that they miss God altogether. And in John's poem, the soul sets out a bit like a Bernard of Clairvaux. Now, if a Cistercian hears this, I'll have a letter sent to me saying, this is not Bernard of Clairvaux. So let's say the person's walking through the mountains, so looking for the beloved, that is not interested in what's there to be seen, all the beauty of the mountains. But I'm looking for Jesus Christ, and I'm not interested in what's to be seen, because it's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for Christ. There comes a moment which in the writings of someone like Edith Stein will be the moment of contemplative insight. There comes a moment when the soul sees something else. And the soul suddenly exclaims in John's poem and looks out and sees, at least in the poem, the beauty of nature and recognizes here something of the beloved. Okay? It's something which in some sense we've all experienced, isn't it? To experience something of the beauty of creation, whether it's in the natural beauty of creation or the man-made beauty of creation, which is like art, music, poetry, literature. That's man-made beauty. It's still part of the beauty of creation because because in the mind of God, it's still appreciated in the same way under the name of beauty. How do we speak about things in terms of human emotion? There's always that connectedness between human emotion and divine possibility. Unless you've made that connection when you're looking at other parts of the human person, especially if you're inclined to look in terms of psychology, if you don't make the connection between the human emotion and the divine possibility, you'll almost certainly, I think, from the Carmelite perspective, get something wrong, but that's another story. But the soul goes and suddenly looks at the world and finds beauty. You know what I mean, don't you? I don't have to labour that point. But what I want to labour, first of all, now is what it's not. It's not what St. Thomas Aquinas writes about, which is to say that every human being has the capacity to see the beauty of creation and in that moment of wonder to acknowledge the Creator. This is precisely what John is not writing about. And that's what most people think he's writing about. He's not saying, look at that, this is so wonderful, someone must have made this. There is a force in the world so wonderful that this is in place. Or I'm sitting here and I'm at one with the universe. This is not what John is writing about. And when people read John here, it's what people naturally say that it is. They fall into a kind of creation theology, which has its place, because someone as profound and as important in the Church's theological history as St. Thomas Aquinas writes about it. So we'll leave that for other people to talk about. I'm here talking to you about John of the Cross. There's something more wonderful happening here. And it's something which is tapped into that which I have and do not yet have. It's that sense of tapping into identifying within myself that which constitutes me, that which is part of the eternal mystery of who I am, that which I know not and yet know at the same time. That which is me and yet which is not yet me because it's that which I'm called to be. That which I love, that by which I am loved even more profoundly. That beloved who dwells within me. That by which, when I'm brought into the presence of beauty, I can identify because I find myself. That by which, in the presence of the beautiful, I come to a more profound experience of myself. This is the beloved that John is talking about when he says, "O woods and thickets planted by the hand of my beloved." At the first movement, and this is only the first movement of John, the soul is looking for the beloved. The soul is looking for Christ. And this experience is an experience that's not a natural theological experience of sitting out down and saying, this is beautiful. It is fundamentally the soul which is seeking the beloved. And suddenly, in the experience which it has had 1,000 times again and again and again, I have seen the sunset here, and I've been brought to peace, and I give praise to God, and all these things. And suddenly, this time, there's a difference. Because this time, that deepest part of me, which is the beloved holding me in being, it is from there that I now experience this moment. And in this moment of meeting, I say and I experience. What do I experience here? I experience myself. Because I experience, in this experience, what has been given to me and which is profoundly within me. This is a different kind of experience to the way that we normally speak about the beauty of nature, the beauty of art. It's, well, it is now moving towards something which we speak about as a contemplative experience. Because it's profoundly an experience of truth. It's profoundly an experience in which the one who experiences it will also at that same moment so often experience more profoundly than ever their own sinfulness. Because it's an experience of God. Okay, I mean within the contemplative experience, the experience of God always goes with an experience of my own sinfulness. Which is why Teresa's constantly speaking about herself as a sinner. And speaking about how miserable she is, and on the other hand, how wonderful God is. Okay? I mean, it's not surprising that these two experiences go together. Because what we're talking about here is I'm trying to take you very quickly to give you a taste of John very quickly into the profundity of his experience. Okay? This then is the beloved that he experiences. Now what is this beloved which he experiences, which is why what's happening here is so very, very exciting in its own way. Because John asks implicitly, because it's the question behind the answer which he gives, which you'll find in the last paragraph of the commentary on stanza 5 of the Canticle, when he speaks about, in raising Christ up, God beautified the whole of creation in Christ, and in Christ everything is beautified, not partially, but fully, because he took on everything which I am, which is not simply what I am, but he took on in himself what it is to be creaturely. That whole wonderful contrast, which you find if you want to understand Augustine, I believe you have to understand his experience of created and uncreated. That's really the paradigm behind Augustine. The Confessions is the very early work. And people think of Augustine, our hearts are made for you and we shall not rest until our hearts rest in you, that kind of thing. But really the Augustinian experience, which is part of the experience which John picks up, is the experience, the ongoing experience within the individual of the created and uncreated together. Which in fact, within the spiritual life is the reality of who I am. I am both created and uncreated. At the deepest part of who I am created, my own soul, and uncreated because it is the divine person which holds me in being. Okay? And that's which is the thing which I believe Augustine struggles with. Over and over and over again to his dying day, he's struggling with that. Creature and God, which is not God out there and creature here, but creature and God within myself. Part of the mystery of what it is to be human. And this is what John now begins to tap into. This extraordinary experience of creature and the uncreated, but together in me at once. And what John does now, because he's this extraordinary mind, a powerful mind. And what he does, and which is why when Hans Ernst von Balthasar looks at what he calls the lay styles, he's looking at the way beauty is expressed, and he looks at how it's done in a lay style, not in a religious style. So therefore, not in terms of theology. One of the people he alights upon is John of the Cross. In that volume, you'll also find Gerard Manley Hopkins and people like that. And he says the wonderful thing about John is the fact that we have the coming together in beauty of the Christian life. Faith and love being expressed here. Because what's behind happening in John is a simple question, which you'll find is the question behind stanza 5 of the Canticle. What is it that happens when I have a response to what is beautiful? Because when you look at human life, the response to the beautiful and the ugly are the most profound human responses. You know, evil and suffering are responses to ugliness, really. And when a person has that experience, it goes deeply with them and it can break their life. And really the only way to drive this from them is by having beauty come in and drive it out. John stands by this very strongly. He gets it from Plato. The Phaedo is where you'll find it in Plato, where Plato says, within a unity which is within a one, what I gave to our postulants a few weeks ago, to think about what it means to speak of things as one. Great mystery. That I'm different to my chair. We're not one. Greg on the chair is not one, but the mystery of what it is that makes something one. And within something which is one, and John picks up on it from Plato, the powerful thing about the things which really matter. Contraries cannot exist together in the one. And when there is ugliness and evil and suffering within a person's soul, the only thing which will drive it from the soul, John will say, and I believe with him, is the opposite. Of course, you can have therapy and all these things. That brings about an understanding. But only beauty will drive it from the soul. because beauty is the window to love for John. Beauty is that window which opens the soul to the love of God, most humanly. Because when you look at the human person, the two areas of profound response are suffering, ugliness, evil, love, joy, beauty. And beauty is the access. Beauty is that access. And so John now looks at beauty. What is it? What's happening? Because if we can see what's happening, we can tap in the place of the beloved within, the beloved without, and start to see what it is and start to tap into the horizon of what it is. I was hoping then to eventually look at Scripture and what disposition this means for the spiritual life, but we won't get there. Sorry. I'm becoming long-winded like all discount Carmelites. What's happening? Imagine that there is a most delicate rose on the table, and it's early morning, you're going to Mass. Sun's just beginning and it's cool. And it hasn't yet opened. You know that the rose which is about to open, I think that's always beautiful. When it's fully open, it looks like it's going to fall apart. A fully open rose, I don't like. But a rose which is about to open, there's hope and possibility, and the beauty is about to happen. And you look at that, a beautiful rose. Why am I enjoying the rose? Why am I being lifted in spirit as I look upon the rose? It's a similar question to the question of why is this good? Or the question that Thomas Aquinas asked, why is this true? In the De Veritate question 1, in one of the responses to the objections, he tries to answer the question, why is something true? And he gives the most profound answer. Why is this true? And his answer is because God knows it. What is true is what God knows. Remember, we're not speaking philosophy here, we're speaking always within the context of our belief in the area of spirituality. Why is this true? It's true because God knows it. Whatever God knows is true. And if it's not true, God doesn't know it. Okay? It's as simple as that. Why is this good? God saw all that he had made, and indeed it was very good. God saw everything and he wanted it. Why is this beautiful? And this is more wonderful. Because God saw this rose. God sees this rose now, and God delights in the rose. God leaps for joy. God looks at the rose and kind of his heart misses a beat, if God's heart could miss a beat. And he enjoys the rose. Why? Because it is a divine attribute to enjoy. God enjoys his creation. We have that given to us in the Scriptures. The delight that God has in his creation. God delights in you. It was in today's gospel. God delights in the return of a sinner. That's what he's saying. The delight of God, the extravagance, the obsessiveness of God to go sweeping out a house looking for a penny. The delight of God and the angels that God has in each of us. The delight that God has when he sees this rose. Because I made it, and I made it so that I might enjoy my own creation. You don't think about God as enjoying. What's God? Peculiar God that sits like a blob. The unmoved mover. Leave that to the Dominicans. That's not, discounts Carmelite. I'm not interested in that at all. An unmoved mover. God is so moved that he died for me. That unmoved mover. No. Rubbish. Might be true, but I don't know what it means. More to the point, I don't know what an unmoved mover means. God is the one who made the whole of creation. The relationship between the Creator and the uncreated, and the created is this. The Creator delights in the creation. And the Father delights in this rose. How does he delight? What's the nature of his delight? It's clear. With the same delight that he delights in his Son. Because it is in delighting in his Son that he delights in creation. Because creation, as Irenaeus would tell us, creation is only complete when the second person becomes man. And it is manifest profoundly in its fullness when he is resurrected. And that is creation. Which is why the seventh day of creation is not a day of creation, it's a day of rest. The seventh day of creation points to Holy Saturday. It is something by which creation is prolonged until Christ's rest in the earth on Holy Saturday, so that creation is fulfilled and completed in the resurrection of Christ. Creation begins, and there we have Christ resurrected. And it is in the resurrected Christ that God delights. And at every moment then, God is delighting in his creation as he delights in the Son. And I am made in the image and likeness of God as a human being. That means as a person. What makes me a person? I share the divine attributes. What makes me a person? Because to be a person means that I may be loved personally and I might love personally, which makes me almost an equal with God. And it means, therefore, the possibility to share. Every human possibility is a sharing in a divine attribute. Every human wrong is a distortion of a divine attribute within me. And in beauty, when I find something beautiful, I, at that very moment, share in the divine delight. God delights in this rose, and because God delights in that rose, I may share that delight at this moment and delight at the same time. But what does the Father delight in, John will say? Always only in the beloved, his Son. And when I find beauty and I delight in this spiritual life, it is a delighting in the beloved, which I identified because the beloved dwells within me. And there's almost through this moment of beauty and a delight, I'm drawn into the life of the Trinity. True delight, true response to beauty, for me as a Carmelite, is always about Trinitarian life. There's no other way for it to be. It's the most wonderful thing. It's about every day. Every day delight in something, and every day you grow in the beloved. Every day you meet Christ. Extraordinary thing. And that's what John, and which is why when we look at Carmelite spirituality, because I have to start tying up because it's coming up to midday, it's always founded in profound experience. It's not founded in notions or thoughts. We don't begin with sinfulness. We don't begin with let's try to pray. We don't begin with understand these words of the gospel, even though we still speak of the primacy of the gospel. But we begin with experiencing Christ in my humanity. Experiencing Christ where I am, because Christ, I am loved in my humanity into existence. And it is in my humanity that I'm loved. And therefore, in the expression of my own humanity is where I find God. And the beginning of the spiritual life, especially for St. John of the Cross, then is to identify where these things are within my life. To identify Christ in my experience. Because if I can find Christ, I can follow. If I can't find Christ, I'm following an idea. Okay, and fear following an idea. John of the Cross has a marvellous saying where he says, what would it be like if on the last day, this always troubles me and I always have to try to keep this before me. If on the last day we appear before Christ and he looks at me and I say, I've done all these things. He says, well done, you've done all these things. You've done lots of things for me, I know. But you know, the one thing I always wanted you to do was the one thing you didn't do. Oh, it's an awful saying, isn't it? You know, I did this, I did all these things. I was novice master, and I'm, look at all these men that I had as novices. They're all saints. And he says, but the one thing I wanted you to do was the one thing you didn't do. The importance of being centered on God in the spiritual life and finding God and identifying Christ in your life. Because once you can identify Christ, he becomes, as St. Teresa was told, the book by which you will learn to follow Christ. We have to be careful that we don't become ideologues and follow ideas. Identify. It means to be one with. Or it depends how I've been using it. Identify, I could have been using it to mean find. You have to stop me as I use it. How was I using it? Oh, that means to find Christ in your life. To find, what I mean by that is to find where He's touching your life. Okay? It's not to look in your life and see Him physically there, but to see what He is touching in your life. First of all, by the experience of the touch. Next week, we might see how to identify that. One way, for example, is when He loves a certain part of your life, you experience something else. You might experience melancholia because He's touching something. You might experience anger because He's touching something. You might experience joy because He's touching something. And part of the power of John of the Cross is, and this is what he writes in the Ascent of Mount Carmel, books 1 and 2 in particular, he shows that if you're experiencing this, maybe the Lord is touching that. And to enter through that experience to what the Lord is touching. But even beyond that, you can most of us through our memories can look back and see how we have been loved by Christ, to see where He's been there, to see where He's been true, where He has not given up on us when I've given up on Him. You know, for St. Teresa, one thing which was always clear was the way that our Lord always stood by His word. I swore an oath to David, and I will not go back in my word. I have sworn to stand by you and be with you forever, and I will not go back in my word. You may turn away from me as you want, but I will always be there. I will always be calling you. You know, we're told, knock and the door will be open, search and you will find. The opposite is the truth. You know, as if I'm the one that's knocking and searching. He is always knocking on my door. He is always knocking. He never gives up. And eventually I open it. And He's always been there. I've turned from Him and He has kept knocking on the door. It's true, isn't it? It's the story of the way Christ is present in our lives. It's a funny kind of parable. People think, oh, just ask harder. I read that and I think to myself, this is so ironic. Because the real truth is that He keeps on knocking at the door until I open it. And I think I should keep knocking on the door till He opens it. You know, the irony of that parable. So that's what I mean by identify at this point at least, is to see where He is in our life. But one of the wonderful ways is in our response to the beautiful. And always have that in your spiritual life. A prayer life without beauty is a peculiar prayer life. It just doesn't make sense. A prayer life which is only penance just doesn't make sense. Penance is there because in the beauty of God you see your own failings, and you do penance to rectify, to balance your failings. But a prayer life is not penance for the sake of it. John says, examine your life and for every failing do a penance. But if you're doing it for no reason, you only become proud, stupid. You know, that balance which has to be there to see. One thing that I'll just end with, you know, for me, how would you read scriptures from this Carmelite perspective? Always enjoy them. You don't read the Gospels the way Michael and I have to. So you come up with a homily and think, what am I going to say next about this? I mean, it kills the scriptures. It's the worst way to read them. You read it because it's like going to an old friend and you enjoy it. Read the Gospels like you would putting on a record to listen to music that you like. And enjoy it. You listen to music that you enjoy for no reason other than you want to. Read the Gospels for no other reason other than you want to read it because you enjoy it. Then that Word of God becomes like the rose. Because God delights in the Word. The Word mediates Christ. And when you find the beauty of the Word of God, you are sharing the delight of God. There is, again, a real sharing. Just as I said, every time you experience something beautiful, what's happening is you're sharing God's experience. That's why you can delight and enjoy the beautiful. How more powerful when what you're sharing with God is His own word. It's the only way to read the gospel. When anyone comes on retreat to me, it's the first thing I ask them to do is to pick it up and read it the right way. There are many ways of reading it, but to me it's the only reason that you want to read it. And then the word becomes the medium of a divine sharing. And when there is this sharing, it's the sharing of a divine attribute, which is therefore also one of my own attributes. And in that I'm made more human, more real, more divine. Glory be to the Father, and to the Son, and to the Holy Spirit, as it was in the beginning, is now, and ever shall be, world without end. Amen. Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Any questions or comments? This today, in my mind, I wanted to look at, in John of the Cross, the place of light. Next week, I'll try to look at the place of darkness, which is the other side of John, which is very powerful, because largely what it will be is, I've tried to show you how to experience God in light. Next week, to try to find the experience of God in the opposite of it. Again, it's just trying to find God. But I haven't given you the attitude which is necessary to do this. I don't know. We might have to take a bit out of St. Teresa from the following week. Questions, comments?
Are we as Christians specially chosen in this, in what you're talking about? Because if you said that I think you said something like this, that we're what we are because of the way God loves us. So we've been specially gifted as Christians, have we? Are we starting from that premise or not?
Undeniably so. From another perspective, every human being is especially chosen by God. The care that's gone in you better turn that microphone off too, otherwise you might get some crossover. Every human being is especially chosen by God, because every human being starts out with a history. And that history is being Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Mary, Queen of Carmel, St. Teresa, St. John of the Cross, Father, Son, and Holy Spirit. Before we begin, are there any questions from last week? I've got yours, that's fine. Any other questions? I hope that means that everything from last week was clear rather than it was so obscure I couldn't even begin to manufacture a question. How did that happen? That fell off. That's not important. Okay. Last week we had a go at looking at the place of, I suppose, light in St. John of the Cross, which we didn't finish, but that's life, I suppose. Life ends without being finished. So we'll move on. It had occurred to me to continue on from that, but there are so many things that we could cover. It's probably better to move on to something slightly different. And so today, in looking at John of the Cross, we'll look at another aspect of John, which is darkness. It's that part for which he seems to be most well known. It's a pity about that, because it ends up kind of having the man being understood through a caricature, because you can't understand darkness in John unless you understand light, because light is God. Light has come into the world, and it will not be overcome by the darkness. And really, in many ways, when we look at darkness in John of the Cross, it's a different way of looking at life, the realities that we live in such a way that we can live through faith the presence of God in all things. Okay, which we'll start to look at today. The first thing that I want to draw your attention to is a very simple paragraph which you'll find in the commentary to the first stanza of the Spiritual Canticle. And John puts it very simply at the beginning, and this is to be found in paragraph 4. It's a very important paragraph. It's right at the beginning of his commentary on the Spiritual Canticle, I believe, because John thinks that this must be said. Because unless this is understood at the beginning, you will always misinterpret your own spiritual life. It's a danger. It's better not to be interested in understanding where you are spiritually than to misinterpret, because if you get it wrong, you'll go way off the track. And it's better to know nothing and just plod along knowing nothing than to get it wrong and plod along the wrong way. So this is what he says, and it's very important advice. I'll read it as he puts it and then give a few thoughts on it, and then we'll move on. It must be understood that if a person experiences some grand spiritual communication or feeling or knowledge, he should not think that his experiences are similar to the clear and essential vision or possession of God, or that the communication, no matter how remarkable it is, signifies a more notable possession of God or union with Him. It should be known also that if all these sensible and spiritual communications are wanting, and a person lives in dryness, darkness, and dereliction, he must not thereby think that God is any more absent than in the former case. A person actually cannot have certain knowledge from the one state that he is in God's grace, nor from the other that he is not. Powerful thing, he says. And it's a thing never to forget. You cannot know unless you're in spiritual marriage or something like that. But let's not worry about that. We're not going to be talking about that. If we get to that part in Teresa, we might. But you can't know on the basis of how you feel, how you stand in the presence of God. The obvious instance to give to prove that is, when was our Lord feeling the worst? When he was the closest to the Father. And he was dying on the cross. There's no sense that you can say, when was he in fact doing the will of his Father in heaven? When was he in fact most pleasing to his Father? When was the Father most present, obviously, to the Son? Was when he was on the cross just before he died, and he cried out, "Where are you?" Okay? So when we look at the Gospels, it's quite clear that in terms of Jesus, when he was closest to the Father was when he felt most away, not so much away, when he felt most keenly the apparent absence of the Father. It's an important thing to keep in mind. It means, therefore, to look at the positive side. When you think that you're almost being taken up to the highest heavens, you might be a long way from God. And when you think that God's away and life is such a disaster, God could be closer to you than you think. Because you must remember the words of St. Augustine. I looked for you outside myself, but you were closer to me than I was to myself. Very powerful things. John, of course, is in the tradition that moves on from St. Augustine. Okay, so be very careful. And also don't seek to have a sense of where you are on the spiritual path. What's the point? It doesn't help you. The main thing is that you continue to strive to focus on Christ and move away from things that hold you back towards God. But knowing where you are is not good. I often say to people who come to me trying to discern, I say to them, you're wanting to know God's will is a great temptation, because you will never know it. It's given to you there in the Gospels, and that's sufficient. Desire to do the will of God. If you knew the will of God the way Jesus knew the will of God, you probably would have run away at the garden. Better not to know and simply want to do the will. I don't really want to know God's will for me, because I'm sure that if I did, I'd drop my bundle now and run away. Because on one level, it only seems to get worse. On another level, it gets better. But I think many of you know what I mean. And it's that great temptation in today's world, which is a desire for certainty. The certainty which, living in the presence of God, we are not able to have because we live by faith. And a love which is born from faith is a love which goes beyond what I feel, what I want, and how I am. And that's why John says, don't look at these things. Unfortunately, we can't help but look at them, which is why we'll now turn to see what he says about the nights. But that's to kind of give some kind of perspective to what we're looking at. Okay? And as we will see, there is a way of looking at how I feel and learning what to do with it or what not to do with it. And at the very worst scenario, which is the most difficult scenario, learning that all I have to do is to continue, to persevere sometimes, depending upon how things are. Okay, so first thing, the way you feel is neither here nor there. As John says, it doesn't matter how good things are, don't get too puffed up because things will turn the other way later on. And he says also, it doesn't matter how bad things are, remember, it will not always be like this. So it's something to hold on to at any time. There's always that sense in which the way that I feel, in many ways, is learning how to love God in the fullness of my humanity. Because it's the reality of what it is to be human, isn't it? To have ups and downs, concerns and all these things. While, as St. Teresa says, while you are in this world, remember you're not angels. Okay? So long as you need to eat and sleep, expect to have ups and downs and all these other things. Because these are the demands of the reality of real life. And part of what the spiritual life is, in John's terms, is learning how to love God as God wants to be loved, because I don't know how to love God. That means in every aspect that I find myself in, if I am feeling joyful, I must learn to love God in joy. If I am worried, I must learn to love God in worry. If I am sad, I must learn to love God in sadness. Otherwise, what does it mean to love God? I have to wait until that perfect moment when everything is in order to love God. You'd be lucky to do it for 30 seconds of the year. It makes a real joke of being a Christian, doesn't it? The terrible thing is so many people think otherwise. They think that unless they're on the top of the world, there's something wrong. But look at the Gospels. Where did you see Jesus on the top of the world? He, the Son of God. At what moment in the Gospels do you see him, in fact, ecstatically happy? Funny thing. Look at the Gospels and see what kind of man you meet. And you don't meet the kind of man that you think you should become in order to pray, in order to be a Christian. Okay? So that's John's first thing. So let's now, with that in place, move on and begin to see what he's saying. Remember last week, I began by looking at John in the tower and seeing in the midst of all these other things which we would take to be, where are you, God? What have I done? Why are you punishing me? Where are you? Come and help me. Okay? They would be the kind of things that people would generally think if you were being whipped and all these other things happening. But in John, as we saw, there was a deeper experience, the experience which was happening at the substance of his soul, the experience of the beloved, which enabled him to write the bulk, 3/4 of the poem, the Spiritual Canticle. So we saw something else was happening there. A deeper, more profound reality. At least at this point, as we move on, we can say this, that what John shows us in his life is that life is more than the way it seems. Life is more than the way it feels. Because there is a deeper truth, a deeper reality to that. You are not the way you are. You're not your bad temper, thank God. Okay? Adolescents growing up are not kind of irresponsibility. That's a stage they go through. That's not who they are. It's this stuff which is on the outside, which is so often that part of me that impinges upon me most immediately, I know very clearly is not me. Otherwise, I would never want to be otherwise than I experience myself. It's an extraordinary thing to reflect upon. To want to be other than the way I experience myself as I am now. already implicitly points to something else. Either that or my desire is completely off the point, which means, we're all living in a bizarre way. But, we have that sense in which, I know that there is more. I know that stuff which was in John. Behind his experience then was a deep experience of God, his beloved. Which means that as we will start to look at things, it doesn't matter what the experience is, what John will say to us. If you can go through that experience and beyond it, you will always find Christ. You will always find Christ. If you can go through the experience and beyond, you'll always find Christ. Because when he looks at me, he looks beyond what you see to love me. And what he looks beyond so as to come to the reality of who I am, and thereby there to love. And it's part of the problem of living, of being here on earth now, of the spiritual life, is that we tend to live not below the externals, but we tend to live in the externals. We tend to live in what's immediately touching me. We tend to live in the immediacy of this present experience. Okay? Now, you know that in some things, because of our experience, we know that the immediacy of the experience is what I have to go through. You know that very well. For example, if you want to train to run in the next marathon at the Olympics, when you start feeling tired, you know you have to keep running. Okay, you know it's natural to feel tired. But it won't hurt me to go beyond the tiredness, because if I want to achieve what I'm going for, I must go beyond that tiredness. You know that if you want to study and graduate in something, that you want to go out, but I have to stay here on this seat and read. I know that. I can't do otherwise, even though every fibre of my body wants to be away from here and doing something else. I know that somehow this experience is something which I must go through. Okay? We know these things in so many places. We know also that our basic desires are not simply things that are meant to be satisfied. And we know that in the ordering of our life that we experience certain desires and we say no. Why? And yet if we were to live simply by the immediacy of our experience, what would happen to Australia? Even, what would happen to anything? These things are simply human things I'm talking about now. Okay? If every time you felt angry with someone you went and hit them on the head, I've never had that desire to go and hit someone on the head or murder someone, but some people do have this thing, throttle them. Now, if you did that every time you felt angry, goodness me, either you'd be in jail or everyone would keep 100 yards away from you, 100 meters away, and no one would come anywhere near you. You don't live by the immediacy of your experience. You don't come to God through the immediacy of what you're experiencing now. John turns now to in one part, which is what I want to now turn to in the brief time we have today, to look at one aspect which is spoken of as nights or darkness. Because these are the things which bother people. Which I suppose is why people look at him and they think of the dark night with John. I don't like the word dark night because it's picked up a very popular sense, which is quite far away from what John writes. When John speaks about the dark night, fundamentally, if you want to understand it very simply, it is the necessity. It's part of it's the experience in the spiritual life which is involved in the necessity to go beyond the immediacy of what's impinging upon me now, so as to move according to the way that I'm being loved by God into the presence of God. An example of that, like the one I gave, in order to graduate in whatever you're studying, You must move from the immediacy of the desire to leave this table and go and do something else. Through that, through the difficultness and the darkness of study. Darkness because it is a difficulty, it is something which you don't want to do, it's something which is afflictive, so as to go beyond that, to have the freedom of what that study will give you. Okay? That's why the wonderful thing which is spoken about, the freedom of the sons and daughters of God, is a powerful thing. We have to go through a certain darkness or night, which is experience, and we'll turn to darkness in just a moment as to why he uses, but we must go through it in order to come to a point of freedom, which is never in this life a point of complete freedom. Okay? It's always an ongoing sense. Now, why does John use the word darkness? Well, imagine you were coming up in the lift and suddenly power cut. Okay, and it's night time, so it's dark, and the lift eventually gets to the 5th floor and opens. Michael says, 5th floor, you've made it, just walk out of the lift. And you think, is there a step? Has the lift stopped level to the ground? And where are the chairs? Where are the tables? How will you walk out of that lift into a dark room? What would your experience of darkness be? Many things. You'll be afraid. You'll be uncertain. You'll be kind of obsessive, some of you might be. Many things. And above all else, there'll be the difficulty in coping with what is unfamiliar. This is what the word darkness conjures up. This is what John means when he uses the word dark. Okay? It's a powerful image. But it's not just an image of no light, it's the image of all that happens when I'm plunged into darkness. And don't just think that you're sitting down and, oh, it's all dark. No, what happens when you walk into a dark room? That will probably put in place so many of the complexities that John wants to gather into this word darkness. Okay? And that means that there are many ways of experiencing darkness. It has many meanings and many ways in which it impacts upon our life. There are many darknesses. There's no such thing as the dark night. Technically, there are 4 of them. I'll name them, but I won't go into them because we won't have time. It'll take time to work through them. For those of you who are interested to look, there are 4. The 2 nights. One is of spirit, one is of sense. There's the active night of sense, the active night of spirit, the passive night of sense, and the passive night of spirit. I think I'll just leave it at that because I could go in but then it becomes very technical. But just for the sake of, for those of you who know something about it, as you write them down, you'll see the difference is in some of them activity is needed and some of them passivity is needed, and some of them it's about my spirit, in other parts it's about my senses, my body. If you want to talk about them later on, we might talk about them at a question time or something, but I don't think it's helpful to go plowing into that now because there are things that I would have needed to cover, which I won't have time to do. So, let's now turn to this experience of night. And first of all, see what's really happening in this night and what God is doing in these things which come upon us. Let's take the first kind of darkness or night which happens to, and you know, these nights are not things which happen to holy people only, they happen to everyone, certainly by the age of 4. The first night descends upon this little kid when it becomes clear that he can't have his own way. It is a dreadful night that some people never get over. You can't have your own way. I want to have my own way. It's a terrible, afflictive thing. Just look at them. They're yelling and they're screaming. Do you think they're having fun? Do you think that they're thinking this is a luminous experience? You know, it's a darkness because it's unfamiliar. They're only ever used to having their own way. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to respond. It must be one of the most dreadful. It's very hard to remember that kind of experience, but I'm sure it must have been horrible. Let's look at children. And then they come again and they kick and scream and whatever. I really don't know what parents do. I think I would have been a terrible father because I think I would have just kept on giving in. I don't know how it would have been a terrible darkness for me. I would have known what to do, with all the things that people are saying, how to bring up children these days. I would have been plunged into a dreadful night if I'd had children. But it happens already with children. And you hope by the time they're 21, they've got over that. Look at the time it takes. Some of them get to 50 and they haven't got over it. The next kind of night which comes upon a person is once they hit puberty. It's a different kind of night, but they don't know what to do with this particular appetite. And it can be a great darkness. Self-will is one appetite only. Lust is another appetite. That sense in which here we're not looking at anything spiritual yet, we're only looking at things which are quite simply natural. The darkness of what it is to be simply human. Of learning to be a human being. What my grandmother told me, she died at the age of 79 in 1975. She said, she said to me in Chinese, the hardest lesson in life is to learn to be a human being. I didn't know what she meant. I know now, at least I think I'm beginning to know now what she meant. We're not even talking about God yet. Okay? Just to be human, we have to go through darknesses and nights. I have lots of young people coming and of course, the area of lust and so on, sexuality is a big issue for them. I said, look, be patient with yourself. You were 5 and you were called to come to terms with self-will, and you haven't got to terms with that yet. So don't expect to come to terms with this so quickly yet either. Just be patient. Everything takes its time. And you have to die through it. Come up the other side. It's not as bad as dying through it. Yet in a real sense it is. It's what the reality of life. But then we come now to the area where kind of these nights and darknesses are what we look for in John. Because this other part that I've spoken about, you don't need John of the Cross, although he has a whole book on it, which is the first book of the Ascent of Mount Carmel. It's about this first part. Very powerful, very powerful. I meet Jungian people and they read the first book of the Ascent and they can't get over what's in there. And I say, yeah, there we go. You didn't need Jung, but Jung brings a lot of wonderful thoughts, but I was talking with a Jungian person the other day, and I think that there'd be a lot in a meeting between a really kind of praying Christian Jungian and someone who knows John. A wonderful dialogue to be put in place. Because of the way John understands appetites and the powers behind the appetites. There's a lot of similarity, I think, without knowing Jung. I'm only speaking from, because I've got a vague idea about John, but nothing much about the other fellow. So now we move on to the next part, which is how darkness impacts in the spiritual life. What is darkness in the spiritual life? Why does it happen there? How do we identify what we mean by darkness? To put it simply, it is the experience, I suppose, it can be expressed in a number of ways, of thinking we had God and now not having God. Or the experience simply of an absence, or an experience of a profound experience of sinfulness. Many things of that nature are the kind of experience which tap into what's generally spoken of as darkness in terms of the spiritual life. Even as I speak about them, you can already get the sense that if only you could turn that experience around, the experience is already obliquely pointing to God. An experience of an absence of God it's got God in the statement, hasn't it? Okay? The experience of my sinfulness really is an experience of God, obviously, because otherwise you won't speak of it as sinfulness. Okay? The experience of inability is already an experience which is pointing towards an ability. Okay? Then there is another kind of experience for which even words can't be placed. A kind of simply dryness, aridity, because it's a different kind of experience. It's a kind of experience in which there is a profoundly deep desire in the midst of a different kind of thing. But so there are many kinds of experience of darkness, which, because I've only got this talk to give it, I can't go through things as I would like to, but just try to name a sense of what these experiences are, and after the break we might come back to look at some of them specifically, to give some suggestions that John will give in relation to them. Now, what is the foundation within John's thinking of this experience? Why does it happen? Why is it that, some people, as they begin following Christ, there's always this sense of, God's in my life. You meet young people who have discovered Christ, and kind of, after a while, the enthusiasm gets a bit grating. I've got this group of young Carmelites, and sometimes they say, Father, I was in the taxi the other day, and I was telling the taxi driver about Jesus Christ, and I felt like saying, oh, the poor taxi driver. I hope you gave him a tip, I said to him anyway, without saying the poor taxi driver. My first question, did you give him a tip? Because I thought he probably needed the tip. It's a good way to make sure he won't take you around a circle a few times. He'll get you there as quickly as can be. But I mean, there's that sense in which kind of, an experience of Christ at one level, because the experiences at the immediacy and in a similar place to all my other experiences. There's a way of trying to place where is my experience of God. The interesting thing to do sometimes, it's not about darkness, but do it one day. Try and look back in your life and where you are now, and try to place where my present and where my past experiences of God have been. And you'll see that to speak about the experience of God is almost a ridiculous thing to do, because it's almost a meaningless word. Because there are so many different ways and profundities of experience. And you will also note somehow that the more exterior the experience, the more enthusiastic and gathered up the response is. The more profound the experience, the more quiet the response is. The more gentle the response is. A different kind of thing. I just throw that to you because that's the content of another kind of talk. But as to where the experience is to where God is touching. And where God is touching is where the response comes from. Okay? But let's go back to darkness then. We start off with some kind of experience of God, and we struggle through different things, and then we start to pray, and the wonderful thing about beginning prayer is it seems right. Okay? It seems right. And we go and do it. We organise our life, and we seem to be able to get it there. Seem to be able to get it in place. Wonderful thing. Our novices and people like that come along, but they wonder why some of these older fellows are finding it kind of forgot now. Pray again. But we think, but it's great. Old Father Hilary is 72 years professed, and we asked him his profession, what's it like? Only gets darker, he said. Which went, we said. We were hoping you would say something else. We would have something to look forward to. No, he said, only gets darker. We have to learn to love God. Part of what the life of prayer is about, of course, which is where darkness and night taps in, if we want to understand it. We can only understand nights and darknesses in relation to what prayer is. That will become to answer your question shortly. It always is within the context of prayer. And prayer is about coming into that relationship with God which our humanity demands. It's not simply that relationship which He wants of us or which we desire, but that for which we are made. My humanity demands a certain relationship with God. Just as my humanity demands communication, doesn't it? There are so many things which we presume our humanity demands. People be protesting and shouting out about these things on the streets. But really, what is it that your humanity demands? You're made in the image and likeness of God. What you demand personally is relationship with God of the most profound type, which is spoken of in the tradition as union with God. That's what prayer, that's what the spiritual life is about. It's about none of the things which we can rest upon at any particular moment. But it is something which is a possibility on account of the fact that I'm made in the image and likeness of God. It's about true integrity. True integrity is being one in God. Because God alone is one. Any kind of integrity is absolutely stupid to think about unless integrity is founded in the one who is one. Isn't it? I mean, what can you speak about? Speak about integrity. Speak about wholeness. You know, for me, I suppose, as a Catholic, as a Christian, I can't see people talk about integrity and wholeness, and I think to myself, yes, fine, I agree with that. But what does it mean? Are you going to be the model of your wholeness, of your own integrity? And I think to myself, it just doesn't make sense, and where's it going? Except that integrity and wholeness is so because of the one who is one. And as persons we are called into this, to be one with the one. That's then what spirituality is about for me. That's what prayer is about. And it's about this movement from wherever I am now towards this integrity, this union, to use the traditional language, with God through Christ. Okay? No other way. No other way. There's no other possibility. Now, if we looked at human things, we just look at our life generally. What is it that stops us from coming to this union? We could sit here all day enumerating what stops me. How do I go beyond these to come to this union? Through walking the path which is unfamiliar, through walking into the path of darkness, through traversing the nights. We saw a moment ago what this means on the human level. Now on the spiritual level, for John, it means simply this. It means learning to love God for the sake of God, as God wants to be loved. There are many ways of articulating it. Why did I articulate it that way rather than another way? Because I was thinking of another way a moment ago. Either way brings us to the point, because I want to, I suppose, tap it into prayer. The choice of God, for God's sake, is what really happens when we move into second gear. In first gear in prayer, we are in fact choosing God for our own sake. We pray because it's a nice thing to do. We pray because, amongst other things, it gives us peace of mind. It helps us be patient and tolerant. It gives me a sense that I've had some place for God in my life today. I can pray for different people. I can do all these things. And when you sit down and say, now, why are you doing all these things? Well, amongst other I hope I'm doing it for God, but amongst many things because of what's in it for me. It's simple truth. There's nothing wrong with it. But if we want to be dreadfully honest, part of it is because, well, it is pleasing to me. I'm not saying that if it's pleasing to you, there's something wrong. If it is pleasing to you, hope to God that it'll last like that for a long time. But what happens? Let's take an instance of a young child, and the parents are trying to train the child in virtue. And the child does something which is good, and they want the child to do this. What's the first thing? Oh, well done. Great affirmation. What kind of affirmation? Here's a chocolate or something like that. Children are rewarded. Why do you reward the children? Of course, because you love them. But also because you want to indicate to them doing this is the right thing to do. So I will make it pleasurable for you to do it. Okay? Goodness me, if every time your child now wipes up after meals at the age of 24, comes home and does the dishes, oh, aren't you a good boy, Johnny, and give him a kiss and then give him a chocolate? And he says, thank you. You think, there's something wrong, isn't there? You haven't grown up. Well, what happens between the giving of the chocolates, the point where the person just does things, is just simply virtuous? They have to be weaned off the things which entice them to do the right thing, so that they might choose the good for the sake of the good. So that, because what we do is we hope that by having them do the good, they will develop a taste for the good. And in having a taste for the good, they will have an instinct for the good, and in this always choose the good. Okay? But sometimes doing the good is difficult, so we help them. It's the same thing in the life of prayer. We are helped along by God to choose relationship with God, to choose God by being given little lollies. You know, so people kind of go to prayer and think, oh, it's marvellous, feels so wonderful. Great. But what must God do to this person? What does He want of this person? That you will choose me for my sake. Okay? Has to be. Not that you would choose me, not that I every time have to throw you a lolly. A spiritual lolly, as it were. Then you will never be growing in relationship with me, because you will only be doing it for what's in it for you. John of the Cross said, it is a serious wrong to have a greater regard for the blessings of God than for God Himself. Powerful thing. Serious problem. To have a greater regard, because, you know, the blessings of God, these are not God. What do you want? Well, you ask the child at Christmas time, what do you want? Mummy and Daddy's presents, or Mummy and Daddy? I'll probably say the presents. That's because that's where they are. But kind of ask a parent in their old age, what do you want for Christmas? To see your child or a gift? I want to see my child. You know, that's love, isn't it? We have to learn to go to God for love of God rather than what's in it for ourselves. And the only way that this can happen then, this is a long way to try to bring you to an understanding to why this happens in the spiritual life, is that God must now take away our reason for going to Him. He does it very slowly. It takes a lifetime. Because when we start to look at things, there are so many things to be taken away that, you know, they're just amazing. The things to be taken away that I didn't even know were there to be taken away. That's why in many ways the spiritual life is so shocking but so interesting. And in many ways can be so humorous. But anyway. So God takes things away so that we will choose God. We will choose love for no reason other than God. Not for what's in it for me. And then when that happens, at every moment as it happens, that experience is an experience of darkness. Because what was God is no longer there. What was my way of prayer is no longer possible. I won't go into, at this stage, at this point, because we'll take a break soon, I won't go into advice which can be given as to what to do at different stages. It's better to get an understanding. We might take a pause for questions here to see whether you're kind of with me. Any questions?
Thank you, Father. Just the last point you're making. It's a little bit long-winded, but I'll make it as brief as I can. Dr. Edward Lean was more of a scholastic theologian, I think. Wrote many books. One chapter in a book always fascinated me. It's called The Secret of Life. Is this particular chapter. And he seemed to be in that chapter saying the same thing that you've just been saying. That we've really got to get this purity of motivation. We've got to get away from doing things because we get some satisfaction out of them and actually do things purely for the love of God. And he goes so far in one place, and I think I'm quoting him fairly accurately, as to say that if you're not doing that, you're wasting your life. Does that seem correct?
Well, I would agree with that in one sense, but the more powerful thing is we trust in the mercy of God. So we in fact all waste our lives, but that doesn't bother God. He'll still come and collect us on the last day, mainly because I don't think there's anything else to collect other than us. But yes, there is a sense in which John would say you are wasting your life because you are pursuing things which will only weary you, which will only disappoint you, and which will not in any way meet the reality of what you are as a human being. In that sense, yes, that is a waste of a life. But all of us in some way, I mean, one way of looking at the spiritual life is my growth is a growth in seeing how I have been wasting my life and how I am wasting my life, so that I might have the possibility of doing something about it. How that happens in many ways. Any other questions, comments? John's advice to anyone who wants to traverse the spiritual life is very simple. It's also given in stanza 1 of the Canticle. And it's a practical advice because it's about the conduct which should be observed in the following of Christ. And he says this: seek him, and here he always means the Lord, seek him in faith and love, without desire for the satisfaction, taste or understanding of any other thing than what you ought to know. Faith and love are like the blind man's guides. They will guide you along a path unknown to you, to the place where God is hidden. Faith, the secret we mentioned, is comparable to the feet by which one journeys to God, and love is like one's guide. You should write that up and pin it up on your notice board or put it on your wall or something like that. It's something which it's I suppose for John the theological virtues, we won't have a chance to look at them, but for him the powerful things, faith, hope and love. What he writes about hope is very powerful because it's about memory, it's about forgiveness, it's about so many things. But what he sees as the dynamics, what's necessary in living the spiritual life is simply faith and love. Faith because we choose to follow Christ. We must walk the path that he places before us, which means that we must not walk the path which we place ourselves by what seems to us. We will never be able to take that step in the spiritual life when the stepping stone deviates towards God and away from what seems to us. And for that, John says, we must walk away of unknowing, of not understanding, of not having, of not experiencing. Why? Because if we walk by what gives pleasure and what gives satisfaction and gratification and what answers me as I'm experiencing myself externally now, I'm always only responding to things out there and to the immediacy of a certain set of needs. John says to us that the Trinity dwells deep within us. And what the spiritual life takes us along is to a more and more profound listening and appreciation of the God who is within speaking to us. And it's that sinking below these things to where God is which is the sinking through darkness. It must happen. Otherwise, you will not be able to hear the voice of the beloved. You'll not be able to hear God speaking to you. You won't be able to recognize God in your life, because you can only recognize hot and cold, difficult and easy, tasteful and untasteful, those kind of things. Whereas what are the fruits of the Spirit? Joy, peace, gentleness. How do you recognize these things? You don't recognize these things at the immediacy of these outward appetites, nor at the immediacy of the outward appetites in the spiritual life. So then there is the call to walk in faith. And faith is a darkness. To walk by faith is to walk that path which is not gratifying to me spiritually, intellectually, willingly, all these things. And to walk by this makes one simple demand on the person. It demands of the person that they love. If you think about that, it demands of the person love, not what the world thinks love to be. The world at this time of the year thinks, if I love that person, I can put all my love into buying a present. That's not love at all. If only it was so simple. To buy a present would be love. It's what everyone's going to start thinking over the next few weeks. And there'll be a frenzy of love, all wrapped up in parcels. And behind that, little love at all, but rather a desire to love. How do I learn to love? And more specifically, learn to love God by persevering in my desire for God in darkness, in aridity, in difficulty. How is love tested in ordinary life? That when there is nothing in it for me, I continue to be for this person. That's love, isn't it? It's not how much I give to this person, but that I am for this person in these circumstances. What's love in that instance? It's very hard to say what love is. John is the doctor of love, really. Rather than identify what love is, he will identify what love isn't. And he will show you how to live towards love. So, we'll just end on one last thing before we then come back to look at more specific instances. What kind of darknesses are there? How can I articulate them? By specifying, I suppose, the kind of nights which John speaks about. And there are, I suppose, three rather clear kind of nights. One is simply the one which he calls a dark night. Okay? That's a dark night, which is afflictive in its own way. There are different degrees, levels, kinds of afflictiveness. Another kind of night is an expectant night. Night at the time of the rising dawn, where the absence, the emptiness, the darkness is a darkness which is already going beyond the experience of the darkness in hope. Okay? That's another kind of night. I throw these to you because we won't have time to look at them. It's not Michael's fault, it's my fault, because I could only agree to come in for 4 sessions. And the third kind of night is another kind of night which he speaks of as a glad night, because it is the night which unites the lover with the beloved. Interesting kind of thing, an experience within an experience. Okay? But we'll stop here as it's time to have a cup of tea or coffee and come.
Is love actually having found God, or is that another tool for finding God?
We don't have God until the next life.
Oh, okay.
That's the wonderful thing to keep in mind. So never think that I'm looking for something that I can have now. The wonderful thing about our God is however much we have of God now, it's like a drop in the ocean compared to what God wants to give us. And so the spiritual life, in fact, is more passive than it is active. In fact, the more profound darknesses are passive darknesses. There are some darknesses which we must be active in, which is to go beyond ourselves, to choose certain things in certain ways, I just feel sorry that so next time I want to do St. Teresa if I can, otherwise I'd be looking at one of our great saints. Today is the feast of all Carmelite saints for us. But so there's an area where there's activity, but there's also an area where there's passivity, where we simply suffer under the love of God. Because in this life, what God is doing all the time is opening up possibilities for me to be loved more. Okay? So there's not that sense that somehow I will have God now. Because this whole life is a life spent in preparing me so that I can have more God. And I already have an enormous amount of love of God now, but because this is not an end in itself, because God means to give me more, I experience, rather than this enormous presence, the love of God, I experience what is necessary to go further so that I can have more. Why? Because God wants to give more. But He can only give more by me cooperating in my freedom. So as John will say also, in many of these darknesses and these experiences, there is a profound presence of God, but I don't experience it as a profound presence. Why? Because He wants to give more. I mean, He could give it as an experience, but then I'll stop. Wonderful, wouldn't you? But no, there needs to be more purification, a greater expansion of the soul, all in view of what? The next life. You know, it's something which is not spoken of so much in terms of spirituality these days. It's all about fulfillment now. This is all in view of what's not yet. If it's all about now, I would leave the order and go and have a good time. I might as well enjoy now, but it's not. It's in view of something else. And, we have a sense of what this might be, and so we gladly give up what we could have now. That's the whole sense of what purgatory is about in the correct Christian understanding. It is that God loves so much that God cannot bear for me to have any iota less than the fullness of the love that He can give me. And I can't respond enough in this life to be ready to be filled absolutely in the fullness of my being with all that divine love. So because of His love for me, He says, well, we have to just fix up that last part. Not as a punishment, but because I love you so much that I can't bear not to love you as I can. So there's that. And so what's the experience of love? All towards something else. I just want to, before I continue, answer a question that I was asked about contemplative prayer. And within our tradition, even though we are a contemplative order, for us contemplative prayer is a prayer which is given to you. It's not something which you do. You don't choose to be a contemplative. You don't go and say, I'm going to do some contemplative prayer now, because you can't. Contemplative prayer happens when God's Spirit so touches us that the Spirit begins to pray within us in a way. St. Teresa identifies this as she moves through the fourth mansions to the fifth. It's almost as if God kind of holds things in place within us and starts to do what we can't do. And yet, within the more popular sense, contemplative prayer is what we would see as something which is moving towards the possibility of contemplative prayer, which is what Teresa would speak of as the prayer of recollection, which is trying to put things in place in my life so as to be disposed towards God. In prayer we can certainly dispose ourselves towards the Lord. That we can do by choosing not to dispose ourselves towards what is not God. Probably the easiest way of looking, what can I do to become more spiritual, to become more prayerful, by turning from things which take you away from God. Because it's very difficult to turn to God, because it's very hard to find Him to turn to Him. It's not obvious what to do to choose God, but it is pretty obvious what to do to stop yourself from choosing what is not God. Okay? But then when that's in place, we can also put things in place by way of a way of living and a way of doing things and a way of being, an attitude of life which is more towards prayer and God than which is not. And that's also part of a way to incline towards God so as to freely say to God, I want prayer. Okay? I want contemplation. Okay? But then from a more broader sense, of the term, contemplative prayer seems to me, for many people, simply to be sitting around and, I don't know what people generally, it seems to be anything which seems to be quiet. It seems to have taken on the word contemplative, which kind of is, things that are giving, people try to give words a broader meaning so that everyone fits under every title we can find these days, because nobody wants to be left out. It's a danger in that. Because if every word covers everybody, there's no point having a word. We have to manufacture new words to cover what we've lost. So contemplative, in our sense, is a rather narrow word. Okay, I want to move on now. Very conscious that I haven't even begun to touch what I tried to do in the first half very well. And I feel most unhappy with what we're doing today, because to do it properly requires more time than I've got, and I think I'm actually trying to do too much. But it doesn't matter. At least you'll have some sense of John, and might know where to look if you want to find out something. If you want to know more, you can come and talk to Father Michael, or if you want to come out to us, you can come out and talk to one of us. So it might give you a sense of something of the lie of the land. And I'm very aware that I've hardly given you anything to understand the lie of the land, but at least you have a sense of where things are. I want now to be more specific about some of the experiences of darkness, so that in trying to look at some specific ones, you might begin to see what the light on the other side is. Because it's very easy to say, in principle, that every difficulty in the spiritual life is an invitation. Okay? Every emptiness is an emptiness which holds Christ on the other side, or every aridity has on the other side of the coin the glory of God. I mean, all these things sound nice, and I can churn them out like anyone else can. It's all these beautiful things to go home and think, well, I've got no idea what he was talking about. Okay? So what I want to do now is to look at some in different areas, so as you might have some sense of what's on the other side, what you might do. Okay? And here I can't really cover it properly, because John gives some hints, and in the end you have to tap it into your own life and try to see how indeed the Lord has been present in this part of your life. Because all these great saints can do, and all, for me, the only thing that a spiritual director can do is help you see Christ in your own life. So if you can find him, he'll tell you what to do. I'm not Christ. I can't tell you what to do. I can't even tell you how to pray, because I don't know how to myself very well. So, to identify, because that's one of the things that John does very well, is identify the light in the midst of the darkness. And to begin to explain why as we move into this, John says, faith, which is the way God comes into our life, brings darkness into our minds. The light of God, as it enters into your life, brings darkness, because it's so bright. Number one, it's so bright that it blinds. Number two, as it starts to settle, and you can now see in your soul, you see how dark your soul is. So in a number of ways, as God enters my life, God brings darkness into my life. And all I want to do at this point, and those of you who know John will say, but you've left out all these other things. I'm at the moment, as I'm babbling to you, I'm deciding which ones to look at. Let's start simply by looking at sinfulness generally. Okay? One experience, and this is without even naming the particular sinfulness, because you can name the sinfulness which is uppermost in your own life now. What do I mean by that? It's not simply, I'm this, I'm that, I'm the other. But that part of me, which at this very moment is part of my experience of myself. Okay? I mean, sinfulness is not that part where I sit back and these are my sins. Blah, 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 blah. And therefore I got the sinfulness in me. It's that sinfulness in the very Pauline sense. When we speak about sinfulness, what sinfulness now is wounding you, is boring a hole into you? What part of you are you experiencing in your relationships with other people? What part of you are you experiencing as you struggle just to be human? As you struggle to come to prayer? As you struggle to look at the people that you have to look at each day? As you struggle to look upon the face of God? That's what I mean when I say, let's begin by looking at sinfulness. There are many things. Or as John of the Cross will say in another part, chapter 13 of the first book of the Ascent, the way I like to look at it, what part of you is out of control? Okay? What part of you would you wish to be otherwise? What part of you is like the St. Andreas fault? That something happens and you just erupt in a certain way. You don't want to, but it just happens. When we're looking at sinfulness in John's terms, we're really trying to tap into the involuntary part within our life. Not the part where you sit down and think, yes, I don't care, I'm going to do this. Not interested in that. You know that you shouldn't do it and you can probably work at it yourself. That's a part that most people talk about. Okay, not interested at all. Our experience of our sinfulness lies in these other areas. Areas which are beyond our control, or areas which we simply are experiencing rather deeply now. We don't know what to do about it. We wish it were otherwise. The other areas of sinfulness are not darknesses. Okay? They're places of willfulness more than anything else. And they're not fundamentally places where grace is operative. Really, I don't think. It's simply kind of, you're being willful, go and think about it, change your life. That kind of area is the stuff of which Redemptorists and Marists kind of retreats are about, when they used to come and they used to stand there and they used to tell us, change your life, you can see the things you're doing wrong. You won't get Carmelites talking about that. The area that John talks about, this darkness, is another kind of area, the area where I'm experiencing my weakness, my inability, my powerlessness. Okay? This, as we start to tap into it, is a terrible weakness. Is a terrible darkness. Because how do I experience it? It's not simply, as you reflect upon it, it's not simply an experience of your weakness and inability, but it always goes hand in hand with my experience of my desire to be otherwise. Which is why it's so different to willfulness. It's so different to these areas where, look, I just don't care. I grunt at that person every day, It's not that. It's that sense in which I experience myself as, unfortunately, I'm like this. Unfortunately, this is me. And if I want to be truthful, I've tried to rectify it, and I've failed. And the terrible thing is I just don't know what to do. I wish it were otherwise. And more profoundly, as it goes on, as you come into the presence of God in your prayer, you kind of feel more and more, but why do you bother with me? Because I am like this. And I can't do anything about it. I don't know what to do about it. Have you ever kind of had that kind of, or am I just waffling off and somewhere up there? This can be a horrifying experience of ourselves. The first thing that I want to draw to your attention about it is, I ask you a question, what makes it so difficult and horrible? The difficulty of it is because, on the other hand, there's also an experience of God. Because if there weren't an experience of God, you wouldn't feel so acutely your otherness. To experience acutely your weakness, your failing, your inability, means that already there is a desire, quite strong, that you be other than this. Because you're already experiencing it as, I'm like this, I'm helpless, but oh, that I could be other than this. And it's because I wish that I was other that the experience of this is so horrible. If you didn't care about being like this, it wouldn't be afflictive, would it? If, this, whatever it is, and you can tap into any of the deadly sins, whatever it is, Let's take something stupid. A stupid example is very good because it always seems to tap into a truth. Imagine one of my novices that has this urge in him to keep on dropping banana peels so that I'll fall over them. I walk out for night prayer at night, it's dark, and there I go, I slip again. Oh, it's stupid. And he thinks, I wish I could stop this. Every time he drops a banana peel, then every time I fall. And every time he goes to night and he's on his knees, really kind of contrite that I've done it again, and I really don't want to do this. First of all, because I don't want to have Father Greg falling over again, but because I want to choose Christ. And I can see what a rotten person I am because every day I just can't help myself. I have a banana every night for dinner and I hide the peel in my pocket. And I hide this banana peel in my pocket. I just can't help myself. And I just feel, I am the worst person in the world. I don't know anyone who does that. I don't even know why I do it. And I wish that I couldn't. Every night I pray to God that I would just throw away the banana peel so that I wouldn't drop it so that Father Greg will fall over the banana peel. We've all got our banana peels. That's the problem. And we are so embarrassed by it. Some of us, our banana peels are public. Others of us, if we're more fortunate, our banana peels are hidden, but we all have them. And we wish to God that we were different. The wishing to God that we were different is what's beautiful about the banana peel. We are experiencing God because God is touching us where the banana peel is. That thing that so shames us and we wish were otherwise is what God is loving now. That's why we experience it acutely. Extraordinary thing. It's one of the easy darknesses to kind of tap into because of the brevity of time we've got. Already what is there is you are experiencing more acutely your desire for God through your inability. John will say, look at what's happening. What you're experiencing, of course, is truth. Really, isn't it? Because you cannot do anything for Christ except if it's given to you to do. It is one of the great truths. In fact, to think that you can do anything for Christ, which is what we have at the early parts of our spiritual life, is to live in falsehood. Put it another way. Can you do up God's shoelaces? It's a stupid question. But to think you can do something for Christ is just as stupid. You can't do up his shoelaces. He doesn't wear shoes. Well, then what can you do for God except give a humble, contrite heart? I desire not more sacrifices of bullocks and goats. What I desire is a humble, contrite heart. And the only way to a humble, contrite heart is through darkness, in a real night. And the only way to that is to suffer the truth of myself. And the only way to that is to know my sinfulness. Sadly, and St. Teresa knows this well if you read the end of the second Mansions, she knows that somehow in the perplexity of God's plan, somehow in the mystery of what we are as humans, because we are not conceived outside of sin, without sin, our way to an experience, a knowledge, and the way forward for us is through experience of our own sin. It's an awful thing to say. But it's a wonderful thing to say, of course, because it means that sin is not an end in itself. And sin cannot win. Because even within our own lives, our experience of our sinfulness so often is through our own sin, isn't it? And yet as it moves on in someone like John and Teresa, the experience of their sinfulness is simply in their sinfulness, not through their sin. But of course they've got a memory of sin. But when we speak about this darkness which is through sinfulness, there are two ways that this happens. Initially, experience of sinfulness through sin, but then again, more profoundly, an experience of sinfulness through sinfulness apart from the sin. And it's not simply about not sinning either. It's about growing in love so that God can enter that part of my life. But the only way he enters that is by preparing a place. And he prepares that by touching that wound of me, which is this sinfulness. And how do I If I have this wound of sinfulness and God touches it, how am I going to experience it? By experiencing very deeply that sinfulness. And it's the only way that the love of God can enter that place in me, which is that part of me which I think of as sinfulness. Because He's not going to take the sinfulness away. He doesn't mind the sinfulness. What He minds is the sin. St. Teresa died a jealous woman. She died with that inclination towards being jealous. Didn't stop her loving God through that. It didn't stop God coming into her life through that either. It didn't stop God reducing her to truth through that. One simple aspect of something which we experience as a darkness, which is a very important darkness, which we might look at that next week when we look at St. Teresa, because this aspect is more powerfully looked at in St. Teresa, in terms of prayer, and you'll find that in the first mansions, where St. Teresa is talking about humility. Turning now to another kind of example that we might take. What? Forgiveness. It's something which I'm picking these because I'm trying to tap into something so that to give you a sense of in that experience, seeing how there is a way of accessing God. And I'm picking easy ones at the moment because there are other darknesses where there doesn't seem to be a way of accessing God, which we might end with. Forgiveness, anger, that kind of thing is part of human life. But people come and say, but I can't forgive. Come to confession, they confess the same things. They confess lack of forgiveness and this, that and the other. It's really an experience of inability, isn't it? An experience of, because I can't forgive, I seem to react and live a certain way. This is one particular form of sinfulness, but it's a kind of a sinfulness which it's very easy to tap into, but if it doesn't tap into you, it might help you help somebody else. The first thing that John would say about forgiveness is that it's about memory, which is why it's so powerful. You don't have any control over your memory. You do have a control in two ways. You have control of what you put into your memory, to a large degree. Although there are some things that go into your memory which you have no control of. Like you've got no control of what I'm going to talk to you about. Okay? But you do have some control, which is what I say to young people. Be careful about what you experiment with. Because that goes into your memory. And once it's there, it will have a life of its own. It's an extraordinary thing about memory, isn't it? People think that the life's about having as many experiences as possible. It's not. A life about as many experiences as possible is a life about enslavement. Because you become enslaved to what you put into your memory. You can't do anything about it. Look at people who live a paralyzed life. What are they paralyzed by? Memory. Fear. Many things. They're paralyzed by what's in their memory or by what's not in their memory, because their memory works in such a way that they're afraid of something which they don't have a plan for, they're afraid of it. But again, it's either way, it's somehow to be founded in kind of the impact that a memory has on a person's life. Hence, for those of you who have studied the cloud of unknowing, the importance of the cloud of forgetfulness. A very big thing in John's writing too. Forgetfulness in the true sense of the word, but really kind of that sense of memory. Anger emerges from memory, for example. Fear emerges from memory. So many of these as John would speak of them, kind of these basic emotions emerge and find their strength in the memory. When you look at people, as I spoke to you last week, the thing which so often kind of binds their life is either memories of joy or memories which are horrible memories. Nightmares and fears on the one hand, or trying to recreate joys and things like that. It's amazing things, and it's to be founded in the memory. And lack of forgiveness, how that seems to paralyze. Let's look at forgiveness briefly. What is it? Well, if we look at the Gospels, the one true thing I can say about it is it's beyond my ability. Who is this man who forgives? Does he think he's God? Because God alone can forgive. Powerful thing, isn't it? God alone can forgive. And yet we seem to think that we can forgive, mainly because it's in the Our Father. We of all people, there's other people have got this sense that, you can't forgive, but we as Christians have got this bizarre, I think it's bizarre anyway, this bizarre notion that I have to be able to forgive. And I meet people all the time who can't forgive. And they think there's something wrong with me, I can't forgive. And it weighs heavily upon them. I have to forgive, what am I going to do? That whole darkness of what's there. God alone can forgive. What can it mean then to say that I should forgive as God has forgiven me? Notice it's not forgive. And it's not forgive, otherwise I won't be forgiven. But it's because God forgives that I'm called to forgive. When God says to you, be honest, or be compassionate because my Father in heaven is compassionate, do you get upset because you can't be compassionate? But you say, no, I know what that means. My Heavenly Father is compassionate, so I'm called to grow into compassion. We know that, don't we? Part of the affliction of not being able to forgive must be, forgive because your Father in heaven forgives. That's what the Our Father is saying, isn't it? So, for goodness sake, grow into forgiveness. It's not saying, go and forgive, because God never asks the impossible. But grow into the Father's forgiveness. It must be, mustn't it? So what's the darkness which we experience, which is the seeming inability to forgive? I believe it must be to experience my inability to forgive. It's an authentic experience. It's a universal experience. But it's an experience which draws me in my sinfulness to my inability. I can't forgive. I'm not able to forgive. Yet I want to forgive. What's happening? It is an invitation as all these darknesses which revolve around the sinfulness of my human nature. It is every part of my human nature which is my sinfulness. It is such an important part of the darkness of the spiritual life. Where I experience that darkness is where I am called to experience Christ. It's where I am called, as our Father would say, first of all, to experience God's forgiveness, to experience God's fidelity, to experience God's ongoing for me-ness. Because what I experience is my inability. And my inability can only be met by God's ability. Because in the darkness I experience truth. And the truth is that I cannot. In every aspect, we could have picked another one. I picked forgiveness. But we can pick many other ones. It taps into every aspect of what is authentically human. And that aspect is something which and the reason I picked it, I suppose, is because for all of us, there's always something which we just don't know what to do about. That's the impossibility. Because the impossibility in prayer opens us to divine possibility. Because until you get to the point that you can say, look, I just can't, God's going to stand back and wait. God's eternally patient because God's eternally everything.
How does guilt fit in with that?
There's good guilt and there's bad guilt, of
Yes.
course. But guilt, the way it's often spoken about, is bad guilt. And it's that sense in which what happens is we experience anything about ourselves, we turn into ourselves. And in this area, that's what I believe guilt is, in the bad sense of the word. Whereas what prayer is about, as we'll see in St. Teresa next week, is that as I experience this part of myself, I must look either beyond myself to God or away from myself to God, however you happen to be experiencing it at this point in your spiritual life. But what can happen is the person now simply looks at themselves and looks more deeply into themselves, and that's the end of the story, really. Scrupulosity is one example of that alone. Extreme guilt is another. Another one is, well, I give up. Despair is another one. And all of it is looking at truth, which is the truth of myself, which is always, the truth of myself is always false, except unless it's the truth of myself in the light of Christ. Very strong in St. Teresa, and that has to be in place. Which is why, we've got all these human sciences, but I can't see how they can go anywhere other than into a profound dark hole, unless you have the light of Christ, which fills the dark hole with hope and possibility. There's human science without grace. You get to this point that we're talking about now, where do you go? There's only Christ, or whatever their traditions might provide, which somehow bring God in. Because without that, it's so pessimistic. That the truth of the human condition, if we want to face it in truth, without Christ is pessimism. Awful. You can see why, the likes of Nietzsche committed suicide, went mad. There's a real kind of negativity which is there about the human person, which we experience there profoundly. And lack of forgiveness is a good example of that. I experience that I can't. Then John would say, go beyond the experience of your impossibility and do not settle there. Which is why prayer is so important, because the learning of how to pray is learning how to go beyond myself and away from myself towards God. Otherwise, your experience of your own anger and your own guilt and your own inability to forgive will always be an inward collapsing experience. It can't be anything else. Next week, we will look at what has to happen, I suppose, to move away from that. Because you can't deal with the experience on its own. But John would say, now looking at this indeed is a darkness, this indeed is a night, which you struggle with anger, guilt, inability to forgive, difficult memories. What has to happen here is, within our tradition, the Carmelites would say, you do not pray about these, but you pray in the midst of them. In the midst of this experience, you dare to turn to God. Because if you pray about them, you'll always be apart from them. Okay? And you'll always look at them, and the terrible danger is you might fall into it. Okay? I think we've all experienced falling into it. And there's nothing to hold on to once you fall into it. That's that horrible notion of God which was there in the early church, which someone like St. Athanasius fought strongly against. And the only way he could come out against falling into this abyss was, he said, and Christ had to take our whole humanity. Because unless he was fully human, there is something in me which will fall into the abyss, and I'm not saved. Okay? And prayer, and the way we enter into this now, is to begin to see how identify Christ in this. Now, the great difficulty in the darknesses that fall into our lives is that in the early darknesses we can find Christ there. But the practice of prayer is very important here, because unless we begin to practice prayer, when the more profound darknesses, which very few of us ever will have, all I can say is thank God. Like very few, in terms of the people within my own order, I would say probably less than 1% of the most profound darknesses, which is the darkness in which the only thing I can do in the midst of this is persevere. Because there's no way to tap into an experience of God except that sense in which I know that I must persevere and believe. This is the darkness, which in terms of what John writes about is the passive night of spirit. And you'll find it spoken about most well, I suppose, in St. Teresa of Lisieux, where what we know is the sense in which I know that I have to hold on because I know that if I let go, I'm lost. I've not had that. Not the depth of what she has. Where she writes, I didn't have any sense of God or belief in God or of heaven, but I was afraid to let go of the belief. Because she said, I didn't know what would happen if I let go. And she said, I didn't even know whether I believed, is what she writes. I desired to believe in God simply because I wanted to believe in God, because I didn't want to not believe in God. And I didn't know what would happen if I didn't believe in God. So I held on. And she says, Paul Maunder will do this far better than I can. She says, and what did I do? Because how could I express in the darkness of which was there? How could I continue believing when I didn't know how to believe? Because I was afraid to let go. It's that sense in which, what was the fear? We find it now, the fear people have is suicide. I was afraid to let go because if I let go, there'd be no life at all. Do you understand what she's saying, St. Teresa? It's not John of the Cross, but she's writing profoundly what John writes about. And she said, the only thing I could do was to do anything and everything which I knew was an expression of divine love. Because there was no other way because she said, spiritually, I had nothing to hold on to. I could find nothing to take. In terms of my relationship with God, I cried out and there was never an answer. It was simply into an eternal emptiness. And she said, I was afraid not to believe. So she said, what could I do? This is passive night of spirit stuff. What could I do? Still, as I looked at my life, if what I wanted to believe was true, then it put before me a way of living. This is the little way in its true sense of the word. If what I wanted to believe was true, then the only way that I could express my desire to believe was living a certain way. Where I spoke of earlier, that the importance of attitude of life, that we have to put this in place so that if this depth of darkness comes, the attitude of living is already there, because I have nothing to do but to live this way. I can't do anything else. And so she said, wherever it was presented to me a way of loving as opposed to not loving, I loved. I didn't even know what loving was, she said, but I knew that to do something else would be to choose against love. So even if in my pain, because she was dying of consumption, I had the choice of smiling or frowning, I smiled. Because I knew that it was the only way that I could hold on to what I believed. The extraordinary thing is, and we'll end with this because time's running up, I know someone who's still alive. She knew because she took her final profession in the hands of Mother Agnes, Teresa's sister, Teresa's elder sister who died in the 50s. And she was there as Teresa died in 1897 at a deathbed. And she said she was in anguish to the moment she died. It wasn't what people thought, that she died a happy death. She died wondering where God was, and to the very last was too afraid to give up, but gave herself. But she said the extraordinary thing was, it happened almost, Mother Agnes said, I knew that she was dead. Because suddenly this extraordinary peace just changed her whole face. Her whole demeanor and everything from anguish and pain and where are you, God, just changed. They didn't have to do anything with the face, because the photo you see is this extraordinarily peaceful face. Everyone says, oh, she died so peacefully. No, that look came on her face only when she died. And what we have there in terms of the darkness, which, please God, none of us will have to go through. Well, we have to go through that.
Academy 2002, Carmelite Spirituality with Greg Homing, Week 3.
In the name of the Father, the Son, and Holy Spirit. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Mary, Queen of Carmel, Saint Teresa, of the Son and Holy Spirit. This morning, for the 2 hours we've got, I'm going to attempt to talk to you about Saint Teresa, which is very problematic because you can't talk about her in 2 hours. It's impossible. So we'll have a go at giving you a taste of Teresa, and probably here, I think, look at some aspects of prayer might be interesting, because in John we looked in the first week at the place of light and creation and that aspect of John. Last week we looked at darkness. Well, we started to look at darkness in John, but we've not really spoken about prayer. So it might be an idea to use Teresa as an avenue into prayer. And next week, as I said, Father Paul Maunder will be here talking to you about Therese. Saint Teresa is the foundress of our order. We're probably the only major order of men and women in the church founded by a woman. Very interesting. There are the friars and the nuns, and we both look at Teresa. So John of the Cross recognized Teresa as the one who had the charism of founder. No one's ever thought of John as a founder. Not even never any time in the order. Teresa's always been seen as the foundress. So much so that there's been constantly the talk of maybe we should call ourselves Teresian Carmelites. Came up at the last international meeting that I attended, and I was one of the ones that spoke out against that, because I said you can call yourself whatever you like, where you come from, but the official name should be the name which we have historically. Otherwise, anyone studying history will wonder what happened to these discalced Carmelites. They vanished. And if we called ourselves Teresian Carmelites here, everyone would think of Saint Therese. It'd be a bit stupid calling ourselves Teresian Carmelites, because it would bring about a misunderstanding anyway. But John recognized in her the foundress of the order. She was born in 1515 and died in 1582. So for her time, she lived to be quite an old woman for her time. Quite a remarkable kind of a lady. And I want to, in about 5 or 10 minutes, give you a quick sense of the kind of woman that she is. We won't have much time more than do that. Could I borrow a copy of the Interior Castle? The reason I ask for that is because if you hear her speaking in a book, you get a wonderful sense of the kind of woman she is. Because of all the Carmelite saints, she's the one who, if you read her writings, you meet the woman. Because she wasn't greatly educated. I suppose educated, we would say these days, to being able to read and write, but without any formal education of any sort. She came from, like St. John of the Cross, a converso family, which means that, thank you, in her antecedents we have Jewish blood, and therefore from within the context that she was born, the place of blood and nobility and pedigree is very significant. Okay, and was it that part of Spain? You know, who are you? I'm a descendant of the Count of Albert Tormes or something like that. Okay, so that was the kind of thing that you'll find coming up in her writings. She decided at one point when she was a child that she should go off with her brother to fight the Moors, because she was born in the time of the Moors being kicked out of the south of Spain. The last part was in Andalusia, where they were being pushed out. She was going to go with her brother to be martyred in expelling the Moors from Spain. Anyway, her uncle found her and brought her back kicking. She was that kind of a person. She loved reading what in those days were considered to be romantic novels. And you'll find her writing later on how she kind of is saddened by the thought that she wasted so much time on things which were not about God. But she had that impulsive interest in things romantic, things lively. She was an extrovert. John was certainly an introvert, which is a funny thing in our order. Carmelite friars tend to be introverts, and our Carmelite nuns, who are locked up behind enclosure, tend to be more extroverts. Very strange thing, and it's in keeping with what was there at the beginning. Teresa was quite extrovert. She loved dancing, she loved being with people. And her reason for joining Carmel when she did join, and she joined the Carmel of the Incarnation outside the walls of Avila, her reason for joining was she thought, if I don't, given the kind of woman that I am, I'll probably go to hell. And I often think these days, because I help people discern vocations, I'm the vocations director and the novice master now of our order. And if a young man came to me and said, Father, I want to join the Discalced Carmelites because I'm afraid that if I don't, I'll go to hell, I would probably tell him where to go too, because these days we wouldn't consider that to be an adequate reason for joining a religious life. But nevertheless, that was Teresa's reason. It was one of the motivating reasons. God did a lot after that. So for me, as a vocations director, it makes me stop and think. I always have to be open to what God is doing rather than thinking the way we think in the 21st century. But I'll still think in this century because I belong here. Anyway, she joins the Carmel and she becomes known as a very good woman. She becomes known as quite a holy woman, really. People come to visit her. And the Carmel she joins has about 100 sisters in it. Remember that it is only in 1451 that the first Carmelite convent comes into existence during the generalate of Blessed John Soreth. Saint Teresa joins the Carmel in the 1530s, I suppose it was, when she joined Carmel. So 1451, 1530s, Carmel's only been around in the world for about 80 years. And it probably hasn't been in Spain for too long because the first Carmels come into existence in Flanders. And they find their way down eventually to Spain. In fact, Carmelite life for the nuns is not yet defined because it's so early in the piece. And the Carmel that she joins is quite a funny... which she joins is not what those of you who know about Carmelite monasteries of nuns would imagine. There are about 100 sisters there. Some are rich and some are poor. Those who are rich have got servants. They bring servants along with them. They have a suite of rooms in the Carmel of the Incarnation. Those who are poor are quite poor and have as their food whatever is given to the Carmel. So you've got two kinds of sisters. Those who are noble and rich and are well provided for, and those that are poor. The Carmel needs to beg to survive, and Teresa, by this stage, is quite a noted woman. So whenever they need anything, she goes out begging, because people will always give to Doña Teresa. When a princess or a countess comes to visit the Carmel, she comes down to the parlour to speak with them. So she's a very active kind of person. But a person who, as we read her life, which is completed just after 1562 or thereabouts, which is the year she founds her own Carmel, she says, for many years I found it very difficult to pray. And in fact, for a whole year I stopped praying. I stopped praying because, amongst other things, I didn't feel worthy to enter into conversation with God. Interesting thing. It wasn't laziness, but a sense of unworthiness. Also, she experienced great difficulty in simply being with God. She experienced, as she writes in the book of her life, which I haven't got with me, if you read it, it's in chapter 8, 7 or 8. But she says, I used to go to pray, and I would spend most of my time watching for the hour to pass. So difficult was it for me to recollect myself in prayer. There were times when I would shudder at the mere thought of going into the chapel. And she says, and often enough, she says, I would often imagine all the penances I would much rather be doing than spending my time here praying. Interesting thing. This is the way she describes her earlier life in Carmel. Not what you would imagine in this great saint, but someone who just couldn't pray. But at the same time experienced the need and the importance of prayer. Anyway, as time goes on, she has a conversion experience, you might call, which happens before a statue, which she then carries with her for the rest of her life wherever she goes, where there was indeed a very profound meeting with Jesus Christ. As we'll see when we look at prayer, this meeting which happened only after a long period of dryness and difficulty, which is important in the life of prayer to see how things fit into place. She has this experience of Christ. After which our Lord speaks to her and says to her, do not worry about books, because from this time forward I will be your book. Up to this point, she found great consolation in books about prayer, beginning with the spiritual alphabet of Osuna and other similar writings. But as time goes on, she learns to pray simply by praying. Importantly, when we come to look at prayer, you don't learn to pray by reading a book, you'll only learn to pray by praying. You don't learn to cook by reading a cookbook, you learn to cook by holding a pot in your hand. You don't ever hold a pot in your hand, you'll never learn to cook. Same kind of thing. Don't learn to write by looking at books about writing, but put a pen in your hand. These days people don't use pens, do they? They use computers, but you have to do it to learn. She has an experience of Christ. Now, the experience of Christ with St. Teresa, as I see her, must have been an extraordinary event, because the experience was a kind of experience which is not in keeping with the kind of characteristic that you would expect of such a woman who is fundamentally extrovert and disposed towards jealousy. Okay, this was the kind of woman that she was. Loved friendship, loved being with people, became jealous of things in her younger years. But after this meeting with Christ, the extraordinary thing was, from that moment onwards, she desired to be alone with Christ. Extraordinary thing, a real conversion. Not simply a meeting with Christ, but something which brought about a fundamental change. That such a person should now long for each day the time that she could spend alone with Christ. This immediately sets up for St. Teresa a contradiction between the life which she is living in the Carmel of the Incarnation, which is while it has its prayer and its penances and that, has her going to the parlour, meeting people, going out, visiting sick benefactors, begging for money, which was a life of great interaction and activity. There's a contradiction between this and the experience which she's having of Jesus Christ. And naturally, given the fundamental desire of her life, this has to be resolved. And it's resolved this way. She starts to experience the need to live a life in which she can have more time to be alone with Christ. That being her great desire. The opportunity arises when she finds within that Carmel a few other sisters who also desire this. In their own mind, they want to go back to the first rule of Carmel, which we're not even sure whether she had a copy of this. We're not sure about that. Although she writes about it in the Foundations and other books, that the desire is to go back to the inspiration of the Holy Fathers, the first hermits on Mount Carmel, which we spoke about, I think, about 2 weeks ago. So in 1562, the possibility is given to her to do this. And she, with a few others, with great opposition from the town, from the city burghers of Avila, they found a new Carmelite convent inside the walls of Avila, whose fundamental purpose is to live a life of simplicity and poverty, whose only purpose is companionship with Christ in prayer. And that happened on the 24th of August, the feast of St. Bartholomew, 1562. That's something of the life. Thereafter, she's tossed out and found in Carmels. I think it's about 13, 14 or something. Some big number she found in her life. She's constantly on the road, not very well, founding new Carmels. So that's the person, the character of the person. Very direct kind of person. If she saw something she didn't like, she would just say it to the sister. She would say to one sister, stop doing penances, they're not good for you. Or to another sister, you better go and do some penances. Or you better go and do this. I mean, just so direct. She would see something and she would go and tackle it, Oh, yes, have a go being a superior. You don't tackle things, you run away from things. But Teresa was absolutely direct. There was nothing fazed her. She had that one, because there was that directness in her relationship with God. That directness she had humanly, the same directness she has in her prayer. But I suppose the humanness in her is manifest in two things that you'll find when you look at her writings. The first is an extraordinary common sense. You find this in her Foundations. There was one Carmel which was founded in a place where they would probably not be able to get fish. So she said, you will not be able to get fish probably, then you should eat meat sometime. A powerful thing to say in the 16th century. These religious orders like ours don't start to eat meat until after the Second Vatican Council. The importance of poverty in the founding of her Carmels, and yet for one Carmel she writes, I hear that someone has left you some money. Put it in the bank and use the interest. Then you won't worry every day where your food's going to come from. Because at the moment you're living in such poverty that you spend your whole day wondering whether you're going to be eating tonight. And if you keep on doing this, you'll never pray. Because all you do is worry about whether you're going to eat. And so your poverty is stopping you from praying. So put it in the bank. You'll have a little bit of interest. You'll at least get one piece of bread a day, so you needn't worry anymore. So she said that's wonderful common sense which she had, which given the time, which is she founds her first Carmel after the last session of the Council of Trent. You know, this is quite revolutionary for its time, because it's the church, time when the church kind of starts to turn in on itself in its own way. Teresa, in fact, is opening out. Powerful woman. So there's this wonderful common sense which is there in Teresa. And she's a balance. She balances John of the Cross. John of the Cross was one for lots of mortifications in some way, although the mortifications in John are always to balance vice, always to balance weakness. But nevertheless, she's thought that he went a bit too far, and she writes in one part, God save us from those who think we are already angels. Because remember, we still have bodies. We must look after them. Powerful thing. You know, and yet even in the 20th century, and even now there are people who go into such mortifications, especially in the new groups. Teresa would be horrified. Because she would say, your body is to be looked after, your person to be looked after, so that you might be able to love God and pray. But mistreat yourself and you won't be able to pray. And she would say to the sisters, at a time when so many of the orders were rising at midnight to pray, we will not rise at midnight to pray, because if you do that, you will be sleepy all day and not recollected in the presence of God. Now, this extraordinary common sense in the 16th century. Get a good night's sleep and you'll be able to pray. Don't get a good night's sleep and you'll never be able to pray, and you'll never know Jesus Christ. You'll be miserable all the time and you'll think you'll be becoming holy. But she would say, what is holiness? Holiness is knowing Jesus Christ. And if you're collapsing in heaps in hunger and pain all day long, all you know is your own miserableness. Extraordinary common sense, which we don't start to get to after the council, really. And yet even today we've got groups who are going back to let's be miserable. It's a funny kind of thing. They should read St. Teresa. And everyone kind of looks back and says, we all must be like St. Teresa, if only they knew what she was like. The people loved to be with her because she was such a joy. She loved dancing and singing on feast days. And she talks about silence, but I was told, you have to go to Spain to see what Spanish women are like, and then you know why she talks about silence. I've never been to Spain, so I don't know, but she says you go to, I've been told by Spaniards even, you go into a convent with a group of Spanish ladies, and they said you can't shut them up. So that's why she says keep quiet. Whereas we, kind of from an Anglo-Saxon background, we think silence, and being English and Irish and Scots are probably of a more quiet disposition for the Spaniards. For them, silence means dead silence, which is probably not what Teresa meant. You have to understand. So this is one part. But the other part of her, which I suppose is the most important thing, is what is a human disposition? John's, we saw, is an openness to the beauty of God in everything. If you don't know that in John, you'll never understand anything in John. In Teresa, it is that fundamental disposition of friendship. For her, everything is understood through friendship. She loved her friends. If you ever have a chance to look at any of her writings, you see her writing like this. She's received a letter from a friend. Let's say it's Michael here. And she'll write, Michael, I received your letter today. What joy it gave you. You have no idea. Why has it taken you so long to write to me? I've been waiting anxiously for your letter. And the joy of meeting you today in your letter outweighs the anxiety that I've had in worrying about you. You know, that kind of thing she writes in her letters. I mean, if you received a letter like that from Teresa, you'd melt. But that was the kind of person that she was. She had great favourites too. In the order, her favourite wasn't John of the Cross, but Geronimo Gracian, another friar. History of Gracian is a difficult history. But this was the kind of woman she was, and it comes out in her writing. And so naturally, her relationship with Christ is, he is my best friend, and I am his best friend. You see how it goes? Whereas with John, it's that simply that meeting of God in the beauty of all things, and in beauty giving the totality of himself until there is nothing himself, so he might be filled by the totality of God. This is John's character, whereas Teresa's is movement towards a union of persons through friendship, kind of person she is. Whereas when you look at Therese next week, it is, you have to look at the relationship which Therese has in confidence and trust and dependence on her mother, her father, her sister, and so on. And then you'll understand her spirituality. The thing about any spirituality, they don't exist except a spirituality is relationship with God incarnated. Okay? And you will never understand any spirituality unless you understand it as incarnated. Which is why for us the communion of saints is so important. The spirituality doesn't exist in theory. It exists because this person, according to the type of person that he or she is, has this relationship with Christ. And according to what that is, you choose your spirituality. Because you will resonate with somebody in their relationship. It's not that you pick up a book and say, oh, this sounds reasonable. They all sound great. Okay? But it mightn't be you. It's incarnational. So with Teresa then, it's this extraordinary friendship that she has, relationship with another person. In this then, I want to begin in looking at Teresa because I got the interior castles let's look at why she began the reform. I'll pick up 3 passages from Therese, one from the interior castles, one from the way of perfection, and one from the life. They're her major works. The first, 1562, is the life. The next one, which is in about 70 or thereabouts, is the way of perfection. Then her final work is the interior castle, which is this one, which is her most mature work. She dies in 1582. But in the way of perfection, which is what I'll be teaching from 1st of February when the novitiate begins. It's traditionally taught in our novitiates. It's 40 chapters. It'll be one of the many things that they'll be studying. In the first paragraph of the Way of Perfection, St. Teresa speaks, second paragraph in fact, she speaks about why she founded the Reform. In the first paragraph, you see her kind of saddened by what's happened to Christendom. She's on the other side of the Reformation, and for her experience of the Reformation at this point is the terrible things that have happened. The wars, the sacrileges, the blasphemies, the disagreements, the arguments, all these things. For her, she says this is tearing asunder the body of Christ. And for her, anything which is against the Eucharist, for her is an extraordinary wrong, because she loves the Eucharist. And she says, she was so sad, and she said, what can I do? She said, I'm so weak, I can do very little. And she says, it was given to her to realize this. She says, at this time, when you have so few friends, it is important that those of us who are your friends must resolve to be your best friends by giving you what we promised to give. Beautiful statement. For her, that meant in terms of the religious life. In this difficult time, and this can be applied to any time, including today, she could be speaking to us in this difficult time when you, my Lord Jesus Christ, seem to have so few friends. It is important, therefore, for those of us who are your friends to be your best friends, and to do this by ensuring that we give to you what we've promised to give you. Very simple. Not going beyond anything other than what the person's state of life demands. Not being heroic, but sufficient in this sense. Let's pause to see what she means when she says this. For her, when she says it's important that that those of us who are your friends be your best friends, for her that means a total giving. Total giving. And she looks to this, having already achieved what we would call union with God anyway, as what seems to be, from our perspective, what must be given to receive the totality of what God wants to give us. And this always within the context for her of a personal relationship with the man Jesus Christ. And she writes about this, if you want to look in chapter 22 of her life, where she says to us, move away from the humanity of Christ at your own peril. Because the humanity of Christ, if we want to look at it this way, is the icon of the living God in the world. It is the icon. These are icons. But the icon of the living God is the humanity of Christ. Because it is the created means through which the divinity is made manifest to us now. And it is the only icon to which we truly have access. Because it is the icon which I am also. I have this humanity which I share with Christ. And so she focuses then on Christ in his humanity. And our access to this humanity is through our own humanity. And for her that means, in the kind of person she is, friendship. Okay? So hence at the beginning of the way that she thinks, it comes down to friendship. Not service, not following, not ministry, none of these things. Because all of these things for her are consequences of this relationship. The powerful thing that John and Teresa both have is they're able to go to the very heart of the matter, really. If it is Christ, and the first thing is not what I do for him or anything, the first thing is the relationship I have with him. Because he came to be my friend. The powerful thing in John 15, I call you friends. For me as a discount Carmelite, this is the most beautiful thing in the whole of the Gospels. Because for me, it sounds of my own charism. I call you friend. What does that mean for me as a Carmelite, and for Teresa especially, I would think? Not you are my friend, but what it means for a child to come along and say to Tony, I'm your friend. A little boy says, or a little girl says, what do they mean by that? They mean really, I want to be your friend, is what they mean. What they mean. And when the Lord says, I call you friends, for me as a Carmelite, it is him crying out, be my friend. And so when Teresa comes to the gospel, she responds to this and says, he wants to be my friend. I must respond with a question.
But how do you, St. Teresa, place that passage?
Which passage? John?
Friends.
We'll come to that. If you be patient, we'll move into what friendship means in prayer.
All right. Against another passage that was in the Gospels recently about you are merely servants, you're only doing what you should do.
That would be important also, and that is about expectation. In a perfect relationship of love, which needn't simply be with Christ, but with anyone, even in marriage, it's expectation which breaks, which is an obstacle for love. And this is a very powerful statement on Christ's part. Expect nothing. And even more importantly, because your friend is also your creator, his friendship is the gift. And you come to him in friendship so as to receive his gift of friendship. But come with expectation. In other words, come thinking that because I do something, I should get something in return. It's not friendship. So from one point of view, you could say, well, anyway, you owe everything to God. But he then draws you more profoundly into it. Yes, you owe everything to God, but not in any other relationship other as we're given as we come to the end of his life in John's Gospel through friendship. But I would see that as about one of the most common obstacles to the spiritual life. It's also one of the most common obstacles in human relationships. When you give a party, Call anybody in. Don't do it because you will get something in return, the Lord says. Okay, it's that kind of thing. That passage fits into that kind of thing. Okay, let's go back to Teresa then. What kind of friendship do we have, so that we can, in seeing the kind of friendship that she has with the Lord, we can now talk about prayer in terms of friendship to see where it's going. And the most wonderful example is given, in fact, it's also at the beginning, in the first paragraph of the First Mansions. First Mansions of the Interior Councils, there are 2 chapters, and it's the first paragraph of the first chapter of the First Mansion, where St. Teresa is giving us a wonderful insight into her relationship with Christ. I'll read it to you. This is a different translation to the one that I have, but it doesn't matter. You'll hear the directness of her writing. Where she begins by saying, "No, what can I give you as an image of the soul? Because if you have an image of the soul, it makes my discussion about the spiritual life easier." And this image is almost certainly not original to her, and it's not written firstly in the Interior Council. You find it also written of, I think, in her commentary on the Song of Songs, and almost certainly there's a reference in a similar way in the Book of Her Life, where she speaks of the soul as something like a diamond castle. A diamond because it's so precious, in which there are many rooms. And we enter from the outside. The door into your soul, which is this diamond, is prayer. And at the center of the soul is a light, and that light is the living God, the Holy Trinity. Much like what St. John of the Cross says in the first stanza of the Canticle, the Holy Trinity dwells within your soul by his essence and presence. Okay, so this is the image that she gives. And it's not like an ordinary diamond that when the light hits it, there's a refraction of light and you've got wonderful colour. For Teresa, it's the other way around. The light's inside the diamond. And she will understand sin. We won't look at this. We won't have time to look at sin, but she's wonderful insights into sin. She sees sin as something like tar being put around the diamond, which blocks the light. Okay, so with the image of the soul as a beautiful diamond, she says, what more can I say about it? And this is what she says. For if we think carefully over this, sisters, the soul of the righteous person is nothing but a paradise in which God says he takes his delight. Wonderful. In my translation, I know well, she says, for when we consider this carefully, the soul of the just person is nothing more than a paradise in which God says he takes his delight. It's a slightly more accurate translation in this one, in which God says he takes his delight. Now, on first reading, it's saying this, that the soul of the just person is a paradise where God delights to dwell. Okay? But knowing what Teresa's writing and from where she's writing, which she's writing from the extent of the seventh mansion, which is the highest kind of mystical writing we really have in the church, the position of union with God. My reading of it is this way. What is her experience of Christ? It's not simply that she experiences Christ dwelling within her and knows his love intimately, but this divine lover speaks to Teresa why he loves her, and speaks to Teresa the experience which he has of her. It's one of the most, it is, to my mind, the most wonderful thing you will find in any spiritual writing. That the living God speaks to this soul. This is what I enjoy in you. This is how I experience you, Teresa. That God said to Teresa, because this part, in fact, while it's only in the first mansion, in fact, is a writing which comes from the experience which Teresa is having in the highest level of the mystical life. When God reveals to her in, how would you put it? in what two lovers will say to each other. In the words of love, Christ says to her, whispers into her ear how he experiences her. I love you, Teresa. You are a paradise in which I take my delight. That's what's coming here. It's so different to, you won't find this in Augustine or all these other spiritual writers. It's something, it's a part which is often passed over in Teresa right at the beginning, because everyone's rushing on to find out what else he's got to say. But this is important because it indicates to us the extent to which friendship goes as by way of divine human friendship. And it is, when we think about it, what happens in human friendship, where two married people love each other so much, one will tell the other what they find delightful in the other. They have no difficulty telling the other what they find not delightful in the other, do they? But when the relationship grows, they are able to speak to the other what they find delightful. These are the communications of love which are spoken about in the mystical life. It's this kind of communication. It is to this that friendship moves. Which is why, in looking at prayer in Teresa, friendship in fact is the paradigm that we use to look at her spirituality. The other part of the paradigm is humility, which I hope we can look at this morning also. So that's the extent. And at that point we speak about union with God. In fact, that's, in terms of friendship, is what it's about. It is complete, frank, open, absolute communication between the soul and God. To such an extent that God shares with the soul everything. And the soul shares with God everything about this relationship. So why it's spoken of as spiritual marriage, it's spoken of as union. And that's where she moves. Let's pause to see if you've got any questions now, because now I'll start to talk about prayer and the spiritual life. But this was simply just to give you a sense of Teresa.
After this course, I'd like to read some more about Teresa's spirituality. Probably in simple form. What would you recommend?
Go and read her.
Yeah, I was going to say a book about Teresa.
No. For John, The Impact of God by Father Ian Matthew, who's an English discount Carmelite, is worth reading. I'll write these up during the break. But for Teresa, her writing is so direct. It's kind of like saying, I'd like to learn about Jesus Christ. What book can I read? What would you recommend? Read the Gospels. You don't go to, avoid secondary texts. I know there are lots of them. But why read someone else's interpretation when you can read the original? Don't listen to me. Go and read it yourself.
And for this time read your biography.
Yes, that's right. That's called the Book of Her Life, 1562. If you buy of the collected works of Teresa, Volume 2, you'll find The Way of Perfection and The Interior Castle in there. Worth buying. Wonderful reading. And if you want to read about prayer and the way of perfection, chapters 24 to 29, probably one of the most profound set of chapters on prayer you'll find anywhere. This is coming from the doctor of the church on prayer, in her own writing, written at about 11 at night in candlelight for her sisters to read. So it's very conversational, easy to read. Well, we've got here The Interior Castles by E. Ellison Piers, that's good. Otherwise, the ICS edition, which was translated by Fathers Otilio Rodriguez and Kieran Kavanagh, were also a good translation. The two classic ones are the Rodriguez Kavanagh, which is in contemporary English, and the E. Ellison Piers, which tries to use a more formal style of English. So they're the two main ones. I wouldn't go outside those two. Any other questions? Okay, let's move briefly into what I would see as her primary statement on prayer one of her primary ones, which I'll state to you, then we'll have a break and come back and look at it, because we've been going now 40-something minutes, so you're probably exhausted. So people's attention spans only meant to be 10 minutes. And the way things happen with homilies, you often think it could be only 5. In chapter 8 of the book of her life, St. Teresa has this, and I'll quote from her. For me, prayer is nothing more than an intimate sharing between friends. Wonderful. For me, prayer is nothing else but an intimate sharing between friends. It means taking time to be alone frequently with the one who I know loves me. A few things to draw out from there so that you'll be able to hear it correctly. It's an intimate sharing between friends, first of all. And we need to go into what that means, because we can only access that through 2 other things that she writes about. One from the Interior Castles, also First Mansions, when she speaks about something about prayer, and also what she says in the second mansion, which is about, no, also in the first, in fact, which is about humility. First Mansions will give you some understanding of what it means to have an intimate sharing between friends. It's like an intimate conversation between friends. The second thing, it means taking time to be alone frequently with the one who I know loves me. First part of that is, it means living from and being that constant desire to be alone with God. That has a lot of meaning. It picks up a whole part of John of the Cross that we didn't have a chance to look at, which is about detachment. It also picks up another part of John that we haven't looked at, which is about desire. It also picks up another part, which is in John and Teresa, which is about the living from this desire. Okay? Taking time to be alone frequently with the one who I know loves me. And finally, the third part is the knowledge of the love of God. Very important thing. To know that I'm loved. And that is not simply what it means in today's understanding, which is to be affirmed. To know the love of God is not simply to know myself, nor is it to have an acceptance of myself as loved by God, but there is also within this something of a contemplative experience, which is to experience myself as being constituted by the love of God, which is more than affirmation, which is more than acceptance. A large part of contemporary spiritual writing in this part is about acceptance. John and Teresa would agree with this. But this is only the first step of what it means to be alone with one who I know loves me. The fullness of I know that I'm loved by God goes beyond acceptance and affirmation, because it moves to an experience of the love of God within the fruits of the Spirit as given to us in Paul's letter to the Galatians. It is an experience of an underlying constitution being constituted by the love of God in gentleness, in peace, in love, and all these things, even though the external experience may be one of turbulence. So to know that I'm being loved by God, even there, we need to think beyond the way this is most commonly spoken about. Because we have to remember what we're looking at is, when we look at John and Teresa, someone who is writing from, not from theory, as I'm doing, but from the highest moments of the mystical life. So what they're speaking about straight away moves into another arena. Or someone like Wittgenstein will put it, it moves into an arena where we are using a common language, but unless you have had this experience, you really don't know what they're talking about. So why it becomes so difficult. St. Teresa writes about this in the Fifth Mansion. She says, I'm writing about extraordinary things now. She says, for some of you this will sound like gobbledygook. If you have had the experience that I'm talking about, you know what I'm talking about. If you had something of this experience, you'll have some kind of intimation, but won't know what I'm talking about. And St. John of the Cross writes the same thing in the introduction or the preface to the commentary on the spiritual canticle. He says, what I'm writing about are the conversations or the intimations of divine love, which cannot really be put in words. That loves me. What that means is something which, for Teresa, continues to unfold until in the beatific vision it's an infinity of the unfolding of this. So it can't be confined to the way it's written about today. It goes well beyond that. Okay, let's stop and have a cup of tea. Or let's continue by having a run on St. Teresa on prayer. We've got a short period of time, so I'll try to be reasonably concise in a number of areas. Those of you who know Teresa will probably know what I've left out, and I'll have to leave a lot out, but still, it's useful. The first thing to note, which is why St. Teresa is so powerful, is that certainly for someone like John, because I would see that as the Platonic component of John, everything which is given to us as a human, authentically human possibility will always open on to a supernatural possibility. And that possibility is always a participation in God, okay, a sharing with God. And prayer then kind of, for her, is something which opens out this way. And in that sense, what is prayer? But somehow, as I would understand our charism, a sharing in the relationship which the Father and the Son have. Our relationship with God is a parallel relationship to that. Okay? We speak about participation in the divine goodness and truth and all these other things. But what we have here is something which is profoundly Trinitarian. It is a participation in the Spirit in some way. Okay? To have a life of prayer is to have a relationship with the Father through the Son, which is for me humanly, because of my supernatural possibility, which is that I am given the possibility to speak with the living God, is a parallel relationship to the one which the Father and the Son have. Which is why for us Carmelites, everything which comes from chapter 14 of John's Gospel to chapter 17 is so precious. Because I can't read anything from 14 to 17 without it, for me, being about relationship with God and about prayer. And the Lord's giving me something of His relationship to the Father so that I might learn how to relate to God. I mean, it's that wonderful thing. It's an important thing to keep in mind, because that's what she speaks of when she speaks about friendship. She picks up this human possibility as a parallel to, through this human possibility to participate in divine friendship, in something which is from God. Okay? And, you know, when you think about it theologically, that's what it is. Everything authentically human is the human which is taken up to its fulfillment supernaturally, which then finds itself somehow participating in something divine. And this then is the way we can start thinking about prayer. It is friendship. And therefore, when we look at friendship, we've got a twofold relationship. An understanding of what friendship is within the Trinity shows us what friendship is. And as we grow in friendship, we understand what the Trinity is. Okay? Because the two of them kind of mirror each other. Okay? Human friendship is an image of divine friendship. And as we come into human friendship, we from there move on into divine friendship. And we can therefore understand something of prayer, which is the movement into divine friendship, according to our understanding of human friendship. That's why St. Teresa is so powerful here, because she picks up something which is profoundly human and something which every human being desires profoundly. Okay? I mean, that's what people want. They want relationship with others. Okay? So let's look to how she would see prayer in its initial stages. And we will go through this very quickly, because this is on our spirituality, not, I wasn't asked to come and give sessions on prayer. That's another matter. Maybe we can leave that to another time in 2010 or something or another, whatever it is. But how does it run? How does human friendship work? you take an example of a boy and a girl, and the one that I often give is, imagine that there's Bernard and Agatha, okay? Bernard is a reasonably common name, I suppose. Let's take Pancrazio and Agatha, two kind of names which you don't hear very often these days. And Pancrazio, which is the man's name, in case you've forgotten, sitting on the bus, he goes to work every day, and Agatha gets on and sits in front of him. They haven't met, but their eyes have met, they've noticed each other. And every day they go into work, but they're both rather shy, but they've noticed each other. One day, Agatha gets on, and it's, one of these days when it could rain, and it starts raining. And Agatha, she says, we've had a drought for 9 months, as I said to one of our Japanese Carmelites last week. We had a drought for 9 months, don't need to take an umbrella. We got to the city on Friday, and it rained from midday onwards. No umbrella. So it's raining, so Pancrazio thinks, poor Agatha, I don't know her name, but this girl's got no umbrella. Oh, there's the umbrella. Look, dear, where I get off, there's shelter. I've noticed where you get off, you have to run, so take the umbrella. So the next day, Agatha gets on and comes and sits next to Pancrazio and says, here's your umbrella. Now, what's your name? Oh, my name's Pancrazio, my name's Agatha. Oh, that's it, we both got strange names. We've got something in common. So they talk about the weather, and there's no need for an umbrella, and they start to break the ice. And the first thing that they realize is Agatha thinks Pancrazio's not strange. He's not a nerd in today's language. Maybe it's past that language now. And so they get into the habit of sitting next to each other going to work. And they talk to each other, first of all, about non-important things, and then they start to talk to each other about each other. Then they'll start to ask advice of each other. Then they start to tell each other about their hopes. At this stage, they've never gone out with each other, but it's what can happen going to work, isn't it? You can actually develop a relationship with someone that you don't know very well, and you start talking. And then one day, because they're talking, Pancrazio realizes that Agatha likes the same kind of music as he does. He says, look, I've got 2 tickets to this thing, and my cousin or my sister or whoever this can't go. Would you like to use the ticket? Love to. So they go to the concert. They have a cup of coffee together on the way home, and on it goes. And then they become friends. Not only do they now talk about things, they start to share things together. Rather than simply spend the time which is allotted to them to spend with each other and talk, they now start spending time with each other. In fact, they rather like being with each other. So rather than simply sharing conversation, they share time with each other. And it goes on. They marry. They decide that they want to spend their life with each other. And at the end of their life now, they've been married 56 years. They don't even talk with each other much now because there's nothing much to talk about. But they still spend time with each other. And the terrible thing will happen that one of them will die first, and the other will now no longer know what to do with his or her time. Because so close are they to each other that their time is shared and their time is each other's. That's what happens in human friendship if it goes well, isn't it? That we can look at when we look at human friendship is what prayer is. For St. Teresa, there's the beginnings of a stirring within the person of there is something here of interest. Whether it's of God or of Christ, there is something here of interest. And the person wants to find a way to spend time with God, wants to do godly things, Christ-like things, but doesn't know what to do. What do? Well, in earlier days, 20 years ago, they would have all gone in the evening to the Aquinas Academy. There's something to do. I want to put something in place, but I don't know what to do. They would have gone to bookshops and bought every holy book they could find. They would have gone to every Bible sharing group they could. They would expend their time doing things. But not yet know Jesus Christ. Do things to know. And as time goes on, somehow things will start to click. Okay? They start to meet the person Jesus Christ, even if only in the smallest of ways. And they'll spend time with him, talking about themselves, asking questions, asking for things. But the extraordinary thing which happens, as happened with Agatha and Pancrazio, when Pancrazio was telling Agatha what he was worried about, he was also telling Agatha about himself without realizing it. When you tell someone what you're worried about, you're in fact telling them about yourself. Whatever you share with someone, you're telling them about yourself. Or without you realizing, in that person's very listening, they are telling you something about themselves. And as time goes on, the other replies. And as time goes on, in the sharing, we meet Jesus Christ. And the extraordinary thing which happens now in prayer, which also happens in friendship, is it is now me not simply trying to fill the gaps of silence with words, but now it is more that I spend time and he speaks to me and I hear his voice. He now doesn't tell me what to do, but he now speaks to me in such a way that I grow through a deepening of who I am and what I am. I come to know who he is. And there is beginnings in prayer that St. Teresa speaks about of friendship. This is the first moment. These are the first 2 moments of friendship. The initial meeting and coming to realize that I have something in common and I can talk to this person. All that this entails in ordinary human relationship happens in prayer in exactly the same way, really. And then we move on to the next step where there is a sharing. And whereas in human relationship there is disappointment and expectation and all these other things where we find that in terms of a relationship, a friendship which moves to a real friendship, the imperfections of the friendship must go. This happens in prayer also. Okay? Where friendship now becomes friendship, not using the other person for my own benefit, for my own need of friendship even. Okay? Where it becomes a relationship in the true sense of the word. In fact, in human relationships, few get to this point, really. That's why you can say you can count on one hand how many real friends you've got. That's what we mean humanly. Where things get to the point where friends are just friends because they want to be with each other. They are friends for the sake of love, really, in the true sense of the word. These are very rare even at this point. For St. Teresa, this has not yet moved on to profound prayer, but this happens in prayer, where we get to the point where we can come to be in the presence of Christ simply for Christ's sake, and he wants to be with me for my sake. This is a very important change that happens in prayer. It's when we come to prayer and we're not asking questions, we're not asking things. We can do these things, but it's not the reason. Nor do we come with the burden of guilt. Nor do we come thinking that we failed and we need to do things to rectify. It's at the moment where prayer, like friendship, becomes a place of refreshment and rest. Okay? It's that movement which happens in prayer. And it's at that moment, it's at this point in human friendship and now in terms of prayer that Teresa's definition, which I gave you before the break, kind of comes in. Prayer is an intimate sharing between friends. It's not a sharing of stories even. It's just sharing of life. It's simply a being with the person. We need to come back to this in a moment, which will take us into the interior castles. But it's a sharing of life. It's a sharing of person. It's what happens when you don't meet a person because you want someone to go to the movies with. When it's not that you meet someone because it's something to do, okay? But when you meet a person because you just want to be with that person. And the funny thing about that in human friendship is you can go a long time without seeing this friend. When you see the friend, it doesn't matter what you do. It's just being with a friend which is important. And in fact, it would be good if you could be with such a friend very often. But if you can't be humanly, it doesn't matter. There is a difference in divine friendship because humanly you can be with this person all the time. So the desire which is in place is a different kind of desire. There is in place a desire to be alone frequently with this person that I can be alone with. That's why divine friendship, which is prayer, has a slightly different context to human friendship, because human friendship is somehow confined to the realities of being human and being created and bodily and all these other things. You know, human relationship is constrained by my humanity, constrained by the fact that I have to go to sleep, that I have to work, that I have to do all these things and all these other bits and pieces. I'm a discalced Carmelite, so I have some wonderful friends But I might only be able to see this friend twice a year or 3 times a year, because this is the kind of life that I've chosen to live. And I don't telephone people either. But it doesn't stop the relationship. A person marries, you can't keep on going out with your mates or your girlfriends the way you used to. If I marry this girl, you can't. Because if you do, it won't last long, the marriage. Constrained. And yet if there is a true friendship, the constraints of marriage don't impact at all. Okay? But with divine friendship, it's different. Because indeed, you can be alone with this one, Jesus Christ, every day of your life. So straight away, once we get to this point, we move beyond the paradigm of friendship, even though, as I said, it is an image of divine friendship. We're still working within that, because for her, for St. Teresa, the reality of prayer unfolds from the reality of friendship. But we have to move beyond the paradigm which we're using. And it's now becomes a paradigm of friendship, of presence. Okay? Which within the reality of God means a kind of presence which can be there all the time. Hence we can move into what someone like another Carmelite, Lawrence of the Resurrection, who is in fact taking something which we find in John of the Cross, you'll find it in the degrees of perfection, which is living constantly in the presence of God. Practice of the presence of God. In our tradition is about friendship. It's this constant friendship. John of the Cross would say, take him as a friend and companion and walk with him all the time. Same thing with St. Teresa. Take him. When he is your friend, you have him all the time, and you may turn to him at any moment of the day, because he is one whose friendship transcends the confines of our humanity. Because our humanity opens on, we are spiritual. It opens beyond what holds us in now. And then finally, in terms of this, because I want to then move on to a further development of this from another aspect of Teresa, the one who I know loves me. And the one who I know loves me, that's the beauty of the spiritual life, is one for each of us, our experience of this one grows and changes. That's part of the excitement and the darkness, the joy, the difficulty of the spiritual life is the one who I know is constantly changing. Why is the one that I know loves me constantly changing? Because I am not yet what I'm meant to be. And part of this divine friendship is, within this context of friendship, I'm constantly being drawn in love beyond myself to be what I am not yet. It is a friendship with a purpose. The purpose is union with God. And I am not yet one who is capable of this union. And this friendship, and for Teresa, growth in the spiritual life is within this relationship. It's not an exercise. Okay? But it is about this relationship. And as Christ is for me now, I grow beyond myself. So this aspect of the one who I know loves me is not something which is static, nor is it something which is always enjoyable. Love in marriage is not always enjoyable. Love in any friendship is not always enjoyable. Now, I think of someone, at least the story goes, of the great ballerina de Margot Fontaine, who married a Cuban they tried to assassinate this Cuban, ended up being a paraplegic. And she nursed him. She remained with him until he died, this great ballerina. So it's an amazing thing that the hidden life of Margot Fontaine is quite inspiring, who on one level had this life of a prima ballerina, and on the other was one who looked after this one to whom she pledged herself until he died. What's love here? And what was the taste of the love humanly? At times, she would come from another world into another. Oof. So what is prayer? It's not what you think it is. It is that the relationship of love always challenges us and draws me beyond myself, because this is what friendship is. This is what it is if it's true friendship. And so the one who I know loves me is one that I experience differently in every day of my life. and I cry out to him, which is what we've been talking at provincial. I've been meeting them after this conference from all parts of East Asia, and we're saying constantly to each other when we're talking about things, and whenever the charism comes up, we're speaking in different languages, we're saying the same thing. We as Carmelites who live this charism have to, regardless of how we feel and experience God at the moment, cry out always, where have you hidden? Cry out to our friend, where are you? In the sure faith that we are being loved by the one who we know loves us now. So this aspect of the definition of prayer is not, oh, I experience the love of God, but it is somehow something which calls us to go below our present experience to that part where we are being constituted in life by the one who loves me, to go below what is there to another place where the beloved dwells. Okay. Any questions? Because I want to move on to a very important aspect to unfold this. And I won't be able to do anything else because our time runs out. So one other thing I want to move to.
I always, maybe this is just me, I always find it difficult to keep in balance or keep together in my life two things. One is the spiritual, and Brother Lawrence chopping onions in the kitchen, be mindful of the presence of God. Keeping that in my life, and also taking joy, pleasure, excitement in the secular, new friendships, new interests. It just kind of, they don't exactly clash with each other, but they seem like separate.
In fact, the practice of the presence of God is not about what you're talking about. That's the way it's often perceived. If you try to practice the presence of God driving into the city in the car, that way you'll have 10 accidents. It's not about thinking I'm in the presence of God and trying to love God like that. No. In John and Teresa, it's very difficult. It is believing that I'm being loved by God now and it doesn't seem like it. It's Jesus being nailed to the cross and believing that the Father's loving him. That's the practice of the presence of God. And it's not easy. It's kind of, it sounds simple. It sounds like walking around with your hands together trying to be holy. It's not what it is. Practice of the presence of God is an act of faith. That I don't want this, but I believe you are here and I will give myself to this because I know you are here. And in this I will try to love with all my heart, soul, mind and strength because I believe this is the only thing to do because I believe that you are loving me in this. My only way to respond is this way. Practice of the presence of God is, it's easy to say, but if you could do it, you'd be a saint. Very hard. And that means in terms of what you've spoken about, it means finding a way to be present, to love God in everything that you do. In terms of the joys of life, to enjoy life in the presence of God. There are different ways of enjoying the good things of the world, aren't there? To enjoy them in a grasping, jealous, avaricious way, or in a way which is none of these things, but simply open to thanking God in what's happening now. And we fall into both, don't we? Well, we tend to fall into the first, isn't it? So, in fact, even when we're enjoying ourselves, we're not practicing the presence of God. We can say, oh, God's given me this, thank God. But to be honest, attend to what you're doing in yourself. And you will see that you need to practice the presence of God. Because we tend to live as if this joy is the last joy in our life. No, that's our human inclination. And John and Teresa would say, then you need to purify yourself. Because until you do, you won't really enjoy this as you should. The fullness of the joy of life which is possible won't be given to you because we're enjoying it the wrong way. The same thing with difficulties, how to enter into them. And we might look at that now because this is the next part of what this means in Teresa. Saint Teresa also, you'll find this in the first mansions of the interior castles. When she speaks up prayer, she puts it in the negative. She says, I don't call something prayer unless you know who you're talking, if you don't know who you're talking to or who you are or what you're saying, I wouldn't call it prayer. She puts it, for some reason, she puts it in this kind of funny negative way. But I'll put it in the positive to make it simpler. for you. St. Teresa says, for there to be a relationship of friendship, for there to be prayer, 3 things are necessary. You must know who you are that's in this relationship. You must know who you're relating to. You must know what you're saying. It sounds simple. When she speaks about it in the example she gives it, wouldn't it be silly if you were talking to a king and you didn't know who the king was and therefore who you were in relation to the king, and you, even worse, spoke rubbish to him, gobbledygook. Didn't think about what you were saying. She would say this be rather bizarre. But in terms of the spiritual life, what she's saying is more profound. In our relationship of friendship with Christ, we must know who our friend is. Because if we don't, there's no friendship. That's what happens in relationship. You come to know the other with whom you are having this relationship, okay? If I came to Michael and said, Michael, you give me marriage preparation, I want to marry Bernadette around the corner. And he said to me, what's she like? I've got no idea, I haven't spoken to her. And he would look at me and say, this girl's Carmelites are mad. You want to leave the order and you don't know who she is? He would say to me, first of all, look, your vocation might be in Christ, but I'm not worried about you getting married. Because she's not going to marry you. You don't know who she is. You can't have a relationship with God, with Christ, until you know who Christ is. By the same token, you can't, being in relationship, true relationship, always brings about self-knowledge. Got it? 2 things will always happen in relationship. The growth of knowledge of the other person, and more profoundly and with greater difficulty, understanding of who you are. If you are in relationship with another, it is about, we speak today about vulnerability, and vulnerability is about self-knowledge. Teresa and John speak about this in their own peculiar way, but this is what they're talking about. There's no relationship with prayer, there's no growth in relationship with Christ without these 2 things happening. So that what I give to Christ is myself. The word which I speak is me. Again, the model, the paradigm is relationship within the Trinity. What word does the Father speak? The word is himself. And yet the word is not himself, it is his Son. But the word which is his Son gathers together and is the fullness of everything which he is. And this is the only word ever spoken which is a complete word. Which is why what they give to each other is also the fullness of God, which is the Holy Spirit, and which alone encompasses the reality of what love is. This is our understanding of the Trinity as Carmelites. A word spoken is an extraordinary thing, which is why John says, weigh your words carefully. Because when you speak a word, you're speaking who you are. That's the peculiar possibility, which is the gift of what it is to be human. Words are spoken not simply to communicate, but most wonderfully, which is why we get, this is what we struggle to do. If only I could communicate who I am in a word. But the problem is I don't know who I am. The communication, the speaking of words, at the heart of it, in our humanness, the desire is to put into a word the reality of what I am. Why? So what God did. The ability to speak is a divine possibility. Only God can speak. Speaking is for persons. The ability to speak is a personal capacity. We as persons have the ability to speak. What does it mean? I have the ability to communicate in a word who I am, the totality of what I am, because this is what God is. Which means also I have the ability to receive in a word the totality of another person, but more profoundly the totality of what God is. This is for Teresa, theologically, and for John, the relationship of what friendship is, which is why for Teresa friendship is the paradigm for prayer. Because I'm called into something divine. And so she says, but for this to happen, for me to be able to speak a word which is myself to God, or she would say to receive the word spoken to me by the Father, the word which is his Son, I need 2 things. I must know who I am and know who the Word is, which is Jesus Christ. Got it? Which is why, and it's given to us very simply in the interior. People pass over thinking, well, you need to be attentive to what you say, know who God is, know who you are, and that's fine, let's move on. Because it's right at the beginning of the interior castles and we pass over it. It's there in 4 lines. People pass over it. Yet it is perhaps one of the most profound things to be said in prayer. I want to move on to these mystical things. And you never understand them unless you understand the dynamics of prayer and this relationship in Teresa. Okay, let's now have a look at what this is. For her now, Teresa then says in the first mansions, as we move through the castle from room to room, only one thing is necessary. Do you know what it is? Remember what it is? Oh, she says, but always remain in the room of self-knowledge, of humility. Pass through the other rooms, grow, because she says, never be afraid to go forward. Because one of the other beautiful things, which I'll toss at you, but I haven't got time to look at, she says, never underestimate the capacity of your soul. Because your soul is the dwelling place of God. Never be timid in matters spiritual. I shouldn't have said that because you could get it wrong, but let's get it this clear this way. Never underestimate what God can do for you. But she says, oh, but there is one thing which you must hold on to always, because it's one thing which is necessary at every moment of the spiritual life, even in the highest moments, and that is humility, which is the room of self-knowledge. This humility is not walking around saying, it's not at all about the 12 degrees of humility which we find in the rule of Saint Benedict, which in the highest point, which is I think around steps 6 and 7, to really believe that you are, to act as if you are the worst in the world and believe that you are the worst. I'm not a Benedictine, so I leave that for the Benedictines to think about. But for Teresa, it is about self-knowledge in the presence of Christ. It is something which is about standing in the presence of the love of Christ and knowing yourself as the love of Christ shows you. Okay? It's not about saying, look, I'm terrible this way, I'm a great sinner, I'm horrible. You see, there are 2 ways of seeing humility. One is, I'm so bad, I'm not worth looking at, don't talk to me, or I look in myself and I become so upset and depressed that I just fall into myself. One of the Cross talks about this as it's a bit like a pig rolling around in a pigsty. This is not the humility that Teresa's talking about, and yet it's the caricature of humility, which is the way we often understand humility. But humility for Teresa means to dare to stand in your sinfulness in the presence of the mercy of God and know what mercy is. Do you hear what I'm saying there? From my knowledge of my sinfulness, only through that will I know the love of God in that aspect which we speak of as mercy and forgiveness. To the extent that you know your sinfulness, so much will you know God's love. It's not that I know that I'm loved, that's intellectual. But to experience within myself more and more profoundly the reality of my sinfulness. If I am praying in this relationship with Christ, that much will I experience His mercy. And only to the extent that I know profoundly my sinfulness, only that far will I know the love of God. The 2 go together. My experience of myself opens to me if I have the right disposition towards Christ, which is what friendship is about. Only there will I experience profoundly within myself what the mercy of God is. And only there and through that will I know what love is. And only then in that will I know who Christ is. Because to know Christ is to know my other self, as you have in so much language which comes from the spiritual tradition. Christ is my other self, which means for Teresa, Christ is the experience of the other side of myself. One side of me is my sinfulness, but we cannot stop there. From my sinfulness, I must look towards Christ. Now, what does this mean? Because we're running out of time. I want to give you something practical, because this might be the last thing, because I won't have any other time. What does it mean in a practical sense in terms of prayer? It means, in terms of prayer, not praying about my sinfulness, but praying from my sinfulness. In the first, praying about my sinfulness is the focus of my prayer. I can't go anywhere but my sinfulness, can I? It's what we do when we pray that we won't fall. I pray that I won't sin. I focus on my sin. Well, it's a good thing to do, but tell me, have you achieved anything? Let's be honest. For those of you who have prayed about your sinfulness for years, have you achieved anything? You think that you have for a while, and then he lets you fall again, and you realize you haven't achieved a thing in the world. You keep praying about it. Lord, Lord, look at this. The problem is, Teresa, but what are you looking at? What relationship are you putting in place? In a distorted way, you've got a relationship with your sin. Let's look at it that way, frankly. And when I put it to you that way, you think, yeah, that's true. And you think, isn't that horrible? But do you see why things aren't going anywhere? Because we can be so horrified by our sinfulness that we get caught up with it, you know. And then we're bound, we don't know what to do. Then we despair. And then many will give up. Others will become, many things. But for Teresa, it's always within the context of living in the presence of of my best friend that I walk with. And for Teresa, sin, he walks with me even into my sin. He must, because he loves me. He walks with me even into my sin. This is Teresa's friend. Which means, therefore, in terms of sinfulness, which is our access to our self-knowledge. It's one of those beautiful things that last Sunday the homily that we were looking at was about the talents given to us. Jesus will come back and call the stewards and say, what did you do with the talents I gave you? And we tend to think of that in terms of the gifts I've been given. How did I use my gifts? So we say to everyone, you've got gifts, use them well, and don't enter, and even though you think you might have a few gifts, use them well. And for me as a Carmelite, I would be inclined to say, use your sinfulness well. Use your sinfulness to meet God. Don't use it to sin, but use it to meet the Lord, because it's there that you're going to meet the Lord. You're not going to meet the Lord by using your talents. Use your talents and you'll meet yourself. Funny how we generally look at that parable. If we look at it the way it's been given to us, we'll probably go wrong, go off the deep end, or be struggling to build empires from our talents. I would say to people, no. You have positive talents and negative talents. Let's look at the negative talents. Your sinfulness, your dispositions towards sin. Use these to go beyond yourself and come to know Christ. I believe that's what he's going to ask you on the last day. You'll be surprised at what your talents are on the last day, and you'll find that we all have the same talents. That's the surprising thing. These talents are the leveling talents. And on the other side of these, of our sinful dispositions, we find Christ. So what must we do? St. Teresa, it simply is to cry out to God from within the experience of sinfulness. Because that sinfulness is the truth of what God loves. It's in that sense, that sense of affirmation and acceptance which is spoken about so often today is important. To accept that this is the way I am, to accept that I am loved by God this way. But it's not affirmation for the sake of feeling good. It's affirmation so that I might simply accept this reality and pray from this reality, not to pray about it. Because if I'm praying about it, my focus is not Jesus Christ. With Teresa and John, it's always ensure that your focus is Christ. And if you find that your focus is not Christ, your prayer's gone off wrong. You're not praying correctly. Focus must be the Lord. So in terms of our experience of ourself in humility, we must ensure that we don't become the focus of our prayer. So what place does this self-knowledge have? It becomes now the place from which I turn to God. so that God might look at me in this way. What happened to the prodigal son? He looked at the Lord from where he was and thought about his father and thought about himself and then did something. He didn't say, give me something to eat or take away this pigsty. But from where he was, from his experience of where he was, he looked towards his father and realized and started to experience something of the love of the Father and then went to the Father and thereby received in the midst of his sinfulness and therefore experienced more profoundly the love of God, the mercy of God. So St. Teresa says, in this then we experience the love of God, because only by knowing myself and praying from here do I experience the distance that God must come to love me. And I know who God is then. I know who Christ is. Okay, how do you know who Christ is? By knowing how far he must come to you. And the further the distance, the better you'll know him. If the distance is not very far, you don't know him very well. If the distance is far, you know Christ. And in that, then you know what the friendship is, and you are able to respond in friendship. It's probably a place to pause for questions, because if I go on, we'll go over time. So I don't think there's any point to go into another topic, because you don't know the topic, so you won't feel kind of cheated.
I want to thank you, Father, for that insight. You are the first priest that I've ever heard say we can use our sinfulness to find God. And to me, that's the greatest insight I think I've ever had in my spiritual life. So thank you very much.
Don't thank me, thank St. Teresa. St. Teresa says at the end of the second mansion, where she compares the devil to a saint, not to a saint, to a serpent. And this is a powerful thing. Remember, this is coming after the Council of Trent. God allows these serpents to bite us. Now, she put it that way, because put it the other way, she could have been on dangerous territory. So she uses figurative language, but she says, why does he allow the serpent to bite us? Why does he allow us to fall? So that we might learn the truth about who we are. We might learn what to do better to please God. And we might learn how to love.
And it gives you a great sense of hope instead of despair too, now that you've revealed that to us. And also I can see I've got lots of talents because I've got lots of sinfulness.
It makes us all equal.
So thank you very much.
This is something I suppose I've thought about a lot, and that is, how do you love God? And I've always felt that I didn't know how to do it, and I didn't even know what it was to do it, and certainly couldn't. What's happened over these couple of days is that I've come to see it in a much broader sense than it was. And the other thing is it, I think you're saying, that it's an individual thing to a person, how they do it, at least in the beginning? Yeah.
I'll answer your question from the end point first. And for here, it would be good to read John of the Cross Spiritual Canticle stanzas 30 to about 34. What does it mean to love God? It means not to say no. For me, as a Carmelite, from where I am now, that's what it means to love God. It's not doing something, but it means not saying no. It's the only way that I can look at my life and say, well, to love God. I can't think of anything that I can do to love God, to be perfectly honest. But I know when I say no, I'm not loving God. How do I love God? By not saying no. And you'll see what I mean by that more clearly in stanzas 30 to 34, the Spiritual Canticle. So what is loving God? In fact, paradoxically, it's not doing something, but it's receiving the love of God. Because God wants to love me with the fullness of love. And the only way that can happen is by my saying yes, which means to allow myself to be loved by God. That's a very difficult thing, because that's the way that I'm loved is my individuality, amongst other things. And therefore, that's where my sinfulness comes in. It's a struggling in that. But also it means, in a certain honesty, being moved by the Spirit to whatever it is that God wants of me. Therefore it means to be used by God. It's not my job to do something for God. No, I can't do anything for God. But it's for me to be open.
I'm not sure if you know that we're speaking about Saint Therese of Lisieux today, and you probably know everything about her. But we'll take it pretty steadily because she's not an easy nut to crack, really. Really, when you get down to it, it is rather difficult, I think, because she's highly significant, and we want to know and grasp why she's significant to us. First of all, she's simply that she's popular. I won't go through all the history of Therese. The years were 1873, died at the age of 24 in 1897, and took the world by storm. The accolades are very great. A storm of glory, the greatest saint of modern times, patroness of the missions, a saint that captures the essence of the Gospels, and she's enjoyed a very wide popularity, as you know, with all sorts of people. The recent visit of the relics to Australia, it was marvellous to sit back with the bishops of one place or another, let them do the speaking and find out how much they knew about Therese. Brought her out from under the table, you might say, and they knew all about Therese. She's extremely influential. As I say, she's popular and we want to grasp why, and I'll try and sum it up for you to make sure that we're not airy-fairy about it and try and grasp as clearly as we can in a pithy summary here. Therese's way is a way of confidence and trust in God's word, that he will do great things for those who, though they try to love God, do so imperfectly. And of course, loving God means loving our neighbour, and they do that imperfectly also. They are too little to climb the stairs of the perfection of love. The principle is like catching fire. So although our love is imperfect, our efforts are trivial very often, yet if God sees within us that desire to love, then he chooses us, using a bit of a daunting word, but a very instructive word, as a victim, so that the fire comes down and consumes us. In Therese's spirituality, not so much like a raging fire that makes everyone say, wow, look at that, but much more like internal combustion. She catches fire. She's inwardly transformed in a secret, hidden manner. Sometimes so much so that she is startled when God decides to show her just a little bit of what's happening inside her. She's astonished at the inspirations that somehow come from within, the right word at the right moment, the wisdom that's coming up from within, and many other aspects of Therese. So I hope you've captured that. Have you got the idea of what I'm saying here? It's a way of confidence and trust in God's word, That's what we're all called to do, isn't it, in the gospel? Do we ever believe in the gospel? Us believers, do we believe in it? Do we accept God's word, his promises? He's promised the gospel's remarkable revolution in the lives of human beings. He's promised that he will do great things for those who try to love God, but do so imperfectly, finding they are too little to climb the stairs of the perfection of love. God is on the lookout for the ordinary saints among us. Therese was put off by, in her time, my early days too, and I suppose we have a special time now. I'm not sure where she fits into everything at this moment, but we'll try and work on that to find out if she fits in. Those days of the saints surrounding us, the great saints. These, remember, the saints that the church presents to us, are models for our imitation. So off we go. We're going to be like St. Augustine. We're going to be a martyr like the early martyrs. And all the martyrs that have been canonized recently, we're going to go off and give our lives. We're going to preach, or we'll be like St. Francis. It's very easy, isn't it? Holiness is very easy. Well, she was really put off by all these saints that were held up in models of imitation. I suppose it was a confusion. It wasn't their great works, but it was just that their great works hid the essence of holiness. So she was much more encouraged whenever she came across someone she could imitate. And she came across one of these in the Carmel of Lisieux, Normandy, France. So she'd enter the Carmelite monastery to pray for sinners and especially to pray for priests, because she had a little bit of experience of priests in the meantime, so she knew she had to pray for them as well. So she'd entered at the age of 15, very early, and as she struggled in her spirituality in the convent, she was delighted to find an ordinary saint living with her. Someone not noticed, someone who doesn't stand out. She's addressing her sister Pauline. Now, dear mother, what more is there to say? I thought I was finished, but I haven't said anything to you as yet concerning my good fortune at knowing our Holy Mother Genevieve, the foundress, if I'm not mistaken, of the Lisieux Carmel. She founded it. She's elderly now. This certainly was a priceless gift. God, who had given me so many graces, willed that I should live with a saint. Not one that was inimitable, but one who was made holy by the practice of the hidden virtues, the ordinary virtues. On more than one occasion I received great consolations from her. Just remember one of the incidents was Therese came in to visit Mother Genevieve, who was laid up in bed sick, but she had two other visitors there, but Therese wasn't really allowed to go in then, but Mother Genevieve saw her come in and called her back. She wanted to go out. She said, my child, you always want a keepsake from me. She said, this is my keepsake today. Remember always that our God is a God of love. And Therese thought the heavens had opened. She said she'd been filled with trials all day long. And she thought that God had revealed something to Mother Genevieve because it took away all her difficulties. When she asked her later, did she receive some inspiration, she said, no, not at all. It's really good to live in an environment that's a little bit secular, but deeply religious, instead of ecclesiastical, and not religious. So I'm just beginning these steps to try and focus in on surprising places of holiness and to grasp this point. An image that's been coming to my mind as an introductory thought for Therese is she's the type of person, she's like a miner working down in a deep, dark mine. So she's not noticed by people. No one knows she's there. She's a young girl and in the Carmel. She is hidden, unnoticed. But she is working flat out. She's doing something she thinks is extremely important. She's digging for gold. And it's all hidden. And most of the time, it's not gold, it's darkness. Extremely difficult. She said at one stage, what heavy weather I made of it in the novitiate. She's very earnest, very intent on getting to heaven, very intent on the perfection of love. But most of the time, it's bitterness and difficulty. But at very regular times, suddenly she comes up with a nugget of gold. And this is the goods that she's presenting to us now, that she's discovered a new way for the church. An encouragement for the church considered as a mystery, not simply hierarchical or the externals of the church, but who or what are the church? It is the primacy of holiness over any other hierarchical primacy. Type of primacy you see in John's Gospel, for example, the beloved disciple who runs faster than Peter, gets to the tomb first, who knows the heart of the Lord. Peter's got to ask him questions. That's the primacy that John's Gospel speaks about. It is the most important primacy in the church, is the life of God's saints, the holiness of the saints. And without that, Peter would not be able to understand, to speak, to guide, to govern. So just that image then, we're on to something here that she's calling a new way. We've already said it's the essence of the Gospels, but there seems to be something entirely new in it. Perhaps there is. Certainly, as an instruction for us, it's new because she's got something and we want to grasp what it is. So Mother Genevieve then was an encouragement to Therese. That's the type of saint she wants to be. Authentic, deeply real, with the not perhaps so much like the light of the world, but the salt of the earth that is hidden. No one knows the salt is there, but it preserves the whole body from being corrupted. So you might know that Therese had opinions about Mary, our Blessed Lady, the Mother of God. She had a deep conviction in this theme of ordinariness, that Mary was the most ordinary saint of them all. She was deeply indignant at exaggerated sermons which distanced Mary from the realm of the ordinary, saying things about her the Gospels never say, getting all enthused about Mary and putting crowns on her head and dressing her up and saying she's the bee's knees and everything else. Well, Therese is a great encouragement to me, because when I come to speak a homily on Mary, I haven't got a clue what I'm going to say. Because there's hardly anything you can grab out of the Gospels on Mary. So very consoling that if you want to touch reality, Mary was just ordinary, a person of faith, She went through the trials of had a child wander off and went missing. She went through the trial of having her dear son leave home, the public ministry. She had the joy of his presence with Joseph as she cooked and washed and everything else. And she had that terrible tragedy, that deep mystery, that violent death of her son on the cross. She stood there, not fully comprehending, but being a person of faith, accepting that God was doing something wonderful, something great she did not understand. So she treasured what she could not understand in her heart. So Therese was adamant about Mary and began to see that she was of the type of those ordinary hidden saints. So she directs our minds and hearts to perhaps the ordinary saints in our lives. My mother was a saint. She died last year on Easter Sunday. Just as I finished the vigil mass, I got over there to see her. She'd been a full week in an intensive care, and off she went after the vigil mass about 3 o'clock in the morning on Easter Sunday morning, very early. And certainly my mother was an ordinary saint, a person of deep faith, never ever preaching to anyone, but simply doing the washing, the ironing, the tolerating, and everything else. So this is the importance of Therese, that she's had that appeal to people like that. And I also wince when Therese is somehow made out to be someone great, in that sense that also puts her in a realm apart. We have to grasp her doctrine as being the sanctity or the holiness of the ordinary. I put my clock in my pocket. Just watch that there. So, any questions so far?
You mentioned the primary holiness of the Gospels. Are you referring to love, or what are you referring to specifically?
Yes, the primacy of holiness, I said, didn't I? Yes. In the Gospels, you know how important the 12 apostles are. It's very clear that Jesus sets up a group of disciples to have a precedence. They have a primacy, very visible. Peter is the head. The 12 apostles are honoured. And the church throughout the world is recognised that way. Paul, for example, goes off to Jerusalem to report to those influential people in Jerusalem, the heads of the church. He's not too awe-inspired by that, but he recognises the primacy, the apostolic tradition. When you come to John's Gospel, here's a new insight into things, and he wants to make a point. And whenever the beloved disciple is mentioned, who can be taken as a symbol of any disciple, the one Jesus loved, and Peter are mentioned together, the beloved disciple acts as the eyes of Peter to bring understanding to Peter. The beloved disciple is between Jesus and the hierarchical primacy, the Pope, the bishops, etc. And it's the saint, the beloved disciple is the sanctity of the church, the sanctity of the people, the spirit of holiness. And it's vast and hidden, shows itself in deeds very often, but by and large it's a deep mystery of love, where the beloved disciple rests on the heart of Jesus. The two hearts are close together, just as the Father and the Son in the Spirit are close together in the mystery of the Blessed Trinity. So what I'm trying to say is holiness, understood in this sense, is absolutely vital for the church. It has a primacy. It is first. So that other primacy serves the holiness of the church. The other primacy is to serve, to govern God's children. So when we see things that way, and with Therese, we might begin to see our ordinary brothers and sisters that don't seem to have anything extraordinary in their lives, and they don't particularly think that they're highly significant. They would perhaps laugh if someone said they're important. They feel they are important, but they're not sure exactly how they're important. But it is to do with this, looking into this hidden aspect of holiness. Is that making any sense? Yes?
So I had a question. One of the things you said twice, you said it early on, was about her way of confidence and trust in God's word. I think I know what trust means, but the word confidence is used in different senses in our society. So what do you mean by confidence?
Okay. We'll move on to that later, I think, because that's the most vital thing. That's the heart of the matter, so we'll move on to it. We'll speak of a boldness, an audacity even. So we have to work on that. Now, I was speaking about Mary. Now, she has a passage in the first manuscript. You might know that the autobiography of Therese is made up of 3 manuscripts. The greater part is manuscript A, written for her sister Pauline, who's in was Mother Superior in the Carmel. And then that's followed by manuscript B, written to her eldest sister Marie, also in the Carmel. And the third manuscript is written to Mother Marie Gonzague, who was also prioress at various times, most of the time, and that's written to her. But this was found in the first manuscript to Pauline. It has to do with this ordinariness. She speaks about one of the graces that she had when she was quite young, and before 10 years of age. She had an insatiable desire to read. She also could look upon a holy picture and peruse and look at a holy picture for hours, because she'd get everything out of it. Very saccharine, perhaps, sometimes, the holy pictures, the little flower before the Blessed Sacrament, before the Tabernacle, this type of thing. But she could draw lessons out from this. So I'll read you this piece. This attraction for reading lasted until my entrance into Carmel. It is true that in reading certain tales of chivalry, I didn't always understand the realities of life, and she's quite insulated. But soon God made me feel that true glory is that which will last eternally. And to reach it, it isn't necessary to perform striking works, but to hide oneself and practice virtue in such a way that the left hand knows not what the right is doing. She often says that I felt. It's coming from within, you see. When reading the accounts of the patriotic deeds of French heroines, especially the Venerable Joan of Arc, I had a great desire to imitate them. And it seemed I felt within me the same burning zeal with which they were animated, the same heavenly inspiration. Then I received a grace which I have always looked upon as one of the greatest in my life, because at that age I wasn't receiving the lights I'm now receiving when I am flooded with them. I considered that I was born for glory, and when I searched out the means of attaining it, God inspired in me the sentiments I have just described. He made me understand my own glory would not be evident to the eyes of mortals, but it would consist in becoming a great saint. This desire could certainly appear daring if one were to consider how weak and imperfect I was, and how after 7 years in the religious life I still am weak and imperfect. I always feel, however, the same bold confidence of becoming a great saint because I don't count on my merits since I have none. But I trust in him who is virtue and holiness. God alone, content with my weak efforts, will raise me to himself and make me a saint, clothing me in his infinite merits. I didn't think then that one had to suffer very much to reach sanctity, but God was not long in showing me this was so and in sending me the trials I have already mentioned. So there's quite a richness here. First of all, Therese was certainly guided by a very definite vocation. She was chosen before she was born. She was placed in the midst of her family in Lisieux. She was taught the ways of love, the skills of love, and she was directed by inspirations to discover a new way to God that would shine and illuminate the church, correcting its faults, dispelling toxicity that gets into the system of the church. So we'll find, as I said, with the miner down in the dark mine, that Therese is making heavy weather of it because she feels she's not sure she's going the right direction very often. Suddenly she'll come out into a clearing. She knows this is where it's at. I'm heading in the right direction. At a final retreat before she dies, she uses the image of a navigator exploring or charting a new way around the world like Christopher Columbus. And at that last retreat, she suddenly comes out into the part of the journey where she sees the harbour light. She knows she's been heading in the right direction. She hasn't solved all the problems, but at this particular retreat, she overcomes some extraordinary inspirations within her that she's got no explanation for. Unreasonable inspirations to be a martyr. I don't think we're all like this. I don't think I ever wanted to be a martyr. I wanted to be a saint, but I'm not sure about it being martyr. But we have to try and grasp what she's actually saying when you read these parts, because she's actually saying she was tortured by this. It was unreasonable. It was just unreasonable that she felt she wanted to be a martyr, that she wanted to be a doctor of the church, that she wanted to be a priest, and then she didn't want to be a priest as well, have both together. She wanted to be like St. Francis in his humility. She wanted to be a soldier for Christ, and was really and truly it was driving her bonkers, you might say. She had to come up with a solution to that problem, and that happened at the final retreat in her life. She suddenly had deep insights into the way of love, that it includes that also. So that's one aspect of her spirituality. She speaks of suffering, and I think it's worth saying that we ought not to think of suffering that is not the common lot of humanity. So I think it would be a mistake to think that we've got to go out there and somehow take this road of suffering and add to our sufferings already. I think the sufferings are of that type, sometimes inner psychological turmoil, spiritual aridity, alienation and broken families, difficulties in the family, all the common things. So we don't have to look for extra things, but they are already there. She's directing us to a way through those to something wonderful. So one of the greatest graces of her life that came in connection with this reading, particularly Joan of Arc. Notice Joan of Arc is not a hidden saint, is she? She's out there meeting the men and cutting off heads and everything else, fighting on the battlefield for the church and for France. Don't know how we fit all that together, but anyway, she's a very public saint. Great deeds. But Teresa's greatness was exactly that, but on a spiritual battlefield, deeply interior. So he inspired her with those sentiments that she had a conviction that she was born for glory or for greatness. And this is just one of many summaries that will come up from time to time to try and grasp her doctrine, which is simple in one sense but difficult in another. So we have to keep coming back to it. Her greatness would be hidden, and it would consist in availing of the merits of God himself. So we're looking at a theological principle here that is extremely important to grasp, that this person forsakes everything that she might make a claim of goodness or sanctity on, to join herself with Christ in order to inherit the very riches of God himself, so that God becomes her possession. This is deeply into Carmelite spirituality now. Spirituality of the spiritual canticle of St. John of the Cross speaks about the soul in union with Christ, opening up the deeper reaches of this union in which the bride, the soul bride, even comes to a point there is equality between her and God. Although by nature they are different, they are equal because they are lovers in union, so that she commands God and God does what she commands. Because God commands her and she does what he commands. And his beauty is her beauty, and he loves her because her beauty is his beauty. And so they say those tender sentiments from the Song of Songs, "You are fair, beloved." And she says, "And you are beautiful, beloved." This sort of language, language of equality. This is the mystery that's taking place in Therese, in very definite steps in a deeply hidden way. We'll go to quarter two, will we, Michael? Okay. So as I say, there are other summaries will come. Obviously, it's a difficult thing for her to grasp once and for all, so that she can put it out there and say, this is it. So as you read the autobiography, and we've got copies there on sale in case anyone happened to be interested, I'll just put them in my bag today. So other summaries, we have the famous image of the elevator. She wanted to find an elevator to take her to heaven. No wonder she's popular. I mean, it's just to find a place where you can press the button and off you go. That's not bad. Therese actually pulls herself up at times. She thinks the things she's saying, she knows some people would think this is really over the top, but she doesn't apologize. She means what she says, so she's looking for an elevator to take her to heaven because she knows she can't get up first step. So you see the image that's coming out here. We have a child who struggles, as we all do, and if you struggle like that, you're a candidate for this type of sanctity. Because if you're the type of a person who says, for 20, 30, 40, 50 years now I've been struggling to please God, and really, I haven't progressed one iota. I am the same as I ever was. If anything, God's more distant now from me, although I feel closer to him. There's such a gap between me and God now. That's the credentials for this type of sanctity and this way, and for this confidence, this bold confidence. The bold confidence, so striking sayings like, it's impossible for me to be afraid of God. I seize him with bold confidence, and I put all my trust in him. It's impossible for him to reject me. All his wealth becomes hers. So this matter of the elevator, you know, Mother, and she's speaking to Mother Gonzague. This is the third manuscript. I have always wanted to be a saint. By the way, Mother Gonzague was pretty tough on this young 15-year-old girl. Almost outrageous in a sense, but it was a matronly, not a matronly, but a very sophisticated sort of woman who saw in this child such a potential that she applied the strictures of formation to her. Make us wince, really. But she humiliated her on many occasions. And when Therese comes to write this, Therese is able to tell her what a sod she was, really, and get away with it. She said, I don't know how to thank you enough that you are so severe with me. Severe, I think she underlines the word, you are severe with me. And because Therese's whole growth was being directed into the channel of the love of God, and it was very easy for her to have outgrowths and be dissipated in trivialities and relationships that were not totally directed to the glory of God and to the church. So back to the elevator. You know, Mother, I have always wanted to be a saint. Alas, I have always noticed that when I compared myself to the saints, there is between them and me the same difference that exists between a mountain whose summit is lost in the clouds. See how detrimental that sort of view is. If the saints are lost in the clouds, we just come and pay them homage and we just forget about this matter of being saints ourselves. And the obscure grain of sand trampled underfoot by the passers-by. Instead of becoming discouraged, she does not become discouraged. I said to myself, God cannot inspire unrealizable desires. I can, then, in spite of my littleness, aspire to holiness. It is impossible for me to grow up. And so I must bear with myself as such as I am with all my imperfections. She's got to live with herself. She's got to put up with herself. And if you have besetting sins, weaknesses, frailties, short in temper, pride, always want to get ahead of other people, name it. You might have it. And if you've got it, what does Therese say? Discouraged? This is a rich mine. That's where it's at. You know, I've got another weakness. I can bring this to God, and He's got to do something about it. He's got to come down, lift me up. It's really a revolution. You cash in on your weaknesses. It may take a long time to grasp it because all the time we want to sort of float like a cork in the water. We want to deny that we've got faults. But when I look around me and look at the past years and my experiences with the family and everything else, you should be getting the message that, yeah, really at the end of the day, not very impressive. Not extremely bad. And this is another aspect of ordinariness, by the way. There's something worse than death. It's just being totally unnoticeable. That you're so dull and so disinteresting that you never get on the pages of a good or evil, on pages of the newspapers, front page for good or evil. That's really, no, I mean this, I think this is true. Human beings want to love and to be loved. And if they're living their lives and there is nothing about them that is worthy of note, nothing, it is deeply depressing to them. It's suicidal. And Therese was in this area of suicides. Her way of spirituality grasps that the ordinary people can be the great saints. It's second to no one. To take Mary Magdalene, for example, and say, they're always excited about Mary Magdalene. I suppose they thought then she was a prostitute. I'm not sure if we still think that exegetically or not. But she had 7 devils. She was an extreme sinner or whatever. And she was this great and magnificent saint. And she loved Mary Magdalene. But she said, that woman is not going to get ahead of me. That her sanctity is going to be as great as that. And it's in that area that Therese, a young petty bourgeois middle class girl, totally insulated from the realities of the world outside, protected, cultivated in love of a child and spousal love, hidden in a convent, unnoticed, not a lot to write home about. But what she's discovered here is a world of extraordinary wonder, reality, love, being. And this is what she's excited about. It comes through so very often. But I want to bear with myself with all my imperfections, but I want to seek out a means of going to heaven by a little way, a way that is very straight. So no roundabout trips. Is she for real? Very straight, very short. There's enough to be straight. I want it as short as well. And totally new. The totally new one is a bit difficult because if you're speaking of the essence of the gospel, it can't be totally new. In what way could it be new? I think you're onto it. That's the way I'm inclined to think too. So it was always there.
To be saints by being perfectionists.
Okay.
You know, and by not having any imperfection.
Right. Still. I thought we'd got over that.
No, I find there are still groups in the church still.
I think we're all inclined to that. That's true, yeah. But certainly, yeah. I think you're right. The way of sanctity was always the people would be looking towards the saints, asking the great saints to intercede, etc., but not sort of thinking of their own, that they are the saints themselves. So it's just that they're unaware of it. But in fact, it's taking place within them. But Therese makes us more conscious of this. So looking for this elevator, we are living now in an age of inventions. So late 19th century, all the Industrial Revolution, the inventions, cutting rats up and looking at the adenoids and things like this, finding new ways, buildings, and the elevator was new. In Paris at the time, I suppose you'd get into a caged elevator in the plush hotels when she went on her trip to Italy. And this is something new, an elevator. Press the button, up you go. We are living now in an age of inventions, and we no longer have to take the trouble of climbing stairs, for in the homes of the rich, an elevator has replaced these very successfully. I wanted to find an elevator which would raise me to Jesus, for I'm too small to climb the rough stairway of perfection. I searched then in the scriptures. Very important, last word in things is the word of God, the scriptures. I searched in the scriptures for some sign of this elevator, the object of my desires. And I read these words coming from the mouth of eternal wisdom. Whoever is a little one, let him come to me. So, that looks rather promising, doesn't it? And so I succeeded. This is a summary statement. The longer treatment of her doctrine is manuscript B, the letter to Marie. It's more thorough than the others, but these are sort of the pithy summaries. And so I succeeded. I felt I had found what I was looking for. But wanting to know, oh my God, what you would do to the very little ones who answered your call, I continued my search, and this is what I discovered. As one whom a mother caresses, so will I comfort you. You shall be carried at the breasts, and upon the knees they shall caress you. Never did words more tender and more melodious come to give joy to my soul. The elevator which must raise me to heaven is your arms, O Jesus. And for this I had no need to grow up, but rather I had to remain little and become this more and more. You probably know that Therese poses a bit of a problem for reading her. She seems very saccharine, very sweet, and a bit unreal, and not everyone can take to her. Others have the experience, think this is it, this is reality. So she doesn't, and you can see the language, it can be a bit cloying, I suppose, or annoying. But you have to look at the theology and compare it to the Gospels. And some of these statements here are taken from the Old Testament, that this is the very word of God. To be offered to God had to be without blemish. But in the new dispensation, in the gospel, the good news, that's all changed. God's found a way to change it. He wanted to. He didn't want to have an excuse of not letting his love pour out like a river. But now, of course, he comes across unbelief. People don't really grasp it. They're still sort of labouring under the old preoccupation. They don't fully catch a glimpse that he really does want to pour himself out into unworthy vessels. As long as they have that trust and boldness, take him at his word, seize him, be bold, be audacious. You said it, I accept it. We're getting onto this thing of confidence here. So it's not a weak word. Jesus said, come to me all you labour and heavy burden. You said it, I'll do it. I've been trying. I've proved myself with all my goodwill and all my resolutions. Still, I'm no closer to God than I ever was before. I'm a candidate, you see. This creates rest in the heart. Wonderful vistas open up. God doesn't really need us for anything. He can get an old fence post to give a talk, raise up stones as children of Abraham. But to realize that this one act of love is the most important thing in the church is what Therese is on about, and St. John of the Cross so wonderfully as well, who she drew on very much. So that's a good time for a break, I think. Shall we have any questions this time? So once again, as you can see, I'm trying to put together some building blocks in the spirituality of St. Therese, because I don't think it's easy to grasp, although you might actually be living it. It's not all that easy to grasp, so we have to try and do some work on it. So she's got this idea then, which is rather easy to grasp, that God will stoop down and pick up the weak and lift them up like an elevator to his own holiness, and join his own holiness and perfect love, divine love, he will join to our imperfect love. So this is important. Our love is not perfect, but united to the love of God, his love becomes ours. as our very own possession. The first letter of St. John, I think it is, this is the love I mean, not our love for God. Oh, I thought that was what we meant. Aren't we working on that? No, this is the love I mean, not our love for God, but God's love for us. Well, wow, that's a volcano. That's extraordinary. Hadn't seen it before. It's all God is asking, that we recognize that that is the new dispensation. That is the gospel. A free gift. And the extraordinary thing that we believers it doesn't quite sink in. We're still sort of labouring under our own pettiness, counting our deeds, worried and frail, which is natural, we do that. But we have to catch a glimpse of the gospel. Tell the just man that everything is okay, not to worry. So I think what we call the Christmas grace is the most important thing in Therese in many ways. Occurred to her when she was almost 14, I think it was, just before her 14th birthday. And we'll look at that later, but it sets down the main parameters. But to grasp it, I think we have to sort of see a sort of chronology through her life, roughly in this area. But first of all, she's born into a family when she learns a particular type of love from her father and sisters and mother, which is rather indulgent, but it's firm, it's not spoiling, but it makes allowances for the fact that she is the littlest one in the family. Instinctively, she knows that. She's got that sort of instruction in her heart. That's the way she loves. She tore the wallpaper when she was about 3 years of age. She ripped the wallpaper off the wall. And the mother says in a letter to one of the other girls, she says, it's extraordinary to see her. She's waiting there 3 hours later for her father to come home because she wants to tell him what she'd done. And she knew what he would do. He'd bend down, take her in his arms, and lift her up. And he would say, it's okay, Tiny, it's all right. I'm rich, I can repair all the damage. Don't worry about it. Do you see the imperfection joined to taking God at His word and knowing Him in that way? The boldness, the audacity, to be able to come to the end of your life and say, there's not much to boast about in my life except my faith. My faith has been tremendous because before I was born, God graced me with the knowledge of His Son. And I, of all people, should avail of that. But in Therese's view, not only those who know God in that formal way, but even those wildflowers of the field that have never heard of Christ or the Christian God or the Trinity, they also can be recipients for the love of God. So it's a very universal spirituality we're talking about. So a bit of theology here in regard to this idea of victim. There's no room for discouragement. In times past, victims, pure and spotless, were the only ones accepted by the strong and powerful God. So remember the requirements of the priesthood. The priest had to be without blemish. The lamb or the goat or the calf had to be without blemish, no marks, etc. And God would only accept those works that were without blemish. To satisfy divine justice, perfect victims were necessary, but the law of love has succeeded to the law of fear. And love has chosen me as a holocaust, me, a weak and imperfect creature. Is not this choice worthy of love? Yes, in order to love in order that love be fully satisfied, it is necessary that it lower itself, and that it lower itself to nothingness and transform this nothingness into fire. So with this theology of justification, really, here in Teresa's terms, you're beginning to see that in the Old Testament, the rigour of God, the justice of God, had always behind it his desire to stop us in our tracks in order to pour out love upon us. So they bring us to naught, make us all prisoners of disobedience, all recognising that we are truly and utterly sinners. That's the definition of a sinner, one in need of a saviour. That's what we are. We're not going to do it by ourselves. So in our lives, personally, we have our Old Testament time where we struggle and try to see within ourselves something that is acceptable to ourselves and to God. But if we're honest, we see many weaknesses, frailties, indispositions, etc. And this is that rich mine. If you've got them and you can't get beyond your besetting weaknesses, your moral disabilities, no need to be discouraged. Because, as I said before, you can cash in on it. See how it's a skill we've got to learn. It's actually a skill of love, actually. The very first chapter of the autobiography, the manuscript to Pauline, is really a classic, I think, in grace, describing the grace of God. You'd have to read all of it. It's a beautiful thing, and you might remember it mentions God chooses whom he chooses. It's not up to us. But if God chose Therese now and you later, that's his choice. If he doesn't seem to choose others, it's not too late, because God is gracious. Why question God? So if he chooses Therese, she's understood this now. She writes that there's nothing at all whatsoever in her. God simply chose what was weak in order to present a message to the church for its peace of mind and, as I say, to dissipate that toxicity in the church, self-reliance, etc. He chose her, and she uses the terminology of flowers, or very flowery, but very beautiful, really. I'll read this bit here to try and grasp it. This text especially points out grace in hidden places. The wildflowers. By the wildflowers on the hillside that we're not inclined to notice because there's so many of them, one indistinguishable from the other. These are a great swath of humanity. People have never heard of Christ. They are made by God. And the sun in the sky shines on them with grace. That grace is given to them in a hidden way. And they return their glory to God according to their nature. And their greatness is no less than the cultivated flowers in the main garden. No less, because it is totally full and complete. And being what God meant them to be, the redemption in Christ Jesus. They are the ordinary, in that sense, the little flowers. They're subject of God's tender condescension. Because of his Son, he's able to come into the hearts of people who don't even know him formally. We think of the great cedars of Lebanon. They're noticeable, but not more noticeable to God than these little flowers of the hillside. They are called to be what God has meant them to be. So she's, again, we have to try and grasp that. That's what she's seen, that, yes, hidden, nothing in herself that is worthy of note, nothing in herself to write home about. Someone in the convent said when she died that, what are we going to write? In the usual circular notice about Therese, she hasn't done anything very much, really. She was kind, so notice that, but not much there. But so she's understood that grace makes its way into the heart of these those persons who receive it and return it to God, and they're no less great than any other. So looking for other images, taking from the Gospel the image of the talents. Remember when the king was going away to another country, he left his servants with different talents, some with 10, some with 5, some with 1. The spirituality, we're talking about 1 talent. You've got to know how to use that 1 talent to love. You've got to be very good at that. You've got to know how to invest it in the bank. You've got to get all heaven and God himself working for you so they know how to use it, to build up your bank account, and to make your increased account reinvested again so that it builds up beyond proportion. As Jesus says in the parable, you should have put it with the bankers, not to go and hide it. I think so. It's this 1 talent to love, and she, as you read her, we're very interested in the way she loves. Surely, does she mean you actually do these insignificant things and fill them with love like that? They're laughable. I mean, some people be ashamed to even mention the things he's talking about. Putting up with some sister in the community who annoys her by the click of her teeth. I mean, that's nothing. But that's Therese, you see, and it's extremely important to grasp that. So all is grace. God will not give his glory to another. So I've been giving the impression that if you're a candidate for this way of spirituality, then go for it. Pick out all your weaknesses and say you've tried to do away with them, you've tried as hard as you could, you really do try, but sometimes you can't even get the will to try, but you would if you could. All these things, you can recognize that God will come down and lift you up to his own holiness. But even with those who have great tasks to do and they have great talents, it's better to choose this way also. So don't count those great things that you've got in your life. They how would you say, liabilities more than anything in this sense, but to look at your weaknesses and say, yes, I am indeed one in need of a saviour. Well, Therese uses many images. The Good Shepherd is one, so drawing on Scripture, she uses that beautiful, the Lord is my shepherd, etc. So I won't linger too much on this, I don't think. God shall feed his flock like a shepherd. He shall gather together the lambs with his arm and shall take them up in his bosom. That's from Isaiah. As one whom a mother caresses, etc. So getting the idea, this is manuscript B. So try and grasp a bit of the boldness here. She'd recognised, yes?
The thing that just impressed me very much is that thing about the wallpaper.
Oh, yes.
I think that was a sort of a psychological grounding for her faith, wasn't it? You know, that whole sense of okay, now I can... the pattern is that you can have an expectation of a fatherly love that will overlook it and will be lavish.
Yes, lavish.
Yeah. And I suppose I didn't know that story before, But it does make a big difference, doesn't it? I think I have a strong resistance to the language and the material. To her material as she presents it. But I think part of it is that it's so true that if I want to live really lovingly, she's pinpointing all the issues.
Yes, that's well
and
said.
It is really difficult I think putting up with people who are clicking their teeth while you're trying to pray and doing it constantly or sniffling, it really gets on my goat. They're not little things really, they're big in that situation.
Yeah.
So I think my resistance is that is pinpointed by the fact that it's little, but they're the things that really are hardest to do. It's easy to do something well.
Yeah. Yes.
And know you do it well.
Yeah. That's right. We need to grasp that, and I like the image of the wallpaper. It's the best image I've got. I think it captures just about everything from the child's love. Now, the thing about the clicking teeth, etc., it's the type of thing that ordinary lives are made up of. That's the important thing. So it's about greatness there. But we're inclined to overlook that because I think my life is just made up of people annoying me. But that's where it's at. Don't overlook that fact. And if you're finding it hard going, she does this in the third manuscript very well, the perfection of charity. She gives us a corker, as they say in the third manuscript. She's talking about charity. She's got all these brilliant insights into the gospel. How to turn the other cheek. Yes, this is what you do. How to walk the extra mile. How to put up with this and how to put up with that. And at the end of it, she says, Mother, don't think that I always do these sort of things, but it makes me feel better just by thinking of them. Because you're sort of inclined to think she's saying she does this all the time. No. But she looks at the gospel and says, yes, Jesus wants us to walk the extra mile. He wants us to turn the other cheek. And I'm finding it damn well impossible to do that. She says, how difficult the Gospels are, she said. How contrary to nature. She can't even begin to understand the blooming thing, she said. Because Jesus is asking to do something that is divine. That's why it's difficult. The Sermon on the Mount is that. Your light must shine in the world. You're not only not to lust after someone, what is it? You're not only not to commit adultery, you're not even to lust after someone. And all the commandments, it's divine. He's talking about something divine. He wants us to do divine things. Obviously, he's got to do it. It's got to be his light. So Therese, in fact, took those sort of statements as a proof. She knew then that since God has demanded of us the light of Christ himself, then it must be the work of Christ. And if it doesn't seem to appear that we're always shining with the light of Christ, there must be some hidden way in which it does take place in us. So just getting back to grasp the message of the gospel so that we really gather this. Just after the Christmas grace that I've mentioned, I haven't described yet, one Sunday looking at a picture of our Lord on the cross, I was struck by the blood flowing from one of the divine hands. Now we're talking about special graces here. Therese had mystical graces. When we speak of ordinariness, we're not saying that she was not she didn't have these graces. She had a way for ordinary people. She had to pioneer that way through the darkness. And she had given all that she needed in order to pioneer the way. And so some extraordinary graces of great magnitude. This is part of one of them. I felt a great pang of sorrow when thinking this blood was falling to the ground without anyone's hastening to gather it up. I was resolved to remain in spirit at the foot of the cross and to receive the divine dew. I understood I was then to pour it out upon souls. The cry of Jesus on the cross sounded continually in my heart, "I thirst." These words ignited within me an unknown and very living fire. I wanted to give my beloved to drink, and I felt myself consumed with the thirst for souls. Now, the Christmas grace, I'll speak about it, as I say, just before the 14th birthday of Therese, 25th of December. She had been struggling with extreme sensitivity. She was always crying. A very humiliating experience of weaknesses over quite a number of years, since she was about 4 years of age. What's that, 10 years? In one way or another, she was just like a newborn baby. It couldn't even begin to suck or to eat. She was struggling in her blood, as you use the term of Ezekiel later. She was trying to overcome the sensitivity. She'd cry, and then she'd cry at having cried. Very girlish stuff in one sense, but yeah, men cry too. And if you have a humiliating weakness like that, she's struggling along and she's not giving up, and she's wanting to please God, and she's doing things at home, and then no one thanks her, so she starts crying because no one notices what she's doing at home. She puts out the pot plants into the rain, or she makes a bed, which she never ever does. Anyway, they're all looking after her. She doesn't do anything at home. And then, because they haven't noticed, she cries, and then because she cried, she cries because she cried. Now, I mean, you're really talking about frailty here. So, midnight mass, she goes through this routine. She comes back from midnight mass, and the routine with the father, the mother is dead by this time, the 5 daughters, I think. Pauline's in the convent, I think, 4 daughters. They sit around father after midnight mass, and they open their Christmas stockings, and they go through all the little girlish sort of delights, and the father is delighted that all the girls are enjoying Christmas, but he was out of sorts. He was extremely annoyed that this big girl was still acting in this little girlish way. And her sister Celine saw the annoyance, saw Therese, knew the annoyance, and so going up the stairs, she knew what was going to happen. It was going to be tears. But no, suddenly, it had just happened. There was no question of tears. She'd come down stairs, open the stockings. She'd grown up in an instant. The divine child had given her the grace very clearly that could not possibly come from herself. It was a free gift of the beloved, the spiritual maturity in an instant. So it encapsulates an extremely important principle that must be maintained throughout life, that our works are not the thing that matter. It is the love of God that matters, and our faith waits on God. And under those circumstances, as she said herself, I can endure life's exile with all my frailties and my weaknesses. I don't have to see improvement. It matters to me, I try and improve. But it's likely by the time I come to die, I'll be just the same as I ever was. But that's not the type of perfection God is talking about. He doesn't require that perfection, you see. It's His own love that needs to be in our heart. So that is an extremely instructive grace. It's a milestone in her spirituality because it lays down the foundations of what God does for the little. And the next grace that I'd like to point out is to do with fear. I'll try and get this all in order here.
May I ask?
Yes?
Just on what you've been saying, and the importance of, focusing on the love of God, etc. One reads about great Christians, saints and so on, that dedicated their lives in the most courageous way. There's something that, in a sense, is an apostolate in a Catholic sense, but as a world, in another sense, the world, the objective. It might be somebody that really dedicated their life with great courage and tenacity and selflessness to establishing St. Vincent de Paul Society or fighting against communism or something like that. So, something that's, in a sense, exterior to their spiritual life. Are you saying in what you've just said that kind of worldly pursuit of an apostolate is really not so important? And that individual's spiritual life is actually primary and more important. I think you are saying that the spiritual life is actually more important than those more worldly, more tangible things.
Yeah. It's the interior life is the heart and soul of those works. That's what I'm trying to say. It's probably the great challenge for faith to recognise that people like Therese call to an interior contemplative hidden life don't seem to be exteriorly of any use to anybody. If a person feels a call to that sort of life, you'd wonder what the relevance is. And it's the last grace on the final retreat before she dies. That's about September 1896. She's dead by September 1897. So the last retreat, as I've already mentioned, she was tortured by these unreasonable desires to do things in the church. She wanted to be out there in the missions, preaching the gospel, to be a priest. She wanted to be doing all those things. And it was arising somehow from within. And the big problem was, this is just a torture. What is all this about? God will have to take this away because it's just disturbing everything. Or he'll have to show me some way to solve this problem. And she goes searching in her retreat for an answer, and I don't know if it's for the first time, but it looks like the first time she has actually penetrated the meaning of it. She comes across St. Paul's famous section about the body and having different parts in 1 Corinthians chapter 13, 14, around about that area. And she says we can't all be apostles, we can't always be preachers, we can't all be whatever. The church has got many parts. You can't possibly be them all. You've got to be modest in your designs. You've got to do what you're asked you can do and be a bit modest about it. Don't be ambitious for everything. So she said, oh, well, that helped a bit, but it didn't solve the problem because she's still got all of these things working together. It's like an ambition that God has put in her heart. Why has he put this in me? And then she comes across the most beautiful part there, of course. Meanwhile, I'll show you a way that is better than any of them. It's the way of love. If I have all these works, but without love, I'm sitting here, gong, clashing cymbal, etc. And now she's bowled over by it because it's yet another enlightenment that solved this last problem. This is the last problem she's got, really. She had already understood that God stoops down, the Christmas grace. She'd already understood that God's promise to lift up the weak. Then she had a problem of fear because of Jansenism. That's a sort of unreasonable fear of God. And that was overcome. I'll mention that later, how that was overcome. So she's dealt a death blow, in a sense, to fear in the church. I sometimes think of her like an eyedropper. God puts one drop of very powerful liquid into the church, and immediately it penetrates the whole church to dispel this fear. And Therese is like that. But then she's at that grace, she's launched full sail upon the sea of confidence and trust in God that had attracted her so much. But she'd been afraid to go on that way because that's not the way the church was going in those days. It was fear. But she goes off on that confidence. No fear. Confidence in God. Now she's sailing along, but she's still got this problem of all these desires. And it's a real problem. we've got to try and grasp when we read her that she's actually talking about something that's torturing her. You think it's just some sort of airy-fairy thinking. That's a problem. So she comes across that passage in St. Paul, and everything comes together. As I say, she's like a navigator. I'll have to try and find this. She's come out into the open and she's seen there the harbour. She's been travelling in the right direction, well and truly, because love fulfills all those vocations. It is a very deep mystery. How could yes, okay. I'll have to get it out of the book. Just bear with me here for a moment. Yes, during my meditation, my desires caused me a veritable martyrdom. She opened the epistles of St. Paul, came to chapters 12 and 13 of the Corinthians, and she read there, as I said, that we can't be everything. That brought her a certain amount of insight, but it gave her no peace. So she kept looking, and she found the words, "Yet strive after," in capital letters, "the better gifts. And I point out to you a yet more excellent way." And the Apostle explains how all the most perfect, capital word letters, gifts are nothing without love, capital letters. That charity is the excellent way, capital letters, that leads most surely to God. Now she's having an insight into what Paul is talking about, a deep mystery. It leads most surely to God. It leads into the very heart of the furnace of divine love. That's what it does. And suddenly she's got a solution to this extraordinary problem. Whatever love is, it fulfills all those vocations. That's what it does. As St. John of the Cross would say, that one act of pure love is worth more to the church than all the other works of the church put together. Stanza 29 of the Spiritual Canticle of St. John of the Cross. I finally had rest. Considering the mystical body of the church, I had not recognized myself in any of the members, or rather I desired to see myself in them all. Charity gave me the key to my vocation. I understood that if the church had a body composed of different members, the most necessary, the most noble of all could not be lacking. And so I understood that the church had a heart, and that this heart was burning with love. I understood it was love alone that made the church's members act. That if love ever became extinct, apostles would not preach the gospel, and martyrs would not shed their blood. I understood that love comprised all vocations, that love was everything, that it embraced all times and places, in a word, that it was eternal. Then, in the excess of my delirious joy, and a very strong word, is she over the top again? Delirious. She's delirious about this. But I've read that before. I didn't get delirious about it. She needs it. She'll give an explanation. Oh, Jesus, my love, my vocation, at last I have found it. My vocation is love. Yes, I have found my place in the church, and it is you, my God, who have given me this place. In the heart of the church, my mother, I shall be love. Thus I shall be everything, and thus my dream will be realized. Why speak of a delirious joy, she said. No, this expression is not exact, for it was rather the calm and serene peace of the navigator, perceiving the beacon that must lead him to the port. O luminous beacon of love, I know how to reach you. I have found the secret of possessing your flame. Now, what's happened here is Therese has seen something in the Word of God in Scripture that is her domain. This is what she does better than anything. She's felt like an ugly duckling. She hasn't fitted in anywhere. But when St. Paul mentions love, she knows what that is. She knows how to do that. That's her thing. And that's why she's so important in the church, because she teaches the skills and the arts of love. That's why. Those things that Jesus wants of us in the gospel. She is no better teacher than the skills of loving. Certainly in a way that's presentable to the most of the church. The two elements of this, first of all, is the one we've seen so often already, the trusting, confident, bold, audacious love of the child, trusting in its father, knowing that it is indeed little, imperfect, weak, frail, and that all its riches belong to its father, and that his riches are hers. So, to understand in your own life the skills, if you read the autobiography, to grasp, imbibe, understand that when Therese goes fishing with her father, and her father carries Therese on his shoulders in the rain, when they look at the sky and she sees a name written in the sky, when she looks at him at prayer, that he is wonderful to her, the Sundays at home with her father and family, that's heaven. To being taught in ordinary ways that people understand. Human love, reflective of what God's love is like. So we learn that skill by imbibing and returning often to read Therese and to see that's what it's like. We will, in this sense, we are always children of God. God will not give his glory to another. He's always Father. We are always creatures. But we exhibit the riches of God himself. The other one is spousal love. I haven't got time to go into it. It's the most beautiful thing. It follows the Christmas grace. Therese is now almost 14. And following that grace, she remembers that she used to read The Imitation of Christ as a sort of matronly sort of spiritual classic that was very good, wisely sort of directing us to the wisdom of God and how to avoid this and not to do that and to keep to the straight and narrow. But now she said she had reached that most dangerous moment of girlhood. The mystery of love, spousal love, the movements of the hearts, the emotions, the passions were beginning to unfold within her. And what did God do? He could have allowed her to fall in love with someone, couldn't he? Seems he often does that with people, allows them to fall in love, get their fingers burnt or whatever, or at least to learn something about love. But no, not with her. He snatched her away at that very moment. He was the one who kissed her at that moment. To reveal to her interiorly by mystical grace, the type of contemplative grace we find in Teresa John of the Cross, the mystery of spousal love opening up with all the sweet impossibilities of divine love, of which human spousal love is only a reflection. So she can... it happened in regard to reading a book called The End of the Present World and the Mysteries of the Life to Come by Abbé Armajon. She read this book, and all the truths of eternity came flooding into her heart. All those things that no eye has seen or ear heard, things beyond the mind of man, all that God has prepared for those who love him, those are the very things that he reveals to us in the Spirit. Again, 1 Corinthians. God taught her, kissed her, had her taste the original love that we find in the book of Genesis, that is so unique, so important that it overrides every other love, even love of parents. This is why a man leaves mother and father and clings to his wife, and the two become one flesh. Because it is a divine trace in human affairs, this love story that we love to go to the theatre and we love love stories. We love it when there's difficulty between the lovers and they truly love one another. Not simply in a carnal way, but it's a truly love that is consummated in a genuinely carnal way. So Therese had an experience that set her afire. And she'd have to go to John of the Cross, really, the spiritual canticle, to understand that God had awakened her and begun to teach her the art of spousal love in regard to God. So that there's a union takes place between her and Jesus. The two become one. That Therese's husband becomes her possession. That she can move him. That he is obedient to her. That her prayers are truly universal because of the union of likeness. They are one. And there's no difference between them. Although one is a creature and one is God, still this creature is God by participation, by union. So it's a whole field of spirituality. We'd have to go to St. John of the Cross to look at that. The ages of 17 and 18, St. John of the Cross was the only thing that Therese was reading. Just 2 years. I've been reading him for, I think, about 20 years. But just 2 years, and she learnt the skills, the arts of loving God. What a wonderful thing it is to love God. It has to be spousal, really. Our spirituality has to be spousal. Problem with the church can be that people don't know God by experience. Somehow they've never been kissed by God. So that their spirituality becomes not simply dry and arid, which is always part of the course, but it becomes spinsterish,